Chapter 4800. Most of their fairy bones were broken, and the precious light that was flowing around was also damaged. The sky domes are faintly falling. Those who are fighting against the guardian of the immortal bones originally had nearly 100 yin, but now they have lost more than half. Although he was dead, Dian Immortal's final obsession was still terrifying. The martyrdom that resulted from their engagement has left this side silent for a few days, and the heavens are about to break. This is a big battle. With the continuous fall of Yin Xian, these three immortal bone guards are finally unable to support. The immortal bone guard who suffered the most attacks finally dissipated, and one of the immortal bones was smashed by Yin Li. And the Yin Xian who had suffered more than half of the damage finally stopped the casualties and began to use huge Yin Xian force to cover the fairy bone guard. A total of 42 Yin Xian, cross-linked by mistakes, turned into 42 array eyes, unparalleled diffractive force around them, condensed into a party to cover the sky, completely calmed down. The two immortal bone guards in the formation were constantly weakened, and the radiant treasure light was disappearing, and finally turned into a puffy powder and fell into the abyss again. The last three obsessions of the entire former court of heaven disappeared. After the obstacles dissipated, the large array disappeared, and the 42 mysterious Yin Xian successively fell on the broken square. In front of the 42 Yin Xian who had settled down, there was another maverick Yin Xian with a mature face and a kind of dignified atmosphere of the superior. Unexpectedly, I searched for several years, and finally found a place to look at the ancient heaven. Looking at the magnificent and silent extreme edge of the front court, there was an excitement and obsession in the eyes of the old Yin Xian. A thin, slightly frivolous Yin Xian stepped forward and respectfully said, "Congratulations to the Lord for this heavenly fate, and he will surely be able to reach the position of Dian Xian." The position of Dian Xian? The old face of Yin Xian repeated in a low voice and seemed very satisfied with the flattery. "Now when I come here, if I can get the legacy of the legacy, the position of Dian Xian is nothing. Maybe I will be in control even if the emperor is lucky. By then, who can block me from their waist? Who else can I control? Sir is right, I will wait for you to follow my swear." The small and frivolous Yin Xian bent over and smiled. Lao Qing Yin Xian, who had come back to God, waved his hand, looked at the quiet heaven in front of him, waved his arm, "Go." 43 Daoqiang are in a form of extinction, and the body is surging with great power, showing the tendency of the stars to arch the moon and march into the heaven. All alert me, there must be no failures. Yin Xian, the old-fashioned face, said in a deep voice, and then faced the heavenly palace gate that was more than 1,000 meters high, slowly backed away, letting the rest of Yin Xian walk in the front. In the face of such a look at the ancient heaven, he was also nervous. After all, when he had just dealt with the guardian of the immortal bone, he brought nearly 100 Yin Xian directly to the loss of more than half. If there is any crisis in this heavenly court, it will be extremely bad. The remaining 42 Yin Xian are all elite. He is confident that even if something big horror will happen next, he can escape before these Yin Xian die. With the joint efforts of more than a dozen Yin Xian leaders, the gate of the 10,000 heavenly palace slowly opened. No crisis occurred, as if everything had been silent for countless years. Seeing that, the surrounded old Chang Yin Xian hurriedly pulled the team away, and the eager first rushed in. Looking into the eyes, the dark blue color of the hall is the keynote, just like the ink-painting sky full of artistic conception, full of magnificent momentum. All Yin Xian were shocked and looked at this so-called heavenly palace in disbelief. Even though it has been silent for countless years, heavenly court is heavenly court, and it is not the existence that they can touch. Although they are all Yin Xian, one side of the court is the supreme hub of countless heavens, and only the emperor can control it. Hugh said that even Dian Xian wanted to land in the heavenly court and see the emperor. It was an extravagant hope. Unless the feast of the heavenly court is held once a year, the heavenly court will miss them. Is this the heavenly court? All Yang Xian's eyes were dull, as if at the next moment, the sky edge of directly promoting Dian Xian appeared in front of them. The headed Laoqing Yin Xian performed much better than them, but it was no longer calm, and all eyes were hot. Go, he ordered quietly, and then strode forward in this heavenly court. Compared with the sky outside, the sky inside the heaven is even dimmer. Even Yinxian, it is difficult to see more than 10 feet away. With a wave of light, a beam of diffractive force was used to illuminate. The head of Laoqing Yinxian wrinkled slightly. He always felt that something was looking at him in the dark. Shrinked. In the vast expanse of heaven, on the columns of mountains and rivers listed on both sides, weird, strange birds are depicted. Invisible, it also puts a pressure on the public Yinxian. But they only had to go forward daringly, and the immeasurable heaven and earth were waiting for them. Just when Laoqing Yinxian was nervous to investigate whether there was a crisis in the dark, the wretched Yinxian beside him subconsciously gasped, "Sir, someone in front." Everyone was horrified and immediately took a fighting stance. Laoqing Yinxian looked through the eyes, through the dim, faint light beam. I saw in the deepest part of the heavenly court, standing several figures, and in the middle of this figure, there is a huge throne. An unspeakable heavy pressure was surging. Pretend to be a ghost. He clenched his teeth secretly, and then said, "Follow me." 42 diffractive beams of light illuminate, and immediately illuminate the surroundings, as well as the position of the throne, all at a glance. When everything is unobstructed, the air freezes. I saw 4 great men standing on both sides of the throne. Each person has a minimum of 9-foot figure, and the tallest man has more than enough space to go there. And in the middle of these 4 gods' peaks, Yu reads the book www.Ukanshu. On the throne of calm, sits an emperor body in Mayu Luyun costume. Although there is no sound, this scene is very impressive. All Yinxian held their breath and did not dare to breathe. They are dead or alive. At this moment, even Laoqing Yinxian was puzzled, and the restless heart was stunned. It should have been dead. They could not survive that war, and no one could survive. He began to persuade himself in his heart. Even if it doesn't die, so many years have passed, it must have been weakened to the extreme. At the next moment, above the magnificent throne, the godless body quietly opened the golden eye. Laoqing Yinxian took a deep breath and burst out a swearing. "I depend, live." Chapter 4801. I thought it was just an empty shell. At this time, his eyes were opened, and he was almost stunned. His figure was soft, and he almost collapsed to the ground. All Yinxian was startled, and all took a step back, trembling. That kind of existence is no longer what they can imagine, and naturally it can't afford any struggle. As the figure in the emperor's clothes opened his golden eyes, he was surrounded by 4 figures and opened his eyes together. The trend is surging. The air seemed to stagnate. The 4 godlike figures were unsmiling, staring forward. "Sir, let's retreat and leave." Yoshio Yangxian's legs were trembling, and he was already dizzy. In fact, these 4 figures are Changqing, Diqing, Spring and Autumn, and Cuijing. Even the true body of the emperor who is sitting on the throne and wearing the costume of Mayu Luyun is all unparalleled. Fake. The reason for this is actually helpless. Originally, Jin Wushuang planned to directly kill some Yinxian who had inadvertently broken in, but somebody saw the previous scene as soon as he left the hall gate. Nearly 100 Yinxian's battles are imposing, even if more than half of the losses are a huge force. In addition to Jin Wushuang's strength recovered to the peak after receiving the perception and inheritance of the 6 Crow Emperor, the strength of the remaining few people has not been fully restored. Jin Wushuang did not count him as his strength was restored to Lu Qing's unclear conscience. If you play against this team of more than 50 Yinxian, only a few people with swords can match. Even if it is a victory, it is also a terrible victory, not worth the shot. So he took the initiative to drive these Yinxian away. But what he didn't think of was that although the group of Yinxian gallbladders were about to be frightened, they had no idea of escape. Jin Wushuang frowned, secretly glancing at Chun Qing who was standing beside him. Chun Qingding immediately grasped the idea, stepped forward, and screamed directly, "Those who break into heaven, die." The sound of Hong Zhong's thunderous explosion thundered Yin Xian's psychological defense. "Adult, if you go back and go, you will all fold here if you don't go." The wretched Yinxian trembles, apparently intending to walk away regardless of the next. Lao Qing Yinxian gritted his teeth without saying a word. He was unwilling. After years of hard work and chance, he found the former heaven. Now he is asked to give up. How can he be reconciled? Like Chen Qing, who was convinced by Shenfeng, seeing that they had no plans to leave, he took a step forward and prepared to warn him once. But because of his too big step, he directly pulled the wine gourd hidden in his waist, and even scattered more than 10 pieces of black mountain top crystals on the ground. The sound of a crisp landing sounded, and the wine gourd drew an arc on the jade ground, and the bones rolled to the foot of the old Cheng Yinxian. The air suffocated. Lao Cheng Yinxian looked down at the newer gourds at his feet, and then looked at the scattered black mountain top crystals, and suddenly he seemed to understand something. You guys posing? Chun Qing looked embarrassed and looked at Jian Wushuang. War. The simple word resounded. Jian Wushuang suddenly stepped up from the throne, and an invisible long sword had already condensed in his hand. Bring me to death. Lao Qing Yinxian, who had come back to God, exasperated, no one stays. In an instant, 42 Yinxian, 42 Yin rushed up, and directly fought with Jian Wushuang and others. Chun Qing directly patted the real sword at the waist, carrying Wan Jun's sword with a bold move forward. Chuanqiu also directly summoned his 8 arms and rushed forward. Cui Jing, the weakest and without the slightest bottom card, was blocked by Chuanqiu. Unlimited. A whisper sounded, and Qingqing also started, and a black raven appeared behind him, croaking. Such a trend directly responds to the 42 Yinxian's combined efforts. Zhang. Sheila. The blade was sharp and unmatched, and directly tore the infinite force. The dark black of Chen Qing, the sword intention of Chen Qing, and the angry eyes of the 8 arms of spring and autumn all burst at this moment among the public Yinxian. One sword directly shattered an immortal source of immortals. Jian Wushuang turned around and glanced at the meaning of Qing, and then continued to fight. Even if the strength is only restored to less than 60%, but the terrible belonging to Jiuzhuan Dianxian was still revealed in the first time. The black Wubao phase shattered, and shattered the fairy source of Tin Yinxian directly. It was only this time that the confrontation came down, and the 43 Yinxian had dropped by nearly 20. The old Chang Yinxian headed was almost cut off by Jian Wushuang and his sword. Adult, and retreat, and, this time, the insignificant Yangxian's words were never finished, and he looked at the invisible blade of his chest with his eyes wide open. It was chopped off with a knife, and Wushuang didn't stay at all. His arms held the hilt, and he carried 3,000 swords straight down. The old Cheng Yangxian's horrified eyes were a little full of anger, and then his arms were shocked, and the space around him suddenly changed. At this moment, it seems to reflect a diamond-shaped colorful huamong, magnificent and fierce. At the same time, there is a needle-like awning, which emerged from each diamond-shaped huamong, and all rushed towards Jian Wushuang. Because this is really too fast, Jian Wushuang can't dodge, when even if there are nearly 1,000 rays of refracting huamong pass through. The indescribable pain of cutting seemed to shatter his consciousness. But these are only blocking Jian Wushuang for a moment. The invisible sword in his hand, because of inertia, finally fell heavily on the shoulder of Lao Cheng Yinxian. With a sneer, a sharp sword, almost splitting him into 2. He screamed loudly. The pipa bones on his shoulders shattered directly, and blood spewed out. Jian Wushuang also retreated at the same time. Covering her heart, a ray of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Since he came to Dayanhuan, he had cut off the past, and his ancestral luck and divine power were all returned to the divine universe by him. So he had no so-called fairy source. It is precisely that the most important fairy source without this fairy only let him escape. He has an intuition that the style of becoming an immortal is enough to crush any source of immortals. Old Cheng Yinxian, who was also badly injured, stumbled back, and the dynamism surging around him was dimmed. Perhaps because of the rapid dissipation of Yinli, the face of Lao Qing Yinxian began to change rapidly. The ordinary face that is quite mature and founder disappears, replaced by a face full of heroism and richness. After seeing that face clearly, Jian Wushuang's eyes were already dignified. That face was no one else. It was the three emperors, Gongziyu, who participated in the battle for the peach in the realm of Zhenliang. But now, his sudden arrival is obviously beyond Jian Wushuang's imagination. As the third emperor under Zhenliang, how could he appear here at this time? Chapter 4802. After undergoing a change in the northern celestial state, the son of the fifth son of Zhenliang was killed by Jing Ying under the hibiscus tree. It is still less than 10 years from now. Presumably, there is already chaos in the entire division, and the remaining 6 sons will inevitably be questioned by Zhen Wuyang and will not act lightly. However, at this time, Gongziyu is leading Yin Xian to shuttle through the jurisdiction of the big division. Isn't it true that Zhen Wuyang is suspicious? And how did he discover this past heaven? All doubts could not be answered. Looking at the familiar face, Jian Wushuang had no intention of strangling them to death. At this moment, Chen Qing also found the face of Gong Ziyu, and Zhao Jianwushuang cast a suspicious look. Young master, you can't die. Jian Wushuang's secret sound line passed into the ears of Chen Qing and others. Chen Qing, Chuanxiu heard the words and stopped fighting in due course. Originally, I planned to clarify the truth of these 20 or so Yin Xian. After hearing Jian Wushuang's words, although I had some unsatisfactory intentions, I still took the momentum of Yanli and let them go. The situation of this great dispute has ceased directly, and the whole heaven has fallen into a strange silence. This kind of destructive situation makes the remaining Yin Xian tremble. In these few confrontations, there are only less than 20 Yin Xian left. Having stopped the injured young Sun Yu, he has no courage and plan to fight anymore. Now, he just wants to escape from this nightmarish heaven. Let's go. Young Master Yu trembles, and then, with the help of a dozen Yin Xian, he quickly left Tianting and disappeared. Looking at the heaven that had fallen into silence again, Jian Wushuang spit out a sigh of breath slowly. The purpose of expelling Gongziyu has been achieved. Presumably, he will never step on the ground when he has not grown to a certain point in the future. The reason why he can't kill Gongziyu is because he is the third son under Zhenliang Emperor. Once the accidental killing, I'm afraid that the realm is deep. Yu Bo, who can kill with a palm, will bring someone to kill. Jian Wushuang, who has practiced for millions of years, knows that when the strength is not strong enough, caution is the best policy. Since the 3 of them from the northern celestial state are still in a state of illusion, so naturally they don't have to worry about Gongziyu identifying them. So far, everything has come to an end. From the coma of the northern celestial state, he fell into the unknown heaven and was captured by the Chui leader of the Sand Demon Cave in the Sand Demon Cave. After several battles, it led to the mysterious and unknown heavenly Buddha realm, and he accidentally fell into this. The former heaven realm has received the inheritance of the godless king. Everything seems to be a fantasy like a dream. Jian Wushuang grew up bit by bit, but he also moved forward involuntarily. He randomly picked a jade order to sit on it and motioned to Chen Qing and others to search quickly. After all, the 6th Crow Emperor has completely fallen. It would be a pity if his collection had been kept in dust. Chen Qing and others all couldn't wait to search, but Di Qing didn't leave, but sat down next to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang didn't ask too much about it. In his opinion, they would soon leave each other. At that time, even if Qing completely occupied this heavenly court, he had no opinion. But the sentence that followed Qing shocked him. Can I follow you? Di Qing smiled awkwardly, looking a little embarrassed. Jian Wushuang kept silent, but he knew the ending of Master Mo. Perhaps it was guessing his inner thoughts, and Qing quickly said, "You can rest assured that from now on, with me in, others cannot move your finger." In the end, Jian Wushuang looked at him and said, "Because that's the reason of the 6th Crow Heavenly Emperor?" I Ching stunned, and finally said, "Yes, not." Jian Wushuang had already understood his thoughts, and then said softly, "I can tell you the words of the 6th Crow Heavenly Emperor, but it will not be now, because I have not yet understood. If you want to stay by my side because of this, then I will get through as soon as possible, and then tell you the wordless word, and then please leave as soon as possible. I don't want to put an irregular crisis around me." After saying this sentence, Jian Wushuang carried his hands on his back and walked out of heaven slowly. Looking at his back, I Ching's eyes showed a strange meaning, and then seemed to be determined in his heart, and quickly followed. Are you planning to let me be your slave? Di Qing came to his side and asked. Jian Wushuang glanced at him. I never had this idea. What's the use of getting a slave? You are approaching me because of the sixth emperor, Heavenly Emperor. I will naturally give you what you want. Before that, you can choose to stay with me, but there is no relationship between us. After listening to the truth, I couldn't help saying, but don't you plan to ask for the same benefits? Too lazy to ask for it, Jian Wushuang said softly. I can give it to you, but I hope you know that neither now nor in the future will do anything that is detrimental to me. After listening to the truth, after a moment of silence, he solemnly said, I understand. Jian Wushuang no longer said much, scanning this dim heaven with his hands on his back. Nearly 3 days later, Qin Qing, Chuanxiu, Cui Jing and other talents ran out of the heavenly court, and everyone's face was filled with joy. Although the heavenly court has been broken and silent, without any avenues of luck, the emperor's collection is still unimaginable. Countless rare treasures, Yanxian methods, countless, and even a copy of the mind of the sixth Raven Emperor during his lifetime was picked out by Chen Qing, and it was full of the whole ring. Even Cui Jing, who was in a state of sadness from beginning to end, read UU Books www.ukanshu.com, was also a little excited, and changed back to the look of that unruly face. He is just a small ancestor-level master, but after such a big scene, how can he suppress the excitement? Predictably, after collecting such a rich collection of emperors, Chuanxiu and Cui Jing were promoted to Yanxian realm, which was already on the agenda. Let's go. Jian Wushuang looked back at everyone before leaving the old heavenly court. Through the mysterious vortex, 5 figures stood in the void. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and lowered his strength, closing the corner of the raised void and closing it completely. This former heaven, which should not be exposed anymore, and the final destination is to continue to fall asleep until the years are barren. After doing all of this, everything is gone. He looked at Cui Jing, who was beside him. Cui Jing stepped back half a step subconsciously, his eyes a little bit timid, and he felt an inexplicable pressure when facing Jian Wushuang. Chapter 4803. That kind of pressure, even his elder sister Sha Qing, and those Yanxian monks who easily destroyed the Sand Demon Cave did not have it. The unspeakable breath, such as Yuanju Yuezhi, can't be elusive. Jian Wushuang did not speculate on Cui Jing's mind. He was not disgusted with the last person left in this Sand Devil Cave, who was also covered with cause and effect and mass murder, but he never said he liked it. You are free, you can go where you want to go. Jian Wushuang said softly. Cui Jing was surprised, and a bit of bitterness appeared in his eyes. The Sand Devil Cave was destroyed, and he fell ill again. What place is there for him to live in this vast sky? If he had nowhere to go, but he didn't dare to defy Sword Wushuang, he just stayed where he was. Chuanxiu saw the thoughts in Cui Jing's heart, touched him without trace, and made a wink at him. Cui Jingxin understood the situation and hurriedly looked up at Jian Wushuang. Brother Jian, I can't go anywhere. Can I just follow you? From now on, you will follow. Jian Wushuang heard the words and did not agree with him, just said, after you finish the injury, make plans, and it is too early to say anything. After saying this, Jian Wushuang will no longer drive him away. Cui Jing heard the words, rejoicing in his heart, and hurriedly arched his hands. Thank you, Brother Jian. Finally took a look at this resealed old court. Jian Wushuang turned around, carrying 4 figures, and soon disappeared into the vast void. This time I went to the battle of the North Celestial State. The sun died, and the celestial state of the North Celestial State was destroyed. The celestial bone armor, which was about to be obtained, also disappeared completely. In fact, this time there was a lot of turmoil in Baitian Xianzhou. From Jian Wushuang and others to Xianzhou, there is the mysterious Dingxiu and Yanxian selling Heishan Dingjing on the street. Then the mysterious 7 swordsmen appeared, completely disrupted, and wanted to put the sun to death in the heavenly hall of Xiaoxianzhu. The most beautiful thing was to make Jian Wushuang unimaginable. Zhang Ying, the beautiful woman he saved during the original voyage, was also at the last moment. Fairy source. It was only within these days that an emperor died. All the killings seemed to be the same, but they also seem to have been planned. Thousands of thoughts. I am afraid that even the real Wuyang emperor can hardly find out the complexity of this situation. But the only thing up to now, Jin Wushuang can be sure that Zhang Ying will never be with those 7 swordsmen. She is like a ghost, with a very close purpose. Once she succeeds, she disappears completely without a trace. But if it's really not a gang, it's too coincidental to start working on the sun's ink on the same night. Today, only one of the 7 swordsmen died, that is, the heroic woman dressed as a man, who had hung on the walls of the Sand Devil Cave together, but it has long disappeared. I am afraid that only by finding her can I ask what happened in Baishengxianzhu. The Silver Bell Mother with the sky-shaped bone armor, the heroic woman left by the 7 swordsmen, Zhang Ying who cut off the ink head of the sun. Now these 3 have disappeared, adding a bit of mystery to the already destroyed North Heavenly State. Even if the surface of the water is calm, no one knows what kind of undercurrent is under the surface of the water. When I came, only Chen Qing and Chuanxia were around me. When I returned, there were more Qing and Cuijing around me. For the 2 guys who stayed beside him, Jin Wushuang didn't know how to express his position, but could only wait and see. At this time, they are deep in the void, and countless heavenly planes are dotted in the world like stars. However, these are only in Desiyu. For the entire unknown Dayanhuan, it is just a drop in the ocean and unimaginable. After simple thinking, Jin Wushuang decided to return to the 6th heaven realm. In any case, it is also the place where he is currently located, and the place closest to Desiyu to Gaoshanting, and perhaps more ancient secrets can be obtained. Jin Wushuang had already made a decision in his heart. After returning to the 6th-day realm and refinishing, he tried his best to search for the whereabouts of the Silver Bell Mother. Then go to the so-called celestial world of heaven and see if you can resolve your own causation and mass murder. For the unknown heavenly Buddha realm, Jin Wushuang in the Ming and Ming feels that it will never be simple. The 2 great Yin-Xian in the same air and the silence are too murderous, and there is still the enlightenment of the monk. Perhaps there should be more monks like empty wheels in the heavenly Buddha realm. Jin Wushuang secretly said in his heart. 5 figures shuttle through the void and continue to fly towards the vast void. When he arrived, he shattered the snow on his shoulders, and the world was bold. At the end of the day, there was nothing in both hands, but it seemed like 1,000 pieces, silent and silent. The people who have already achieved the position of Yin-Xian have evaded all common things, but with the barrel of Qin-Qing, they are destined to return home and do not know so calm. Cui Jing's eyes lit up before him with all kinds of pleadings, and had the same smell. Eventually, Jin Wushuang was persuaded, then stopped at a plane with plenty of energy and rested to drink. This azimuthal celestial field is vast and has dozens of continental distributions. It can also be regarded as a super-celestial field in this large division. Moreover, Yin-Xian in the past is not a rare sight. There are Yin-Xian who still breaks down the red dust, just like Qin-Qing. The lower realm is accompanied by wine. But Yin-Xian is a minority after all, not even the top repair. Going down to Fengtianyu, I randomly found a restaurant on the mainland, and these 5 figures entered it. An altar was aged and served in turn, with more than 100,000 caddies of liquor. Cui Jing, who shares the smell of Qin-Qing, started to shove wine with each other. Jin Wushuang, holding a pot of exquisite binaural hip flask in one hand, sat against the window and looked deep into the street outside the window, wondering what he was thinking about. Di Qing, who is not interested in these old brews, is secretly looking at the guy sitting opposite. Di Qing always felt that he carried a lot of secrets in his body, but he was very clear and clean, and there was an indescribable contradiction. Take care of him. The 6 crows of Heavenly Emperor have the hand. I will not be too late. Di Qing thought so, and then looked leisurely out the window. He has no idea how many years have been quiet on the hibiscus tree. He is full of curiosity about everything. If it is not bound by the sword, he may not be able to wait for it. He wants to destroy several heavens and have fun. At the time of the people's laziness, there were a lot of streets that had been repaired, and the sky was completely dark. Boom! Several extremely powerful breaths, such as the dark clouds covering the top, dispersed and fell. Chapter 4804. For a time, within tens of thousands of miles, all the top repairs were silent. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly, then waved his hand, and Yanli enchantment protected the whole restaurant. Boom! The sound of the earth being torn. Then the pavilions overturned and shattered. In the very center of this violent martyrdom, only a restaurant stood upright and did not even suffer any damage. Cui Jing, who was fighting for wine, shuddered at the sight of the outside scene, but saw the sword Wushuang sitting against the window, still lazy. So he settled inexplicably and continued to drink. Brother Jian, do you need me to investigate? Chuanqiu whispered, ready to fight. Jian Wushuang heard the words and shook his head. No, the troublemaking guys are here. As his words fell, a heavy object fell to the ground. Run! Why didn't you run? The thunderous roar sounded. Outside the broken street, two skinny bodies fell into the gravel. A yin xian, like an angry king, stepped the two figures into the ground with bare feet. An uncontrollable mumble rang. Behind this yin xian, there are 5 yin xian, all with a dark face. Damn miscellaneous things. Can't you run well? Withdrawing his feet, the Vajra-like yin xian took a grip in the air and held the thin neck directly, lifting him from the ground. The broken hair stained with mud covered his face, but he couldn't hide his pain. The thick blood flowed down the wound on his skin. Brother, I'm scared. Another leaner figure lay on the ground, hands helplessly shoving away the gravel, seeming to want to stand up. The skinny figure strangled by the neck, slowly and calmly. A pair of bloodshot eyes was lost. Let my brother leave and I will follow you. The King Kong-like Yinxian heard it as if he heard the most ridiculous joke, and said with a grin, You are so miscellaneous, and dare to talk to the conditions of this forum? Go back with this seat. No one can escape. At the end of the conversation, his other big hand, like twisting an ant, carried these two thin bodies in his hands. You are so miscellaneous, only for medicine. The thin figure heard this sentence, and the original godless eyes suddenly froze, and then, like a beast, opened his mouth directly to the ear of Yin Xian like the diamond. Boom! A slap in his face smashed into his face, and blood poured directly from Qiqiao, and he passed out in a flash. The King Kong-like Yin Xian disdainfully smiled, and then raised his hand to pick up another figure, and he had to leave. At the next moment, a very cold female voice resounded through the broken earth. Let them go. Jian Wushuang looked at it in a sound, and suddenly a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. It was a woman in a gray shirt who made a cold voice, whose face could not be said to be soft, but she was full of vigor and self-confidence. And this heroic woman is one of the only remaining 7 swordsmen in the troubled North Tiangxianzhu. I saw several faces in Sand Devil's Cave, but I don't know where to go. But now, it is really incredible to see each other in this side of heaven. Jian Wushuang raised her brow slightly, already wanting to see what she was going to do next. After shouting that sentence, the heroic woman was not afraid, and her strong strength had already flowed around her. Carrying a thin figure, Vajrayana stood in place, and then slowly turned back. After he saw that she was a woman, her violent eyes were full. Who am I? It turned out to be a little girl's skin. Yin Xian, like a diamond, threw the 2 figures in his hand directly to Yin Xian behind him, and then rubbed his palms and walked towards her without any taboo. A bit of disgust flashed in the eyes of the heroic woman, and then there was a thunder and a long sword without any signs. Na Yangxian's eyes narrowed, and his subconscious consciousness was able to escape the terrible offensive. But a very long and narrow blood mark almost cut his neck into 2 pieces. It was just this face-to-face room that gave him a heavy blow. This made him furious, and waved his hand down. The sky dome suddenly collapsed, and an invisible giant palm hit the heroic woman. Her brow furrowed, and the whole figure was like a ghost, running at an unimaginable speed to the Vajra-like Yin Xian. The King Kong-like Yin Xian was horrified, and she stepped back and said in a few steps, Crush me! With the explosion, the 5 Yin Xian behind him set off. Gathering the power of 6 Yin Xian, the unmatched Yanli cage appeared, and the terrible trend caused the ground to tear again. The originally fast-moving heroic girl was also affected, as if she were in a quagmire, and she was a bit struggling. With one enemy against 6 Yanxian, even if her strength is at the peak, it is an impossible thing, let alone this state. 6 unmatched strengths lowered, letting her speak directly against the blood. Even if she had the heart, she was unable to return to the sky. Little Nyang Pai actually dared to hurt me. I will ask you today not to survive, not to die. The burst of drink resounded from the mouth of Yin Jing, who was like a diamond, and the chain of Yin Li surged between his palms, and he caught the heroic woman again. But at the next moment, a lazy voice suddenly sounded. It's really noisy. He turned his head subconsciously to the place where the sound was made, but he saw a black urn altar, and it smashed over. Boom! A dull voice sounded, and the fragrant liquor spread out. The urn altar directly tore the combined blows of 6 Yanxian and exploded heavily on Yangxian's face like Vajra. Then, he fell to the ground with his head and simply passed out. It was just a hit, directly made a Yanxian lose his resistance. What kind of avenue is this? Holding a delicate hip flask in one hand and a 3-foot sword in one hand, the sword Wushuang walked slowly, unspeakable free and easy. The 5 Yanxian stepped back at the same time, looking at him with vigilance. The heroic woman covered her heart and slowly backed away, looking at Jian Wushuang's eyes, only shocked and incredible. Who is your excellency? It is best to judge the situation and stop clashing with me from the Huozongzong. We will not blame anything that happened before. One of them, Jingxian Yanxian, though shocked Jian Wushuang's horror, was unkind. After all, in his opinion, even if Jian Wushuang is even more powerful, can it still be defeated by a dozen or 5? But soon, his thoughts were swallowed into his stomach, his eyes glaring to the maximum, because he saw that he had a 4-spirit-like figure, walked out of the restaurant not far away, and stood behind the young man in turn. Chapter 4805. Each figure is like Yuanzhu Yuezhi, full of domineering breath. In particular, that figure was dressed in extravagant clothes, and there were 8 rose feathers in the hair. The breath it exuded was already beyond his imagination. Conflict? Lihuozong? Jian Wushuang looked at him, frowning slightly. Are you also worthy? Suddenly, a flash of humiliation flashed across the faces of the 5 Yanxian. They are proud of the imperial sect gate from the fire sect, across several heavens, and accept the disciples. Although it is nothing in the big division, the top practitioners in the surrounding heaven are all proud of entering the Lihua sect. But at the moment, he was humiliated by the faceless face. That net face Yin Xinxiang endured the plan, and said in a deep voice, You juniors should not be too angry, maybe we will meet again in the future. Jian Wushuang squinted at him, and then shot directly. An unmatched force of strength swept up, and the Yen Xian who was lying on the ground and stunned to death was strangled to become a powder, and no point of Xianyuan was left. All Yen Xian was startled. They never thought Jian Wushuang would kill a Yen Xian without any signs. Leave those 2 boys, I will let you go. Jian Wushuang looked at them softly. Jingmian Yen Xian strongly suppressed the anger in his heart, knowing that he was hit by a hard stubble today, but even if he threw down the 2 thin bodies, he turned and left. The 5 Yanxian, like the 5 streamers, did not intend to leave this side of the sky at all. But the facts are not always as expected. Jian Wushuang raised his hand and threw the real sword to Chen Qing. Chen Qingxin understood, and there was a grin on the corner of his mouth, and his figure disappeared. To cut the grass and eliminate the roots to prevent future troubles, this is his criterion for doing things. But after a while, Tianjiao burst into screams. Jian Wushuang didn't care about those. He carried the hip flask, walked slowly, and finally stopped in front of the 2 thin bodies and crouched down. Look up and look at me, he said softly. The dead fish-like figure moved hard, and then seemed to have exhausted all his strength, lifting his head. Thanks, Master Xie. After uttering this sentence unclearly, he passed out. Shaking his head helplessly, Jian Wushuang stood up and looked at the heroic woman with a complex look not far away. Come here, I have a few questions to ask you. Don't think about running away. You can't run away. With Jian Wushuang's protection, there is only one restaurant left in the mainland. At this moment, in the main hall of the huge restaurant, in front of a round table, sitting in 8 circles, Jian Wushuang sat in the middle, next to him, followed by Di Qing and others. The heroic woman had also been seated, and she glanced at him from time to time. The 2 thin and weak bodies sat opposite Jian Wushuang, with 2 eyes staring straight at the table. Eat, Jian Wushuang said softly. After getting the allowed order, the 2 figures couldn't take care of anything, and swallowed directly. These 2 boys, it seems that Mao hasn't even grown up yet? What are you doing running around? Chen Qing looked at the 2 with some surprise. Jian Wushuang was also a little curious, and the 2 boys at the moment looked really immature. And the faces of the 2 are almost the same, just like twins. Hey brother, it's delicious. The most immature face, and some silly boy holding a plate of dishes in his hand, he smirked. With a determined look, another kid with a slightly thick face nodded incessantly, and then quickly stuffed all kinds of food into his mouth. Such 2 skinny guys ate up a table full of dishes at a rate of wind and clouds. But then there was another dish presented, unlimited for them to eat. Jian Wushuang did not speak, and has been watching the 2 of them with great interest for dinner. Although these 2 boys are not even ancestors, they have some realm foundations and should not be so dependent on food. But looking at their food, it seems like they have never had a full meal. I don't know how long after that, the 2 guys who ate madly finally stopped planning to eat again. I touched my belly subconsciously, and my eyes were firm and thin, and I stood up hurriedly, facing the sword Wushuang archery. Master Chung Fuse, our brothers have never had a full meal. It's the first time today. It's greatly appreciated. Another silly kid looked at his brother with a grin, and then recounted this remarkably. I haven't had a full meal since birth? Chun Qing was slightly surprised. The thin body nodded and said frankly, our 2 brothers are all alone. When we have a memory, we can only rely on each other and make it difficult to eat a full meal. Chun Qing asked again, then you are not honestly staying in your original place. What are you running for? The thin body heard the words and scratched his head. My brother is a fool of wits and chaos. I want to take him to see his brain. Such childish remarks made a few smiles on the scene. Hey, my brother said I'm a fool, I'm a fool. The kid with a stupid gaze grinned again. As his brother said, this kid is indeed a fool who is in a state of chaos. The thin figure scratched his head again, and finally said solemnly, my name is Song Wuxin, and my brother is Song Wuyan. Here I thank several adults for their life-saving grace, which I will never forget. Where are you going to take him for a look? Jian Wushuang looked at him and then asked. The thin figure named Song Wuxin shook his head, and then said, in the place where I lived before, there was a well-informed old monk who said that my brother's brain is innate and unwise, and there is no way to change it. But I don't believe, I want to find a fairy from, and let the fairy see my brother. The fairy in Song Wuxin's mouth is Yin Xian. Looking at his still hopeful look, Jian Wushuang only sighed in his heart. The innate spiritual wisdom is not open, and it is in a state of chaos, that is to say, such a life should not appear, but it was born because of various opportunities. It is a pure white paper. This blank piece of paper that shouldn't have been born is innately missing, and I am afraid it is difficult to make up. Even if it is supplemented with some kind of supreme secret method, it will cover the original memory. But at least for now, even the essence of Zhujuan Dianxian is helpless. In the end, Jian Wushuang still said, if I say, the fairy can't heal your brother? Song Wuxin stunned, and his eyes flashed a bit of loss, but soon he grinned again. I can't heal a fairy, then I will look for another fairy, and keep searching until I find a fairy who can cure my brother. Chapter 4806. Jian Wushuang asked again, is it going on without aim? Song Wuxin nodded, yes, I walked straight ahead until I found it, or I couldn't move. Are you afraid of death? Chen Qing asked. Song Wuxin grinned again. People like us can earn an extra day, and life and death are things we can consider, not to mention, sometimes death is not necessarily a good thing. Chen Qing immediately shook his head and said, no, 2 fools. The 2 of them, in front of this physique with great strength like a prison, seemed very embarrassed and pinched their clothing corners unwittingly. In the end, Jin Wushuang said, "This journey is not as simple as you think. If you can't even protect yourself with the easiest way, your end will never be better than today. If you didn't wait for me, you and your brother would have died long ago. Would you still live unharmed until now? If you don't even care about your life, then I advise you not to take your brother to death." Song Wuxin heard Jian Wushuang's words, and he was shocked, but then a bit of bitterness appeared in his eyes. "I also want to take him to live, but my natural talent is dull, and the control of Yinli is so weak that I can't cope with the possible crisis." Jian Wushuang said softly, "Since the talent is insufficient, it will have to be compensated by the acquired day, or changed in other ways." "You, practicing sword?" Song Wuxin listened and hurriedly took down the short sword like a burning stick in his waist. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "I am not particularly proficient in kendo. This sword was picked up by me earlier to act as a defensive role." Of Jian Wushuang raised his hand to fetch the short sword, pulled out the scabbard. The blade was worn out. "I am afraid that some spirit beasts in ordinary heavens may not be able to kill. Just throw this sword," he said without looking up, then looked at Chuanxiu. "Chuanxiu, see if there is any real sword." Chuanxiu nodded and began to rummage through the ring quickly. Chen Qing, Chuanxiu, and Cui Jing were in that former heaven, almost looting all the heavenly treasures of the 6 Crow Emperors, and they were almost filled with a whole ring. Soon, Chuanxiu took out a real sword without a sheath and a black sword body directly from Neji, and handed it to Jian Wushuang. "The real sword is warm and does not appear cold. The sword body is completely black. Only the seal of the sword is carved with the word Tianji. It is a true treasure that is not weaker than Chan Qingpai's sword." Next, then Jian Wushuang directly threw the real sword named Tianji to Song Wuxin. He was shocked. Even if he was dumb and knew the weight of the real sword in his hand, he could not speak for a while. "If you want to cure him, you have to make yourself strong." Jian Wushuang looked at him, his eyes gleaming with a golden awe. Song Wuxin swallowed his throat and embraced the real sword tightly with his arms. Since then, for 7 consecutive days, no one has left this heaven. The reason is that Jian Wushuang has always taught Song Wuxin the most basic sword style and comprehend the sword meaning. "Brother Chuanxiu, I thought Brother Sword was a stranger, but now it seems to be approachable. You said I would ask him any questions about the realm. Would he tell me?" Above the eaves of the restaurant, Chuanxiu glanced at Cui Jing and smiled. "This kind of problem will naturally tell you that you will know when you get along for a long time. In fact, Brother Jian is not a person who is too cold and takes care of the people around him." Cui nodded, looking thoughtfully at the one that just stood, with a striking figure, and the light deeper in his eyes became firmer. 7 days, but flashed away. He opened his eyes slowly when the thin body gradually swelled with mist. "Let's go," Jian Wushuang said concisely, and after speaking the word, he turned to prepare to leave. With a thump, Song Wuxin knelt on the ground, facing his back, knocking heavily on more than 10 loud heads. With a stupid look, Song Wuyan, who only knew how to laugh, saw his brother kneel and hurriedly knelt down, also knocking more than 10 loud heads. "Adult, I have spent half of my life in Song Wuxin, and others have never granted me half of the favor, which has caused my brother all the hardships. But today, by the grace of a meal, the grace of a sword, the grace of a thought, Song Wuxin has nothing to offer. I hereby swear that for 10,000 years, no matter what the result will be, I will rush to the adults." Mingtian. Jian Wushuang did not look back, but released Yanli Qingfeng to hold up his brother. "Don't think too much. The reason why I do this is purely because of a whim, not asking for anything in return. As for you, let's live and talk." At the end of the sentence, Jian Wushuang's figure stopped again and walked away slowly. Song Wuxin went forward a few subconsciously, but eventually stopped at the same place and stopped moving forward. Then he leaned back and picked up Song Wuyan, skimming towards the corner of the sky. Although staying in this heaven for 10 days, but a moment. In between, the heroic woman had to recover from the injury after a little recovery. But with the guards of the Qing dynasty, Chen Qing and others, she could not finally escape her. "Let's talk." Why did you go to Bai Shangxianzu? Sword asked calmly without carrying both hands. The heroic woman's face was cold, but inexplicable anger appeared in her eyes. You'd better answer honestly, otherwise your ending will not be much better than the previous Yanxian. Chun Qing threatened coldly. The heroic woman snorted softly, even when confronted by Jian Wushuang. Yi Qing and others were not afraid. If you want to start as soon as possible, why bother to talk more? This is not like your style a while ago. As soon as these words came out, Yu read books www.ukanshu.com. Jian Wushuang frowned. You answered truthfully. I will let you go once. Are you 7 swordsmen, going to the northern Tiangxianzu? Is the town killing the sun? She sneered. Don't you think you're quite stupid about asking? Do you think I will answer? His mother, I must give you a lesson. Chun Qing exasperated, raising her hand to teach her. But immediately, Jian Wushuang stopped Chun Qing and looked at her. It is not of interest to me if your purpose is to kill the Sun Mo, but I am interested in the kind of forces behind you. To the point, it will aim to assassinate the emperor. The heroic woman was shocked and flashed in a panic. You can go. Jian Wushuang opened her mouth and then signaled that she could go. She was stunned and apparently didn't expect him to let her go so easily. But the heroic woman did not hesitate too much, and she was ready to leave in a flash. Chapter 4807. Just as her body was about to leave, a voice put her back in place. Jian Wushuang suddenly realized something and said, Have you ever seen a girl with bells on her body? As soon as the words came out, there was a flash of anger in the eyes of the heroic woman. Isn't that with you? Have you seen her? Jian Wushuang asked. I've seen it. She gave me a dead hand not long ago, thinking I was dead, and disappeared after taking my things. Jian Wushuang only felt like a drum in his heart. Where did you go? This time, she didn't stay any longer, and her figure disappeared. It's a matter of the sky-shaped bone armor. Jian Wushuang can't calm down. Just as he was about to catch up, a subtle but clear voice rang in his ears. Demi Tian. The 3 words were imprinted on Jian Wushuang's mind, making him frown. Another unknown place. And is the silver bell, which bears the bone armor of the sky pattern, really there? In this vast domain, trying to find a person aimlessly is a delusion. But with a possible location, all goals are shortened. Although he was not sure whether the heroic woman's words were true, Jian Wushuang had already made a decision in his heart and went to the so-called Dami Tiantan. After all, the sky-shaped bone armor in Yin Ling's hand is extremely important to him. In this endless study of the great world, so far, the sky-shaped bone armor is the closest thing to Xian Yi, and it is likely to hide a big secret. So he must collect these bone armor as much as possible. After making up his mind, Jian Wushuang did not stay here, and immediately carried everyone back to the 6-day realm. The great division developed by the Emperor Zhenliang, after many years of hard work, has swallowed several emperors in the ancient era, and their territory has become too vast, and I am afraid that there are few emperors' territory that can be used with it. Compared, even if Yinxian shuttles in the sky, it is quite a time-consuming thing. As a result, there are some magic circles between some super-celestial fields, and they can reach the designated place through the connection of Xianwenyan. However, this kind of magic circle has the disadvantage of being unstable, so it is rarely used by Yinxian, and honestly rely on its own strength to travel. After several years, the familiar 6-day realm came into Jian Wushuang's eyes. He looked back at the 4 godlike figures behind him, and then stepped into the realm of 6 days. Perhaps it was through the great changes in the Northern Celestial State, and the Northern Celestial State under the control of the Little Emperor was completely wiped out, and there was almost no vitality. Looking at the direction of Degushan, Jian Wushuang hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to return to Xiaogushan first. But when he entered Xiaogushan, Xiaodigen was surrounded by the thin purple robe, and it seemed that he had been waiting for a long time and greeted him directly. Swordmaster, Xiaodigen has been waiting for you for a long time, and come with me. He nodded toward Jian Wushuang, and then led forward. A line of 5 figures ran towards the most central hall of Xiaogushan. When the cloud and mist disappeared, Jian Wushuang's figure came to the front of the hall, and his eyes also looked at the square in front of the main hall. There, He sat cross-legged in a thin figure. Seemingly, the pale emperor, pale to the extreme, opened his eyes, and after seeing Jian Wushuang, he stood up directly to meet. But he hadn't walked 2 steps before falling back on the ground again. The thin purple robe hurriedly helped him up. "Brother Jian, I know you will come back," he said weakly. Jian Wushuang nodded. "Are you all right?" The little emperor shook his head. "It's okay. The whip is getting too much. It's all skin trauma." The thin purple robe added on the side. The emperor's anger was thoroughly investigated because of the matter of the 5 emperors, and the other emperors were lashed out for thousands of sticks for various reasons. The little emperor looked at him and whispered, "Brother Jian, the son is dead?" Jian Wushuang nodded silently. "I know. I was there at the time." He was slightly startled. "Brother Jian, who knows who killed him?" Jian Wushuang said, "I never knew that it was a mysterious person who broke the fairy source of the Sunamo. Brother Jian, can you find the sky-shaped bone armor you need?" Jian Wushuang shook his head. The clue disappeared again. "Don't say this. You go all the way and rest in the advanced palace," Xiao Dijuan said, and then looked at the 2 strange figures behind Jian Wushuang. "What are these 2? "It's 2 like-minded friends I met on the road, temporarily living next to me." The little emperor asked no more, and then led Jian Wushuang to the palace. The death of Gongzi Mo has so far left most of the major divisions in a dignified atmosphere. Although the emperor has not carried out a thorough investigation, I am afraid that for a long period of time, there will not be peace between the various heavens. Sitting next to Jian Wushuang, Xiao Dijuan analyzed, "Brother Jian, if the news or clues of the sky-shaped bone armor are interrupted, it is better to sit back and spend this period of time, the safest." What Xiao Dijuan said is not false. This time, all the way back to the 6th heaven realm, the atmosphere between the various heaven realms is already dignified, and there is a feeling of undercurrent surging. But Jian Wushuang couldn't wait. Once Yinling left the so-called demission, the clue of the word pattern bone armor that day was really broken. He has decided that after a period of rest, he will go to demission to find Yinling. The voice of the little emperor sounded. "Shortly after the death of Prince Mo, our emperor summoned us all to the heavenly court to thoroughly investigate all the news about Master Mo. It was also at that time that there were irresistible rumors that I killed the Sun Zmo, because before the northern celestial state was destroyed, a large number of Montenegro crystals appeared in the northern celestial state www. Till novel. I was lashed out for 4,000 sticks because of this." Jian Wushuang heard the words and moved his heart. He thought of the group of top repairers who sold Heishan Dingjing in Xianzhou when he first entered the northern celestial state. Chuanxiu almost died in the hands of a mysterious Yanxian. The Montenegro crystals flowing in the northern celestial state can already be sure that someone deliberately sells. And this matter can be known by Heaven Court and Jinwu Yang. And there is only one possibility that someone intentionally spread it. The result also clearly achieved its purpose. The spears of the killing of the Sun Mo were all directed at the little emperor. Jian Wushuang did not intend to conceal, but even if he would be in the North Tiangxianzu, he told the little emperor. "That is to say, before you entered the northern celestial state, did anyone else set up a situation that framed this seat? It really is a good deal." The little emperor's eyes were cold, but he was really angry. Chapter 4808. Jian Wushuang nodded. "It is already certain that the guys have done this for a long time. It seems that I can't succeed in killing me, and I've changed hands to kill other emperors," he sneered. "It's really a good plan." The little emperor asked again, "Speaking of it, did you say that the Sun Mo died in the hands of a mysterious woman?" Jian Wushuang nodded, but did not say Zheng Ying's name. Being able to have such energy and simply kill the Sun Mo, Brother Jian may wish to guess, who will these guys send? Xiao Dijuan looked at him with a meaningful meaning. In fact, after the complete destruction of the northern celestial state, he had doubts that he was able to mobilize 2 great Yanxian, 7 extraordinary Yanxian, and the situation that brought disaster to the east. That is the mutual killing between their emperors. Little Emperor smiled. "It seems that you have guessed Brother Jian, but without evidence, no one can guess who is one of our brothers. I just hate it now. Why wasn't the sun dying?" This confusing situation is far from clear in 3 or 2 sentences. let alone the conclusion of the coffin. Otherwise, the heavenly court will find out who the real murderer is. Jin Wushuang does not plan to continue this topic anymore. After all, there is no nutrition. After pondering over and over again, Jin Wushuang still made up his mind and looked at the little emperor said, "Do you know who is the domain of the heavens controlled by who?" Little emperor raised his eyebrows. His face was strange. "Brother Jin, what do you ask about this?" Jin Wushuang said, "Because I heard the news, it is very likely that the sky-shaped bone armor is in the sky." He said in a meaningful way, "This big Mitian, by the way, you must be familiar with it. It is the domain of the jurisdiction of the second emperor. The sun is in charge of the heavenly domain, Damiantion." For a time, Jin Wushuang's brow furrowed slightly. The second emperor of the imperial prince was the one who was defeated by Jin Wushuang in the battle for the peach. In some ways, it would be a headache to have a hostile opponent like a son. Judging from his style of doing things and his determination, the meticulous character is a very difficult opponent. What's more important is that he has endless means. No matter how bright or dark, he can inadvertently injure his opponent. Originally, Jin Wushuang planned to reduce the conflict with him after the dispute between Xiantao, but now he knew that the place where Yinling might go was actually the domain of the master. This is even more tricky. I am afraid that he will appear in the domain of the sun's correction by then, and he will be directly killed. At the same time, Jin Wushuang felt weird. It was clear that Yinling was the woman of the sun's ink. Why did he escape to the heaven of the sun? Look at the heroic woman when she left. It didn't seem to be lying. The news of the sky-shaped bone armor is very likely to be true. Brother Jin, do you plan to go to Damition? No, I disagree. Xiaotajin frowned. In this kind of node, even if you can safely reach Damition, Gongzi Jiao is likely to find it in the first place. You. Once discovered by him, for the holiday between us, I am afraid. Jin Wushuang is also worried about this. Gongzi Jiao is definitely not a good fellow, even terrible. If it is discovered in the so-called demission, it is definitely an endless situation. But he has no retreat. One of the most important reasons why he came to Daanhuan was to find Xian Yi and Lao Zun to unravel the secrets that had bound him. At the same time, there are also secrets about the divine realm of the early days and the divine universe. With the growth of his own realm, he originally thought that there is no secret divine universe, but it is still somewhat secret. Those gods who had seen him in the mournful place for so long did not know how long they existed. Why did they fight? That was like a shocking appearance. Who was the old man who stopped Jin Wushuang when he was going forward? And why did he disappear in the end? And that one of the extreme seas, Lao Zun, which does not belong to the divine universe, is silent in the divine universe. The most important point is what kind of existence of divine power, and whether the universe he once was a reincarnation. These are probably only known by finding Xin Yi and Lao Zun. Right now, the sky-shaped bone armor is the only clue that must not be broken. Even if the gigantic ruler is the Emperor Zhenliang, he must go there. I've already thought about it. I have to go to the last one anyway. Jin Wushuang looked at Shouty Jundao. Really? Really go? Then I will go with you anyway this time. Jin Wushuang shook his head. In order to avoid exposure, this time I plan to go forward by myself. But nobody cares for you. Isn't it more dangerous? Xiao Dijuan frowned. Let's talk about it later. I plan to take a break. Jin Wushuang said, but you can't go with me anyway. The problem is even more difficult if it is discovered. Little Emperor knew the benefits, and finally sighed helplessly and got up and patted him on the shoulder. Brother Jin, you have a good rest for a while, then I will discuss some things with you. As the figures of Xiaotajin and others left, Qin Qing, Chuanxiu and others who had been eavesdropping outside the hall flooded into the hall. Brother Sword, are you going to the lousy again? Bring me Qin Qing. Be sure to worry free. Even if the sun corrected me, I must honestly bow my head. Chun Qing grinned excitedly. Chuanxiu immediately said, there is also my brother. I will go with you too. There is a mutual care between each other. Since you all go, then I will follow. Cui Jingfu agreed. Jin Wushuang was helpless. Be quiet first. This time is not like the one in Baishangxian's Hu. I have to deal with the sun's correction, and I am looking for something. not revenge. Chen Qing, your figure is too prominent to go. If I am not wrong, in spring and autumn, there is a condensed source between your eyebrows. It should be promoted to Yinxian soon. Just stay in Ziyushan and break through. At this time, I Ching, who had been silent, said suddenly, this time, let me go with you. Jian Wushuang glanced at him, and it seemed that only Qing Qing was the most suitable candidate. Being Jiuzhuan Dian Immortal, even against ordinary Dian Immortal, is the existence that will easily crush it. With the essence of Qing as a guarantee, I am afraid that only Heaven's court can move him. Then Jian Wushuang nodded, confirming the candidate for this day. Chapter 4809. Under his decision, Chen Qing stayed behind for 6 days. Because Chuanxiu and Cui Jing, after stealing a lot of gems pill sealed by Emperor Liu Yao on the road, they have been promoted to different degrees. Also let him stay behind. This time he went to Demetian under the control of Gongzi Deng. Jian Wushuang only decided to move forward with the meaning of Qing. After making a decision, he went to the square outside the hall to recuperate and recover. Chen Qing and others also set their own interest rates. Since the collapse of the North Heavenly State, the trauma to them has been so heavy that they have not recovered their strength after returning to the 6-day realm. Without the inheritance of the 6 Crow Emperors, Jian Wushuang's strength will certainly not return to its peak. Now, he said that it was nursing and recovery. In fact, he has already begun to investigate the 6 Crow heavenly scripture that was stored in his body and in his consciousness. Di Qing followed behind him incessantly, and the longing that could not be concealed in his eyes almost overflowed. Jian Wushuang shook his head helplessly and did not care about him, and proceeded to explore the 6 crows. Taiqing also became nervous and concentrated, even more tense than him. At this moment, Jian Wushuang, who seemed to be an old monk in his mind, suddenly came slowly. What is your relationship with Gongzi Mo? Ah. Di Qing stunned, then reacted after a while, and said after a moment of contemplation, actually, we are a kind of interest relationship, but it is far from being a friend. After all, we all take what we need. Speaking of which, Di Qing touched his nose a little embarrassedly. He wants my protection, and I want some luck from his emperor. Yongzi Mo's emperor? Xinwu Yang's luck. What to do? Jian Wushuang looked at him. Di Qing did not conceal anything. Every Chinese New Year, Master Z will give me a ray of Emperor Wu Yang's luck for me to understand, but it has little effect. To that mysterious emperor is lucky. Jian Wushuang heard the words and said, is the emperor above the 9-turn Dian Immortal? Di Qing shook his head. Emperor also belongs to the realm of Dian Immortal, but Dian Immortal is by no means equivalent to the emperor, and it can even be said to exist in two completely with the emperor. If you want to become an emperor, you must understand and derive your own emperor's luck. Only then can you create a heavenly court and control the avenues of countless heavens. I've been trapped in Jiuzhuan Dian Immortal for a long time, and I will soon forget the beginning. There was a flash of fatigue in his eyes. If I don't say it, I'm afraid you won't believe it. I'm actually the same era as the Emperor Zhenwu Yang of this big sect. But he realized and derived the emperor's luck during the 5th turn of the Dian Immortal, and I was trapped in the 9th turn, too. Speaking of which, he sighed. After listening to Jian Wushuang, he probably understood a little bit, and said slowly, the practice is the way to the end. The cultivation is only the perception and control of the heavenly path and the luck. This mysterious and profound thing is far from being understood by talent. The only thing I can do is to feel, to be appropriate. Although I said a little empty, but this is the case. Your word, your luck. Maybe one day in the future, it may come to your mind. The meaning was silent. He began to relive the meaning of Jian Wushuang's words, and seemed to be thinking about something. Jian Wushuang no longer speaks much, sinking into contemplation and beginning to conquer the 6 Crow Heavenly Emperor in his consciousness. This 6 Crow Heavenly Emperor text is the last sentiment inheritance of the 6 Crow Emperor. It is absolutely impossible to say that the sword is unparalleled. He has an intuition. Even if he realizes a point, it will be a tremendous change for now. But to realize that this kind of thing is not to invite guests to dinner, as a matter of course, It contains unknown big variables. This is Jian Wushuang's first contact with the Emperor's Avenue, and it is naturally very nervous. In divine consciousness, the six-crow heavenly emperor presents a unique huaza, which gives life a sense of awe and pilgrimage, and reveals a breath of antiquity. Jian Wushuang was transformed into a fictitious form, walking in the sky of his consciousness. After nearly 10 million years of practice, he has gradually grown from the end of the day to the present, and his consciousness has already reached perfection when he was at the ancestor level, becoming a sea of ever-changing sky. In his vast, immense consciousness, he can go to the corner where he wants to go in a flash. The six-crow heavenly scripture occupied more than half of the space in his consciousness, resembling a flying bird sleeping in the clouds. And the closer to the realization, an unbearable blaze swept through, burning all the clothes worn by Jian Wushuang's phantom, exposing a solid chest. After his arm, which was cut off by Emperor Six Crow, was remodeled, a terrible breath flowed under the skin of the entire arm, as if dark blue blood was flowing. At the same time, Jian Wushuang also felt that in the divine universe, the blood of the ancestor and phoenix left by Feng Qi, the ancestor of the Feng ancestor Feng Qi, had become full from the original decline. Everything seems to be done by the figurative six-crow heavenly emperor. Jian Wushuang was naked with his chest, and the long hair tied behind him broke through the belt and flew in the air, and the sacred lines of the gods flowed in the hair. He walked slowly, facing the dim cloud that was falling asleep, with a magnificent look, and reached out with a finger. In an instant, the mountains and seas were wiped out, and the sun was dying, and the entire sky of consciousness set off an immense momentum. Then the misty cloud became a bird. The dark cyan bird has a hexagonal head. Each corner is a different color, magnificent and mysterious. It opened its eyes, and the pure golden pupil seemed to see Jian Wushuang through. The eyes are opposite, as if separated by a whole period of time, with a barren, ancient silence, making him unbearable. He feels that every cell and pore in his body is under a heavy load, and he can't bear to fall apart. Go home. This is not the luck you can control today. You can have it only when the sea is full of dust and the catastrophe is coming. The bird with a hexagonal head and billions of rose feathers, looking at Jian Wushuang, said the truth. At the moment, Jian Wushuang, who is suffering, can't speak. He can't move at all and can't move. His whole body is completely captured by that kind of breath. A whiff of sensation of breath, like nothing, wanted to get into his body desperately. At this moment, he just couldn't run. Chapter 48:10. That is, at the same time, Jian Wushuang's real body suddenly showed an unimaginable and terrifying luck. The truth of sitting and thinking hard next to him was startled. Then Qing came back to his eyes, and his eyes were extremely hot. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's body was surging with an unknown breath. It was very breathtaking, and it was exactly the same breath as the six-crow emperor in the former heavenly court. I Ching was suppressing his inner restlessness, but soon his heart forced him to extend his hand to Jian Wushuang. With only one breath, just one breath, he murmured, and then leaned close to Jian Wushuang's real body. At the next moment, he looked blue and purple instantly, only to realize that the true power in the meridian inside the body was ingested by some unknown power. At the same time, his meridians couldn't bear that kind of tearing and collapsed. As a 9-turned-day fairy, almost at the top of the fairy body, can't bear this power, then this power can only be the breath of the emperor. Jian Wushuang, wake up soon. Di Qing hissed, and blood was pouring from his pores. Sword Wushuang in his own consciousness is also suffering at the moment. He is completely unable to control himself, and can only let all kinds of breath flow into his body. The flying bird with a hexagonal head couldn't calm down either. A pair of golden eyes shot directly out of Huang Jinwei, instantly cutting off the weird suction on Jian Wushuang's true shadow. Then the flying bird opened his beak and spit out the prestige, and expelled him directly out of the consciousness. After the sword Wushuang's real shadow completely disappeared, the flying bird relapsed into silence, and the streamer emitted by the six-crow heavenly characters slowly circulated. Out of the sky, Jian Wushuang violently opened his eyes and swallowed one's strength. He only felt the pain of the tears of the mind, and then passed out. The meaning around him, the breath has already languished to the extreme. Bitter, bitter me. The coma took a full year to wake up. Originally thinking that Wuji Wushuang would wake up afterwards, and did not find any harm to himself. Instead, he was full of strength, and the realm was firmly at the peak of Yinxian. It's just that the clear breath around him is a bit weak, like the stage of slow recovery and slow recovery. Jian Wushuang didn't care. Since the six-raven heavenly emperor was not something he could touch today, he wouldn't touch it, but set about preparing to go to demission. Are you okay? How did you make this look? He curious as he looked at the faint breath. Di Qing shook his head again and again. I'm fine. I just suffered a little injury. Jian Wushuang nodded, no longer asked, prepared for the next few days. In the spring and autumn period, 1,000 pieces were screened, and the peculiar pill, which was collected by Emperor Liu Yao, was put into the Neji and handed to him. Brother Jian, you must bring these. All of them are selected by the three of us in the collection, and each one has a magic effect. Jian Wushuang nodded and took it, and the Dimitri where the young sun corrected was bound to be 100 times more dangerous than the northern heavenly state of the young sun. According to the sun's calm and cautious temper, I am afraid that the entire sky is like an iron barrel. These rare pill treasures collected by Emperor Six Crow may play a key role at a certain node. And Brother Jian, since we cannot follow you to that big sky this time, we will not be idle. Chuanxiu, Qin Qing, and Cui Jing followed the words of Jian Wushuang. The three of us intend to set up an auction house outside these 6 days. Auction house? Jian Wushuang heard the words and suddenly couldn't cry or laugh. Why? How many of you still lack money? Can you spin those mountain-like black mountaintop crystals? Chuanxiu heard that and scratched his head. It's just one aspect of opening an auction house in these heavens to sell something. The more important thing is to exchange things for things. The treasures we searched in that heaven were too many, but there are nearly half of the treasures of heaven and earth. Instead of keeping them, it is better to exchange something that can benefit Brother Jian. The best of all, Jian Wushuang only understood this when he heard this. The auction house that Chuanxiu, Qin Qing, and Cui Jing wanted to set up was all prepared for themselves. Even if they shook their heads, spring and autumn, I have no opinion about setting up an auction house. But be sure not to take out too many treasures at once to avoid contaminating some unnecessary troubles. Also, you don't have to be the treasure that you can get for anything for your own sake. You only need to use it for yourself. Improving your own strength is the top priority. Chen Qing grinned, Brother Sword. You can rest assured. This time the auction house was built by me personally, without relying on any one of the heavens. Then I will call some old brothers to station. Even if the real Wuyang Emperor came, I have to honestly pay me a head fee. Chuanxiu also smiled, adding, Brother Jian, anyway, you will be the master behind our auction houses in the future. Jian Wushuang couldn't cry or laugh. It's up to you to do everything. After 10 days, Jian Wushuang ran to Demi Tian with Yi Qing. As he was about to leave the 6-day realm, the little emperor gave him a gold and jade bicolor ring. Then he told him, Brother Jian, you have to remember that Domitian is no better than the northern celestial state, and Gongzigio has always had the heart of a male, and his means are also 100 times stronger than that of Gongzimo. I also heard that he has the presence of Dian Immortal under his seat. Even if the situation is urgent, you must not fight him in Dei Tian. Jian Wushuang took the ring and nodded. Okay, I remember. The little emperor stepped forward again and said in a deep voice, if Brother Jian has any trouble in Dami, I will inevitably be buried with my son. Jian Wushuang was slightly uncomfortable, and then said, relax, I will be fine, and I will come back when I find something. The little emperor nodded and said, when that ring is key has a great effect, and it should not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. He nodded, and then carried the meaning of Qing, turning into 2 waves of fright and plunging into the void. Your Highness, we should go back. The thin purple robe bowed his head. The little emperor did not answer. His eyes were dignified, and he said in a long while, Ma'am, who do you think the person next to him will be? I didn't know it, but it must have been in his eyes. It must be not ordinary people. Really? Why do I think he has a very familiar feeling? It's strange. The rapid gang wind wanders in the void, and even the stars can tear. The non-ancestral top repairs across the heavens can cross that gang wind, and only Yin Xian can resist it for a long time, traveling through the heavens and the world. There are two figures, just like Jing Hong passing through hundreds of millions of voids in a flash, swimming in boundless territory. These two figures are Jian Wushuang and Qing Qing. Chapter 48:11. Jian Wushuang is completely blind to this entire division. Obviously, Qing Qing is no better than him. Although he was in the same era as Xinliang, he did not know what happened, so that he did not understand the entire big domain. This time, because there was no way to lead Qin Qing, Jian Wushuang only knew the general direction of Damitian, but did not know where the shortcut was. Otherwise, let's try the so-called teleportation fairy array. Jian Wushuang looked at Di Qingdao. Transfer fairy array? Isn't it the formation that Jin Wuyang had built before the annexation war? Di Qing thought for a moment. Yes, I still believe in that kind of fairy array, used to communicate the strength of the various heavens. As long as the immortal pattern is perfect, it can carry nearly 10,000 monks. Jian Wushuang nodded. Let's try it. In order to hide his whereabouts and not be suspected by others, he has been traversing rapidly from the six-day realm to nearly half a year. He and his two talents came to a remote realm that had a fairy array. Looking at the more than 10 famous practitioners who were stationed in the immortal array, who were sleeping soundly, Jian Wushuang stomped the void with his feet, and suddenly the momentum was lifted, and the more than 10 famous practitioners were all lifted up. Who? The gray-faced man awakened from the void, and a leading young man shouted, "Hey, boy, where can you reach this fairy array?" Di Qing asked in a deep voice. Because the facial features of Di Qing are too three-dimensional, even if you don't need to release the power, you only need to frown your brows to reveal a terrible momentum. The top practitioners who had planned to rely on more people to suppress him were also inexplicably honest. Seeing Jian Wushuang, he directly reached over and threw a small bag of Montenegro top crystal. The leading young man's eyes were suddenly glorious, and all his previous unpleasant faces disappeared. Good Lord, our Shanghai Immortal Array was built by the Dian Immortal under the seat of the Emperor Wuyang, and has an ancient history. You can go wherever you go. There are heavens in the way, Tianyi Tian, Luohai Tianyu, and Qing Qing Tianyu. Looking at the young man with the same name as the top chef, stop. You can say if you can reach Shanghuang Tianyu. Shanghuang Tianyu is a heaven close to Domitian without any association. During this trip, Jian Wushuang asked Xiaotajin and others first, so he became familiar with it. Shanghuang Tianyu, that hasn't been a place where monks have been to in a long time. There was a reminder of a short stature repair, but he was quickly glared back by the young top repairer. Then young Dingxiu quickly put the top of the Black Mountain into his arms, and then nodded. I can go. Of course when I am. The two adults are at ease, standing in the middle of the fairy array, and they will arrive as soon as they open their eyes. Jian Wushuang and I Ching looked at each other, and then walked towards that fairy array. The fairy array approached the sky in the form of eyes, condensing in the void, emitting an ancient halo. In the eyes of this fairy array, there are nearly 100 thick fairy lines flowing, which is not bad. Two adults, stand firm. The young man led by the head shook his arms, and suddenly a strong force turned into a stream of light and poured into the fairy array. Combined with the strength of the top 10 repairs, this ancient immortal array rotates, and between the immortal patterns, the figures of Jian Wushuang and Di Qing disappeared directly. Who? The young man breathed heavily. Boss, I am afraid that this magic circle is going to go up and down a bit, and the Xianwen should not be able to support it, said the little Dingxiu again, and there was a worry in his eyebrows. The young man Dingxiu immediately said, Nonsense, I am sure I can't reach the wasteland. The fairy patterns of the fairy array are broken in half, and can they be sent that far? If that fairy array breaks up halfway, I am afraid they will all be hit hard. I had expected that I would throw them into the nearest sky in advance. They can't stand it. At most, they will get lost. And looking at the appearance of the two of them, I certainly don't know that Shanghuang is in a mysterious place. Without earning them, I will have trouble sleeping and sleeping. As the stream of light in front of them disappeared, the two people stood in a pretty mysterious landscape. It's so fast? It doesn't seem to even have 10 breaths. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. This fairy array was too fast. Di Qing is also a bit surprised. At such a speed, it is really good. Jian Wushuang returned to his mind and looked at this energetic, mysterious mountain forest with some wonder. According to Little Emperor, the wilderness near Dami can be regarded as a rough place. Endless flying sand and stones, and bad weather, even if Yanxian is not willing to stay. It was the main battlefield where the Emperor Xinliang fought against another emperor. The power of the emperor turned the entire heaven into nothingness. In the end, Zhen Wuyang, who won the battle, reconstructed the celestial realm and named it a wasteland. However, the heaven at the moment is completely different from the Shanghuang described in Shouty Junkus' mouth, and there are even two kinds of existence. Is this really a wasteland? Jian Wushuang was a little puzzled, but naturally no one could answer him, because Di Qing was also in a daze. It seems that the environment here is quite good, and there should be a top repair or Yanxian living. Find the monk and ask first. Jian Wushuang made up his mind in his heart, and then asked the way forward. The mountains and rivers of Sai live together, and the water and grass are luxuriant. As Jian Wushuang searched for the monk's trail 1,000,000 miles away, the clouds of the heavenly sky suddenly forced her to become dark. At the same time, the mountain forest that was originally like a fairyland was suddenly dimmed by the change of clouds, and the cold wind burst. What's the situation? Jian Wushuang frowned, then signaled to Qing Qing to hide his breath together. Soon after they concealed their breath, strange smiles resounded from Shino, and finally gathered in the forest. Jia. With this weird smile resounding a few moments later, from this forest, more than a dozen strange shapes appeared from far and near. Each of these weird physiques is tall and sturdy, each of which is a few feet tall, with an ugly face, black body, eyes and thick canine valgus at the same time, quite like a skinned monkey. These more than 10 ugly faces are all jumping forward. Even if they are ugly, they cannot stop the smiles on their faces. If you look carefully, the reason why these ugly figures jump forward is because in the middle of them, a flower sedan is carried. Hua Hongyin Hong was so dripping with blood that it seemed weird in the dark forest. Jian Wushuang, who completely concealed his breath, saw this scene, frowning slightly, and then looked at Qing Qing. The purpose of Qing Xin is to grasp the spirit, and even if you want to release the momentum of the power. At this moment, a seemingly struggling whimper rang through the sedan chair. Chapter 48:12. The whimper was obviously made by the woman, and the sound of kicking and shaking shook the entire sedan chair. But those ugly and giant-looking figures didn't care, and continued to leap forward happily. Help, Wu. A murky voice was heard through the sedan chair. Rushing relatives? Jian Wushuang looked at those ugly bodies, frowning slightly. I'm going to kill it directly, and I will find out later. Di Qing said. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, and he saw it the first time that these ugly forms were not good, and the special power that overflowed was neither like the strength, but with a certain uncomfortable atmosphere. Immediately, I Ching stretched out his hand, and the irresistible force directly stirred up. The dark forests of Shino are bright under the impact of guilt-like diffusivity, and even the gloomy sky is clear. The more than 10 ugly forms that were only the ancestral level of top cultivation realm, how could they resist the dynamism of Di Qing? They did not even react, they were directly burned into green smoke. The sedan fell to the ground with a thud, and fell silent. Jian Wushuang and Di Qing immediately revealed their bodies from the forest, just as they were preparing to take a step forward. Those ugly bodies that were directly burned into blue smoke, like sand gathering into towers, condensed from the ground. They were puzzled, and all scratched their heads, and then stared at the bronze bell with their big eyes searching around, just in sight of the two who appeared to be in shape. For a time, all the ugly bodies screamed violently. The thick, long canine teeth that had turned outwards became several times longer, and together with the body of more than a few feet, they began to linger with a dark breath. They were furious and strode forward to smash both Jian Wushuang and Di Qing. But Jian Wushuang didn't look at them or look at them. He stretched a finger forward, and the heavy strength like mountains and seas overflowed from his fingers, turning into thousands of magnificent horses, strangling them all. Strange, why didn't I just destroy them just now? Di Qing was puzzled. Jian Wushuang just wanted to speak, but found that the ground was ringing again, and saw a plume of black smoke spreading from the ground, gathering sand into a tower, and transformed into more than 10 ugly forms. 12 forms, but none of them were small. You know, the blow that Jian Wushuang just made was enough to make Yin Xian unable to lift his head, but it did not affect them at all. The 12 ugly physiques were even more violent, and they rushed in with terrifying fervor. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows were slightly frowned, and he pointed out again with one finger, and the force of force was several times more terrifying than before, and they were twisted into pieces again, without even a little breath. What are these things, which is harder to kill than Yin Xian? Di Qing also frowned. Although these guys were so unbearable, the resurrection one after another made him both curious. Unsurprisingly, the 12 ugly bodies once again condensed, but this time the body became a little darker. At this moment, a head came out of the curtain of the sedan chair, spit out the red thread in his mouth, and shouted angrily, "They are all nightmares. You can't kill them. Hurry and escape." Nightmare? Interesting. Jian Wushuang smiled and had already come up with a countermeasure. This time, he no longer directly killed, but released Yanli into a side cage to trap the 12 bodies in it, constantly pulling away and consuming these guys. The so-called nightmare is a kind of extremely special energy. Their birth is even without substance, because it is conceived by people in their deep sleep, and only exists on the basis of a certain mysterious medium. This is why Jian Wushuang and Di Qing failed to kill them before. However, Jian Wushuang also saw that their energy was still limited. As long as they trapped them, their nightmare would naturally dissipate. Sure enough, the nightmares trapped in Yanli's cage were even more bleak, and they kept repeating the reciprocating movement, which was no longer alive. And the girl who was showing her head out of the flower sedan was very bright when she saw so many nightmares being killed by the town. Although her hands and feet were by the red rope, she jumped forward, rushed out of the sedan chair, and fell heavily on the ground. Ouch! She had a pain, frowning slightly, and her thin lips pursed. Jian Wushuang and Di Qing looked at each other and then walked towards her. It is said that it is the most magnificent day for women to marry makeup. Right now this woman is even more so. She is wearing a bright red Shoha suit. Her eyebrows are like distant mountains, and her lips are like dots. Although she has blush on her cheeks, she still can't hide her heroism. In particular, there is a sesame mole on the corner of the mouth, which is even more lively and flexible. As soon as they saw her approaching, she nodded in excitement. "Girl, is this place called Shanghuang?" asked Shouwu Mushuang, and waved away the red string from her. The girl watched Jian Wushuang's eyes flashing, and quickly gave a gift. The little girl thanked the adult for help. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and asked the question just now. "Shanghuang? But here is Qingzhou." The girl said a little puzzled. "Qingzhou, what is this place? Is it a state capital in Shanghuang?" He and Di Qing glanced at each other, and there was a kind of intuition in their hearts. They seemed to be pitted. It was urgent to ask the woman for a moment, and finally came to a real conclusion. They were really pitted. And the woman at the moment is not an ordinary woman, but the only daughter of Qingzhou's largest sect, who has visited several heavens earlier and naturally knows the names of some heavens. The realm where Jian Wushuang and Di Qing are located at the moment is actually called the Qingyu, and the wilderness that is close to the big sky is basically the two heavens. Damn things, dare to tease this seat. Di Qing angry, terrible Yanli escaped. Well, is a big deal. We will find it again. It won't take long. Jian Wushuang relieved him. The girl's dexterous eyes rolled around and then looked at Jian Wushuang. "Master, are you going to the wasteland?" Jian Wushuang nodded without concealing himself. "That's great. I just knew." She hadn't finished her words yet, and the surrounding mountains and rivers shook suddenly. The earth was torn, the mountains collapsed, and the whole world was ruined. At the same time, the sky dome dimmed, and neither of his eyes could see the palm of his hand. The girl's complexion changed suddenly. It's Demon Venerable, Nightmare Demon Venerable is here. As her words fell, it seemed that there was some unnamed repression from the sky dome, which quickly swallowed and covered everything. The thick old wood can't bear the pressure, and the large area is fragmented. Chapter 48:13. It seemed that there was something asleep forever. Along with the shattered canopy of the canopy, it revealed that a gloomy sky was revealed. At the same time, there were bursts of whimpers resounding in Shino. Sir, let's go quickly. This deity respects the monk's mind and has the most intellectual power. If he is not careful, he will become his slavery. In the haze, the girl in the red Shioha suit hurriedly urged, I know where the road is. Please ask the two adults to leave with me. Jian Wushuang stood still in his place, his eyes turned to the sky. That special and thick breath was like a big man, trapping all three of them in it, blocking all the way. After that, 2 rounds of giant eyes like Qinghui Haoyue appeared, clean and clear enough to reflect the traces of everything. A few moments later, those 2 rounds of giant eyeballs suddenly produced hundreds of millions of black silk threads, which eventually condensed into a weird phantom at the end of the silk thread. The phantom is very hazy, as if it is formed by the amalgamation of various unknown substances, and it looks very strange. It is backed by those 2 huge and clear eye wheels, like 2 round wings. Such a so-called demon venerable. The strength of the realm is actually just a realm of immortality, and Jianwushuang is naturally not afraid. Things that pretend to be fooled by ghosts can't be put on the table. Jian Wushuang's mood was already bad, and he released Yin Li directly, and he swung it out with a swish. The all-out blow belonging to the peak of Yin Xian was unreserved and smashed the strange ghost image into the air. The humble servant, Ru, etc., must all surrender to me. Suing confided the truth and faced the blow of the Qing, apparently disdained dodge. At the next moment, an eye-popping scene appeared, and the gas field felt that the virtual shadow that shattered the sky was actually pulled directly from the sky by the slap of Jian Wushuang, and it was slammed into the ground fiercely. Thousands of smoke and dust. The girl was shocked and covered her mouth with one hand. Looking at this scene in disbelief, almost half of Qingji's heavens succumbed, and the trembling nightmare deity was actually caught by the unseen mountain in front of him, except for the handsome young man who looked like a crown jade, and slapped it into the ground? That's the deity of Yinxian realm. Then Jian Wushuang didn't think so. This so-called nightmare demon king, besides encroaching on the general state of mind through some kind of bewitching means, his real body was not even as good as the ordinary Yinxian. Even more unfortunately, Jian Wushuang's consciousness has already reached full consummation when he achieved ancestry in the divine universe, far from being comparable to this nightmare demon. Even if he stood still, letting the deity to nibble at the state of mind, he could only return without success. Naturally, Jian Wushuang is also too lazy to use a means to directly cover it with one palm. The deep black gas on the sky dome quickly dissipated, and 2 giant eye wheels like Hao Yue were also blinded by Di Qing. Humble slave, how dare you, Hao? Without saying a word, Jian Wushuang once again slapped the nightmare demon into the ground. Noisy. Jian Wushuang frowned. It was nothing but a nightmare that engulfed in greed. It was not worthy of him. Now that he knew that this place was not Shanghuang Tianyu, he and I Ching apparently did not intend to stay, turned around and prepared to leave. Adult, please stay. A cry rang out. It was the retention of the girl in Shioha suit. Seeing him looking back, her cheeks were even more ruddy, and she stretched her hands to pull up her sideburn-like broken hair. She looked like a very stiff figure and gave a salute. The little girl washes the pool and thanked the adults for their life-saving grace. Jian Wushuang didn't plan to wait for her to finish, just waved his hand, and he planned to leave. Hello, can you listen to Ben Ant? The little girl finished speaking. The girl named Shikingqi's voice was gentle. I'm aware of the upper wilderness that you mentioned. Jian Wushuang Wanyan paused and looked at her again. Not sure. Do you really know? Shi Qingqi raised his eyebrows proudly. That is, of course. My father is the first suzerain of Qingzhou. The resources in his hands are not countable. At that time, I followed my father to travel to various heavens. He pondered for a moment, and then said, since that is the case, could the girl tell Shanghuang the approximate location? Is it important for you to go to Shanghai? That's right. Well, it's because you saved my aunt. The little girl's life. I decided to take you personally. I don't need it anymore. The journey is dangerous. No, I must be asked to take you there. But it is extremely desolate and secret. Even if I tell you the approximate location, you can't find it. Jian Wushuang and Di Qing looked at each other, and some were unsure. At this moment, the nightmare demon Venerable, who was almost distracted by the two slaps, quietly crawled out of the ground and was ready to escape. Shi Qingqi looked at the truth and hurriedly said, Adult must not let him escape. He is a big harm. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and took a quick move. He immediately ingested the Demon King and exquisitely squeezed it into the size of a projectile. Zikinki was once again shocked by this method. The demon who could resist the chamber with her father was now rubbing up. Let go of the deity, the humble servant. You will regret it. The demon, squeezed into projectile size, jumped like thunder. He seemed to be screaming without fear. When Jian Wushuang was about to twist it out, Shi Qingqi suddenly stretched out two palms and caught his palm. His eyebrows bent into a crescent moon. Master, can you give me this thing? I plan to give it to me. Swallow taper swallowed. Jian Wushuang drew back his palm indifferently. By the way, the Demon King was thrown to her. Thank you, Master, Shi Qingqi said, and then he directly undid the red band that tied his hair, and the projectile-sized Demon King. Are you going to take us to the wasteland? Di Qing interjected and asked. Shi Qingqi nodded again and again. Of course, without my leadership, you will definitely not be able to go to Shanghuang. Then let's leave now? Jian Wushuang said. No hurry. Please go back to the sect gate with me first. I plan to bring some things. Let's go again. Shi Qingqi rode, and then stride in the forest in a big step, reversing the previous little daughter's posture. Go ahead. Hurry up to keep up. It's really troublesome. Sooner or later, they'll catch that thing, and it'll slap my bones. Jian Wushuang shook his head helplessly, and then followed him with the Qing, who was wearing a red Xiohe suit, and washed the pool. Thousands of Xuanqi mountains and rivers were left behind, and the number of monks gathered around the mainland began to increase. Chapter 48:14. It was only half a day before I went to find the elder Zongmen and a group of disciples who came to Zikinki before they appeared. Li Bo, you can be regarded as coming. Shi Qingqimian was sullen. Would you like to come to the Mozen's old den for a while later? Elder Zongmen, who is called Li Bo, has a calm complexion and holds a jade rod. After hearing her complaint, he smiles bitterly. My little ancestor, we are all desperate to find you. No, you will surely be able to find you in half a day. Shi Qingqi snorted, and then picked up the red belt tied with the deity and shook it. This guy has been caught by the girl. The teacher returns to the sect. Li Bo was stunned. Before he could fix his mind, the figure of Shi Qingqi was already as far away as the same. Jian Wushuang and Di Qing also followed suit. Above a cloudless and voluminous Zhongshan mountain, there are more than 100 chains, traverse the various mountain ranges, and the sect gates on each peak are connected in series, which looks magnificent. This is the most prestigious sect gate in Qingzhou, named Shangqing Pavilion. Almost half of the monks in the heavens are honored to enter the Shangqing Pavilion. This is because the patriarch of the Shangqing Pavilion is an immortal Yanxian, and his disciples have more than a dozen powerful Yanyans. No matter which continent they look at, they are all dominated by Baju. The guarding mountain array that covered the entire Shangqing Pavilion also demonstrated its detachment. Although the Shoshan formation is just a matter of Jian Wushuang's wave, but he still condenses his breath and prepares to enter the mountain gate of Shangqing Pavilion. But then, more than 10 disciples of Shoshan flew directly from the dark and stopped them. Shangqing Pavilion is heavy. Outsiders stop. A bunch of stupid things. Didn't you see that this is the noble guest invited by the girl? Shi Qingqi turned back, angrily. It's okay to wash the girl. We won't go in. We are waiting here for a day. If washing the girl is really inconvenient, I will retreat. Jian Wushuang whispered, but stepped back and waited. Well, after I pick up something, I will walk with you. Shi Qingqi hurriedly said, and the back shape flashed directly into the mountain gate. Looking at the figure that was quite off, Jian Wushuang always had a kind of unreliable hunch on his mind. Why don't you let me go? I'm going to go today. Inside the pavilion of the Shangqing Pavilion, Zikinki stood on a side of the mountain, akimbo, and his red makeup had been replaced with a plain shirt. Dare you dare to let me put on the wedding dress to elicit the nightmare demon venerable? Why don't you dare to let me go out of our heaven to visit now? Nonsense, Qingqi. Please hurry me down. The middle-aged man in a white robe, restrained and glorious, yelled angrily. Zikinki still has his hands on his hips. I don't, Zikinghua. You say yes or no? Don't agree. The middle-aged man was irritated. Do you know how much you weigh, a dead girl? Do you know the concept of Tianyu? A girl like you, you can't even get out of Tianyu and will be torn by the wind. Do you know? Come on. Don't I hear that kind of falsehood? You don't want to lie to me. In short, I'm done this time. No one can stop me. Shi Qingqi said loudly. The middle-aged man apparently did not plan to endure this arrogant and willful girl. He stretched out his hand and waved 1,000 strands of huamong firmly to the washing pool and dragged her off the rock. Wait, girl. You don't want to come up with 100 years of confinement. Don't, Dad. I don't want to be confined. Shi Qingqi screamed, struggling, but she was just a master of yin-yin. How could she break free of yin-xian's shackles? At this moment, a stream of streamers flew down the mountain and stone, cutting off the huamong in the middle-aged man's hand, and then directly carrying the wash pool and running. Because of the speed approaching the extreme, when he reacted, the streamer had already leaped more than 100 miles away. It was a snow-white, variegated, fox-like creature that resembled a kind of black tiger. Its speed was so fast that it escaped from the mountain gate of Shangqing Pavilion in a blink of an eye. All the elder disciples of Shangqing Pavilion listened to me and gave me a life of Zikinki. If anyone took it down, I would give her a license. All the gates of the Shangqing Pavilion were sensation for a time, and a total of more than 60,000 disciples were dispatched to capture the Qingqi. Jian Wushuang, who had been waiting outside the mountain gate, raised his eyebrows slightly after hearing the warning sound from the sky. A moment later, a fragrant wind swept out of the mountain gate, riding across the cleansing pool on the back of the beast with a look of excitement. Master, my father, he agreed. Let's run quickly. Jian Wushuang and Di Qing looked at each other, then shook their heads helplessly. This was a huge chase code in the undisputed Xuanao mountain gate. The three bodies broke through the clouds and soared, followed by tens of thousands of disciples behind the black pressure, quite a sense of panic. But with the help of Jian Wushuang and Yi Qing, those tens of thousands of disciples could only watch the three figures in the end, just like the stars disappeared in the sky. The middle-aged man hurried over after a while, but when he saw the empty clouds, there was still half of his daughter. He was desperate and roared, "Who is it? Who abducted my daughter?" Far away, it seems that the voice of Zikinki was sent from Jiaxiati. Dad, you can rest assured, I will be safe and sound. Maybe I can still find the mother during the journey. You bully the ancestor. The clouds of smoke dissipated, and the original blue sky vault disappeared, replaced by an endless void. The uncountable big day stars dotted one side of the heavenly plain also flooded into her eyes. It's so beautiful. No wonder my mother will leave my father to travel to the void. Shi Qingqi murmured. Jian Wushuang didn't want to ask about her family's private affairs, and knew that the girl had stolen away from his father, so she planned to return it, once she knew the specific location of Shanghuang. Immediately afterwards, he asked, I said to wash the girl. Where is the location of Shang Wangshenyu? Do you know? Shi Qingqi was refreshed. His eyes blinked flexibly, and then he was affirmed, No, I must know. It's there. At the end of the speech, she stretched out her slender palms and pointed to a desolate emptiness that was rare even in the stars. Jian Wushuang and Yi Qing are now also regarded as dead horses as living horse doctors, no matter whether her words are true or false. and after confirming it again, they went forward. With his refuge in Yanli, although it was only a cleansing pool that entered Yanding's cultivation, he was able to cope with it in the face of the terrible void of the wind. Chapter 48:15. The beast that was originally cleaned under the pedestal was also shrunk to the length of her arm, squinting comfortably at the back of her neck. It's a dangerous thing to move around in the void without one person and one animal, but it's so long. Jian Wushuang is helpless. This girl is simply an extra-large burden. I really want to take her to Dami Tian. I am afraid I might have some trouble. I Ching's face was cold. Maybe not long ago, he was pitted by the few guys stationed in the ferry array, and he was not in a good mood. Naturally, he didn't have any good feelings about Shi Qingqi in his view. The lower the level of the guy, the more insidious and cunning, including the woman at the moment. Is the way you took really correct? Di Qing still asked her if she didn't believe her. Zakinki embraced the little beast. His eyes dodged. When, of course, right, me, but I came with my father. He sneered again. If you dare to lie to us, it will be like them in the end. At the end of the speech, I Ching's palm was squeezed away, and several ancient stars suddenly burst, and the unimaginable doomsday scene appeared in the void, and the whole void was collapsed into a black hole. Goo! The cleaning pool swallowed heavily, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Such a devastating technique. I am afraid that her father can't do it. The little beast in her arms seemed to feel threatened and grinned towards the teeth. Okay, let's go ahead, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. The calm aura calmed down Qingqing and no longer cleaned the pond. Recovering from the cold deterrence just now, Shi Qingqi had already secretly regretted leaving the original heaven. She shouted in her heart, that lousy is going to waste. Who knows where it is? I just talk about it casually. Should the punishment be so serious? Shanghuang, the so-called Shanghuang, as the name implies, is definitely a desolate and ruined heaven. It's definitely right to think about this. God bless me, am not pointing the wrong way, bless. Opening the bow did not turn back the arrow. Shi Qingqi had already decided the head iron in the end. Anyway, there was no escape route. She simply let go completely. In order to increase the credibility, she waved from time to correct the course of the advance, ran to the more remote and desolate void depth. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. From the route she pointed to, it basically met the environment of Shanghuang Tianyu. As they moved forward, the sky planes in the vast sky were extremely scarce, and even the stars were sparse. Everything he sees is extremely cold. This boring to extreme companionship with the cold void made the cleaning pool tired from the initial excitement. This trip is independent of the sword she thinks about. Fresh clothes and angry horses are completely different kinds of existence. But if I choose this way myself, there is no turning back. The journey in the void seemed to never end. The cleaning pool was already dizzy and muddled, and Jian Wushuang finally seemed to be in this void, smelling some kind of forbidden breath. I Ching also felt it naturally, opened a pair of golden eyes to explore. That kind of prohibitive breath reveals the ancient, silent, and extremely secretive. Obviously, the power of this kind of breath restraint is laid, and it does not want to be noticed. Jian Wushuang was most sensitive to the breath, and soon his eyes locked on the depth of the void in front of him. There was no one knowing how many years it was, and no monk stepped into the ancient heaven. Is there a wasteland there? Jian Wushuang whispered softly, but quickly denied it again. The wasteland is a hairless land, with a hot and dark red shape like purgatory, which is almost completely different from this heavenly plane. But for the sake of insurance, he decided to go and find out. The three bodies are like streamers flying towards the unknown sky. That kind of deserted, silent atmosphere of restraint envelopes the entire plane of heaven, like a thick layer of water waves. Entering into it, suddenly an unparalleled pressure blessing. Shi Qingqi snorted, and his whole body suddenly collapsed. This heavy pressure is that even Jian Wushuang feels strenuous, let alone her. Looking around, the entire heavenly plane is composed of rugged dark red rocks, boundless and borderless. There is no other than the rock. That kind of prohibitive breath is more obvious, but I don't know where it came from. Are you sure this is a wasteland? Di Qing asked Jin Wushuang while looking at Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang looked around and finally looked at the Shiqing pond. With his refuge, Shiqing Qi quickly recovered from the confusion, but when the two looked at him, they suddenly felt a cold sweat. It seems probably not. Is it right or not? Di Qingsheng screamed. Vicious. Shiqing Qi didn't dare to finish it, but just shook his head. No, certainly not. Jin Wushuang heard and said, since it is not, let's leave. The journey can't be delayed. Di Qing nodded, and when he was about to leave, Shiqing Qi suddenly screamed. The little beast that had been entrenched in her neck seemed to be pulled by some unknown force and fell straight down. Sanqing, she exclaimed, then rushed to the ground desperately. Jin Wushuang's brows were slightly frowned, and his figure flashed down. Perhaps because of that kind of prohibition, the gravity of this whole sky is up to 1,000,000 times, and the speed of falling is even more terrible. Afterwards, a bunch of Chinese mangosteens pulled down the falling beast and washed the pool, and finally let her fall to the ground. Shiqing Qi hugged the little beast and sat on the ground looking gratefully at Jian Wushuang. Don't be so reckless next time. Leave at a speed, he said indifferently, and then turned to leave. At this time, that wild, silent atmosphere seemed to wake up from a long time ago and emerged thinly. Emperor, are you here? There was a thunderous sound with excitement in all the sky. The voice has order, avenue, and blessings of luck. It is extremely complicated and rare. Shiqing Per was shocked to stand up in an instant and jumped towards the back of Jian Wushuang as if he were walking away. Emperor, are you here? Are you here to lead us? The voice was thick, and there was some uncertainty in the excitement, and he was asking carefully. Di Qing was also shocked, facing the breath of that voice. He felt like he was facing a big enemy. Jian Wushuang said nothing in silence, and at the same time backed away without any trace, ready to escape at any time. So far, he understands that it is very likely that an unintentional intrusion into this heavenly domain has sealed the existence of a certain ancient power. Chapter 48:16. Moreover, the existence of this ancient power is very likely that Jin Wuyang was sealed off from Jin Wuyang when he opened up his domain. Shiqing Qi squatted behind Jian Wushuang and stared at the beautiful eyes in horror. Emperor? Emperor, why don't you speak? The voice that could deter the truth, but very cautious, showed a sense of surrender. Jian Wushuang, who was also a little nervous at first, calmed down, because he heard the respect in his voice, the mellow feeling, which was by no means a treacherous villain. Wushuang, leave this place quickly, Di Qing said cautiously. Jian Wushuang looked at him, and then said, no hurry, let's wait here for a moment. When he was finished, he walked slowly. Wait for me. Zikinki quickly followed, fearing that it would be half a point behind. Taiqing frowned, and eventually followed without saying a word. The reason why Jian Wushuang didn't leave, but moved forward slowly, was because the sound of the call gave him an inexplicable and intimate feeling. The more you move forward, the more clear the voice becomes. Secretary, see the Emperor. An ancient scream seemed to come from the heart of the earth, respectful and pious. Jian Wushuang's heart moved, and then he looked at the rugged mountain stones under his feet. Those voices obviously came from the heart of the earth. After a moment of silence, he said, I am just a passerby, not your emperor. Those voices disappeared, and then resounded again. It's impossible. Your whole body has the breath of an emperor. How could it not be a prince of a prince? Are you Emperor Renunciation? The voice suddenly felt sad and lonely. I'm really not your emperor. I'm just a passerby who didn't intend to break in here. Jian Wushuang was helpless, and he asked, what is your emperor? What is the name? The voices suddenly became alert again. Are you Zinwuyang's seated eagle dog? Jian Wushuang responded, no, rest assured. The voice was silent for a moment, and finally said, the real name of the emperor is the Six-Crow Emperor. My heart moved like a thunder that exploded. Isn't the name of the Emperor Six Crows the master of the former heavenly court who had previously entered into Wushuang and other people without any intention? The real name of the emperor could not be repeated. In combination with the excitement of these previous voices and piety, they were definitely the subjects of the Emperor of the Six Crows. It's just that it's too coincidental. A heavenly field that I didn't intend to enter, the power that was sealed in it was actually related to the Six Crow Emperors. Since you say you are a guest, why is there the breath of Emperor Lu Crow? Jian Wushuang heard and said, a sentence or two of this matter are unclear. Please show up. The world was silent for a long time, and the voice sighed, it's not that we don't want to show up, we are really weak. Our fairy source is imprisoned by the eagle dog under the true Wuyang seat. The fairy body is bound, and we can't move it for half. The sword moved uncontrollably, and through those sounding directions, he had determined that the place where they were imprisoned was in the divine peak directly in front. He flew away directly, facing the Shinfeng, palms and fingers like a sword, with thousands of sword intentions, carrying the momentum to cut off the Shinfeng. Boom! The whole Shinfeng is divided into two, and at the same time Jian Wushuang releases the sword intention one after another, like carving, constantly cutting Shinfeng. In the end, the whole Shinfeng was cut, leaving only a base of thousands of feet. Then, with a wave of his hand, the stone chips kept peeling off, eventually revealing a chain of thick and long dragons. There are thousands of chains, and at the end of the chains, there are 18 bodies trapped. The clothing on them was already broken, and the trapped limbs were twisted in a rather strange posture, apparently broken. This is a total of 18 figures, which were printed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Shi Qingqi covered his mouth with his hands, afraid to make a sound. Di Qing also frowned, and was always vigilant. 18 body shapes, 18 great Yin-Xian. It's just that they are so miserable, it still makes Jian Wushuang unexpected. Faced with such a huge movement, these 18 bodies are naturally aware, but they are all at a loss, and no one looks at Jian Wushuang, as if there is no such thing as Sword Wushuang. Jian Wushuang looked at them, and quickly found out the reason. These 18 great Yin-Xian, all their eyes have been dug out, only empty eyes, naturally cannot see the outside world. Are you still there? The old man with a long eyebrow headed, asked carefully. Jian Wushuang nodded. Am here. In this case, can you tell me why you have the breath of Emperor Six Crows? Naturally, I can tell. Jian Wushuang had no intention of concealing it, but even if he had no intention of entering the heavenly court of the Six Crow Emperor, and how to gain the perception of the Six Crow Emperor, he spoke to them carefully. Ding Qing was cautious and directly released the Yanli, wrapping up the wash pool with his ears ready to listen to ensure that Jian Wushuang's words would not be heard by anyone other than them. After all, such matters are matters of life and death, and if they come out, the consequences will be catastrophic. Time goes by. When Jian Wushuang's voice finally stopped, everything was silent. The 18 Dian immortals were silent, as if their hearts were dead. Since their eyes were dug out, they naturally couldn't cry in sorrow, but just sluggishly. In the end, the old man with long eyebrows asked in a loud voice, "Are you all dead?" Yes, there is no Yin-Xian, the Yin-Xian, survive. If the sword is unparalleled, it is like a sharp knife cutting them fiercely. Slowly lowering his head, the old man with long eyebrows mourned, the servants are incompetent, and ultimately failed to keep the heaven and protect the emperor. The practice has been tempered all the way to the present, making Jian Wushuang like a rock, but a complete state of mind does not mean cold blood. He had seen countless immortal bones in that realm, and each immortal bone was once the immortal that dominated the heaven, but belonged to the war between emperors and kings, and they all died. The reason I have seen it, so there will be resonance, and naturally they can feel their death. Jian Wushuang said these things, and his mood seemed to be somewhat transparent. In the end, the old man with long eyebrows slowly raised his head, looked in the direction of Jian Wushuang, and said slowly, "Since the emperor finally gave you the inheritance and sentiment to you, then live well. Although I always want Xinjiang to perish, I want to tell you that you should never fight with him, leave him, and live with the wish of the 6 Crow Emperors." Why? Jian Wushuang looked at him and asked. Chapter 48:17. The long-browed old man's voice was full of irrepressible sorrow and despair. There is no reason. Jin Wuyang is in an unknown luck, and even the emperor cannot kill him. As long as he does not want to die, no one can kill him. If you face him one day, it will only die in vain in the end. Rather than die, it is better to take the last wish of the Six-Crow Emperor and leave Zhenliang far away. For his words, Jian Wushuang is undisputed, because with his current state and strength, fighting with the emperor is still too far away for him. Then Jian Wushuang said, "I'll consider what you said, but before that, I can ask you what was wrong under the throne of the Six Crows, and why are you trapped here?" The long-browed old man heard the words, and his mournful face slowly converged. He said, 18 of us were all on duty together under the throne of the Six-Crow Emperor, controlling the flow of gas throughout the heavenly courts and the changes in the astrology. Emperor Crow was named as 18 spectators. The reason why it will be sealed here is because it was designed by Jin Wuyang. He took the oath when he went to war. As long as I waited for the 18 observers to find the most suitable place for him to build the heavenly court, he would not go to war with us. I never thought that all this was a conspiracy that he had long expected. After controlling the 18 visions in his hands, he resolutely attacked the heaven of the Six Crows. But we didn't know the news. After being controlled by Jin Wuyang, we set out to choose a place for him to create heaven. Finally, his heavenly court was completed, and we were immediately destroyed by the eagle dog under his seat, cut off the fairy body, cut out his eyes, and were trapped under this dark sky until today. Elders with long eyebrows looked calm, as if they were talking about other people's affairs, but Jian Wushuang knew that their hearts could never be calm. The fairy source was damaged, the fairy body was cut off, and the eyes were cut out and trapped in the cold dead zone to this day. This is capital punishment. Who can endure this kind of heart so far? But that's it. 18 dying immortals waited so far, hoping that the Six Crow Emperors would take them back. What came was the desperate news that even the emperor had made it ancient. Your Excellency, I have a ruthless request from the 18 observers. I hope you agree. The old man with long eyebrows said. Now in the old court, the emperors are ancient, and only 18 of us are left, and they have no use. So I would like to invite you to be able to spare no effort and execute me. It is also a relief. Jian Wushuang's brows were slightly wrinkled, and it was absolutely impossible for him to kill them. The Emperor of the Six Crows alone is so gracious that he cannot kill them, even with good intentions. After a moment of contemplation, he flew straight ahead and came to them. Six Crow Emperor is kind to me, and you are also the last 18 remaining in the heavenly court. I can't deal with you. Thinking about it, I can only take you away. After Jian Wushuang's words were finished, the invisible long sword condensed in his palm would cut off the chain around them. Your Excellency, it seems that Jian Wushuang had already expected to do this. The old man with a long eyebrow hurriedly said, there is a prohibition planted by Jin Wuyang on this chain. Once there is external damage, he will inevitably find it in the first place. None of us can live. Jian Wushuang stopped in time, frowning tightly, and the close of the chain was indeed planted under scrutiny. That is to say, as long as the chain was damaged, Jin Wuyang would surely find it in the first place. In waiting for the 18 observations, only one death, but also your Excellency. This time, their 18 great Yinxian said at the same time. Death is impossible. At least you don't think about dying in my hands, Jian Wushuang said. There are only 18 of you remaining in the entire heavenly court. If you die again, then the Six Crow Emperor's heaven is the real death. You let me live well, and you yourself can live well too. But we, the long-browed old man couldn't bear to say that they lived with this look, which was far less happy than the death. Listen, you are still like this. How can I rescue you one day when I have enough strength, or can't be discovered by Jin Wuyang? Jian Wushuang condensed his voice and said very seriously. 18 figures, no one spoke this time. Your Excellency, why do you suffer? There is nothing bitter or painful, just when I received the grace of the Six Crow Emperor, and the grace of returning him bit by bit is. For a long while, the old man with long eyebrows solemnly said, well, how about we wait? Your Excellency, Just go. If you have enough strength in 1 year, and you can still think of me, come on, then I will wait for 18 views like, let the Lord send you. It's not necessary to send. You just have to remember that I am gracious. I don't think it will be too late that day, waiting for me. Jin Wushuang said with a wave of his hand. I'm also exploring a thing now. I can't delay it here for too long. Please forgive me. The old man with long eyebrows nodded. Go ahead, sir. Don't forget to wait for me. Jin Wushuang arched his hands at them, then slowly backed away. As he was about to leave, he turned back and said loudly, You, and remember my name is Jin Wushuang. Okay, we all remember. Shunfeng finally condensed again and sealed the 18 visions together again, together with the dust and the unbearable memory. Jin Wushuang sighed silently in his heart and then took Di Qing and Shi Qing Per to leave this unintentional heaven. Endless Shouyuan is a deep, cold prison cage for those desperate dying immortals who came from the bottom of their hearts and is the capital punishment. They cannot change any status quo. They can only trust the unknown. What Jin Wushuang can do is to read the book www.ukanshu.com elevates their realm to free them from this purgatory. Everything is miserable, even if it is as strong as Dianxian. It is like a lonely boat, silent in the torrent that is about to rise. This vast territory is like a prison cage without a prison door. Every other era, some upheaval may occur. However, it is so cruel to study the dust of a grain of dust in the great Yin Huan. So how does Di Yin Huan exist? When the entire Dian Huan is exposed in front of Jin Wushuang, what kind of scene should it be? Xian Yi, his master, old master, his mentor, what role will they play here? He was looking forward to it. Fear was never his way of solving things. Starting from the end of the day and finally on the road, his eyes never feared. There are mountains and no roads in front of you. Then open up an avenue abruptly. Chapter 48:18. Jin Wushuang's body is full of pride, an unprecedented surge. I am afraid that even he himself will not know, precisely because of the qualities he possesses, how much of the antiquity will be pleasing to the heart. After entering this great research world, he had done with the former Hongchun. But who is the ultimate in reading all things? Who can believe that he can cut off the past? Everything is unknown. Everything is just like the new dawn. Following the cleaning pool next to him, he glanced at him from time to time and quickly pretended to look in the other direction casually, so reciprocating, but also tireless. Di Qing always frowned and finally couldn't help but say, Wushuang, you were too reckless just now. If that was a trap, I'm afraid I won't even have the chance to escape now. Sorry, I was really too impulsive before. I just felt that voice was too kind, like some kind of unseen old friend, and would go deep into the danger. Jin Wushuang apologized. Di Qing looked at him and said, even if this is the case next time, it's better not to get involved in danger. Every quirky heaven in this big domain is full of immortal bones. Jinwu Yang's original pioneering battle. So the killings created are far from what you can imagine. Today's Oasis realm was formed by including the realm of the 8 emperors at the time. Just as far as I know, 4 emperors fell into his hands. Don't try to go against him. He is terrible. At this moment, Di Qing's eyes became dignified. Jin Wushuang nodded. He has no injustice with me, and I certainly will not face him. Di Qing looked at the void in the distance. Is it? This great yin-yin is very complicated. Even if there is no injustice or hatred between you, you will not endlessly die. Jin Wushuang smiled slightly and stopped talking. Shi Qingqi feels that the dialogue between them is simple but complex and difficult to understand. It is like an explanation of a certain cloud and fog, full of uncertainty. But soon, she became nervous again, because the two of them looked at her again together. Girl, it's time to show the way. Well, I just need to keep walking forward, I know. Shi Qingqi wailed inwardly. She could only continue this lie and could not look back. She believes that as long as she tells the truth, she may be crushed to death on the spot. Under the guidance of Shiqing Pond, Jin Wushuang and I Ching flew all the way, and in every breath, they could cross the cold and dead heavenly plains of several squares, going to Damiantion, Where the sun is correct, the journey has so far been only dead and cold, and each heaven is like a barren land. It seems that no one has ever set foot in it. But gradually, the further forward, the void that was originally only reflected in the faint and aging stars began to become brighter. It was dim and dim, as if reflected in the blood-like afterglow. Jin Wushuang didn't even notice anything strange, but the eyes of Di Qing showed doubt and caution in his eyes. He smelled a trace of familiarity. Then, when the first hazy light came into his eyes, he finally knew where the familiarity came from. It is a hibiscus tree, an endless hibiscus tree. Each strand of leaves, like a bronze casting, blooms in the void, and the dim light shining in the void is also coming out of the branches and leaves. Right now, the void in front becomes misty, replaced by an unimaginable sea. And the endless hibiscus trees grow in this sea area, listing 2 rows, which have been spreading to the infinite distance with the sea area. This scene shocked Jin Wushuang, just like a fairy trail, unimaginable. No one of them would think that the road to the sky ahead will be replaced by a sea area where one side cannot know where its latitude is. After hesitating for a moment, Jin Wushuang and Di Qing looked at each other, then walked forward and flew over the sea. Each hibiscus tree on both sides is like a fairy trail standing upright, the halo emitted from the magnificent branches and leaves shining on the body. There is an indescribable warmth. Each hibiscus tree growing on this sea area is far more than several times larger than the only hibiscus tree in the northern celestial state. Jin Wudi Qing, with ancestral blood on his body, is proud, and will only reveal his true appearance on the hibiscus tree, and then rest. At this moment, he was already extremely relaxed, and the skin exposed to the outside of the Chinese suit already had golden veins flowing. But Jin Wushuang did not relax his vigilance. The more unusual the place, the more unexpected things will happen. For example, when he first entered the Great Voyage in Dianhuan, no one would think that there would be a terrible giant sea-sky chapter under the sea. So he was vigilant at all times. And the wash pool that embraced the little animal already had eye movements and was amazed. This kind of fantasy is so extreme that it is like a fairyland, so she can't help but get lost. Jin Wushuang beat her at the right time with vigorous force, so as not to let her get lost. The 3 figures traveled through the Fusang waterway. Are you saying that the end of the waterway will be connected to Dimission? Diqing asked. We have been traveling for some time now, and it should be reasonable that we should be arriving soon. Jin Wushuang did not speak, but looked at the Shiqing pond beside him. The corners of her lips stiffened and raised. Don't worry, it's coming soon. I have a hunch. I hope so. Tai Qing's voice was cold, and she did not look at her, soaring forward evenly. I don't know how long it has passed. Before the unobstructed view of the open sea, there was suddenly a white pontoon boat floating leisurely. Jin Wushuang was vigilant directly, and at the same time secretly tried to deal with the situation that might arise next. That leaf by Peng alone boat leisurely complacent, Ukanshu. No matter how the 3 men of Jin Wushuang soared, it was hanging in front of them, neither far nor close. You travelers, traveling along the road, it is better to come to the boat for a while to relieve the difficulties. A thick and old voice rang from the boat and passed into Jin Wu's ears. Di Qing looked at him, shaking his head without trace, and begging him not to go. But at the next moment, the change was abrupt, and when they saw that they were not passing by, that Bai Peng lone boat actually drove backwards. In an instant, he stopped in front of Jin Wushuang and others. This speed surprised them all, and they were all ready to fight. You travelers don't need to have any worries. Board the ship, the old man will take you for a while. In Yuguzhou, an old man wearing a Danqing robe turned his head to look at them and smiled calmly. Ingrun chess piece sandwiched between his and his food would not fall. Chapter 48:19. Looking towards the solitary boat, there was no chess on one chessboard and 2 Danqing robe. However, Jin Wushuang did not leave, but arched his hands. Old gentleman, thank you for your kindness. It's just that we are on a different path, so we won't bother. It's okay, although the end point is different, but during this time, we can move forward together, and our 2 old guys haven't spent time with outsiders. The old man in the Danqing robe smiled, and then the chess piece between his fingers landed on the chessboard. In the face of this repeated invitation, Jin Wushuang was somewhat vigilant. There is a boat crossing, so you can save some energy to deal with what may happen next, isn't it? After Dao said this, he stopped talking, and instead he played chess with another Dao. Jin Wushuang, who was still vigilant, was relieved, and his figure fell into a lone boat. That kind-hearted and devoted man, and another unsmiling old-style killer on the chessboard, could not care about chatting with Jin Wushuang and others. Sir, this place is so beautiful. Shi Qingqi was behind him and could not help but whisper softly. But Jin Wushuang didn't talk to her. After coming to the lone boat from his figure, his eyes were all placed on the chessboard. This is a strange game. There is no black spot on the whole chessboard. The two masters are all white. Bai Zixiang has already passed half a round. He wondered, it was all white. How did the two masters identify who was the adversary? Are they like the ancestors of Feng Tian, who used to be a divine universe, and they are both bad chessmen with poor chess skills? Even though Sword Warrior is even worse than Feng Tian's playing chess, he never knew it, but he watched the game carefully. Soon, he was shocked. Because he couldn't understand anything, the two sides stopped, and he couldn't even tell the enemy. However, Jin Wushuang's heart is clear, and these two old-fashioned chess skills can never be his wild fox like him, nor like Feng Tian's ancestors. After several chaotic eras, they only know to block the eyes, but they are not mediocre. It's a real master. Even though Jin Wushuang can't distinguish the enemy from both sides of Bai Zi, he can clearly see the offensive of the two masters. The old-fashioned chess game, which looks kind, is as fierce as the top, and he likes to siege and eat. And the old man who has not spoken from beginning to end and is unsmiling, but on the contrary, has a gentle attitude, is not anxious and impatient, and slowly draws his attention. Moreover, this game is only over half. When the unsmiling old man stopped, the sympathetic old man was immediately annoyed. It shouldn't be. How could it be lost? At this time, looking at a fresh cleansing pool, I couldn't help but say, it's really strange. The chess should be black and white. How can you tell the same chess piece? The sympathetic old roomer said that the originally annoyed expression also eased down, and turned to look at the Shiqing pond. Your girl doll is also interesting, sincere, and is a good cultivator. My chess piece does not distinguish between black and white, only one color. That is because waiting for a fate to hold the black piece to come and try. Shi Qingqi smiled and said, don't you play chess with you? You have to prepare your own pieces. The sympathetic old man smiled and shook his head, no longer talking, but turned around and shuffled the full set of chess pieces, quickly. Another game. Another game. Another old man who hadn't spoken finally said, come on, you have nothing to press me, you know? Let's come. This game may not be who wins or loses, hurry up. The sympathetic old man put on a posture and started a new round of fighting. Jin Wushuang did not speak, staring at the new round of chess. But soon, similar scenes were staged again, and the stubborn, murderous, and kind old man was defeated again. It shouldn't be. Why did I lose again? He scratched his head, looking worried. There was a smug expression on Leng Miantao's face. Old things, you lost again. Say, what are you going to mortgage to me? The sympathetic old man looked mournful, reached out and rubbed his body around, and soon looked to Jian Wushuang for help. You can lend me the same thing and mortgage it to that old thing, then the old man will repay it. Jin Wushuang opened his mouth and finally said, what? Anything is fine. Make a good connection. The gentleman looked at him. Since it was just anything, Jin Wushuang thought about it for a moment and took out a full-bodied pill from Neji. I'd like to ask you to reach out and rub Dan pills for one or two. The gentleman said with a smile. Although it was a little weird, Jin Wushuang did the same, and then handed him the pill that had been rubbed by hand. The amiable gentleman hurled away and threw the Naden pill to the cold noodles gentleman. Quick leave. Ling Miandio took Dan Maru into his arms and got up and gave up his seat. Xiaoyu, how about let's kill a game while there is still some time? The genial gentleman also got up and gestured to him. Jin Wushuang, who stood aside with his arms folded, was a little stunned. This kind of invitation is a public sentence for him, a foul chess basket that can be easily defeated even by the ancient ancestors. That one is not good at playing chess, but he still doesn't step forward to show his ugliness. Jian Wushuang accosted a smile and waved his hands again and again. The sympathetic old man said with a smile, "It's okay. The worst is just to block the eyes. Old man can take the next two." Under such an invitation, Jian Wushuang is not good to quit anymore and can only sit on his head. Xiaoyu, although this piece has only one color, but it has its own changes, only the player can see it. He smiled and pointed at the piece in the chessboard. Slowly spitting out a murky breath, Jian Wushuang pressed his finger into the chessboard, ingested a white piece, and then landed on the star position. There is no change in Baizi, is pure white as jade. The sympathetic gaze kept watching the settled piece tightly, but there was no change, and there was a touch of loneliness and disappointment in the depths of my eyes. But soon he returned to business as usual, holding his son and Jian Wushuang together. And this game of foreseeable ending before the start naturally ended a moment later with the defeat of Jian Wushuang. I lost. Jian Wushuang smiled helplessly. Why don't you, little friend, work hard in the future, and you will be able to wait for me to compete with each other. Awakening Fusu smiled. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and did not speak. They met and walked by for the occasion. After they left, they wanted to see them again. The sympathetic Tao said immediately, "I owe something to the little friend. If I see each other again in the future, I will repay it twice." A piece of pill, although it is a treasure, is no different from ordinary things for Jian Wushuang. It is nothing. So he does not intend to take it back one day. Chapter 48:20. After listening to the thoughts in his heart and being amiable, he smiled and said, "Little friends must not laugh. There must be a return. If it is not returned to you, it is unfair." Jian Wushuang knew that this argument would be fruitless, and he only laughed. This sea area was originally vast and unknown, but everyone just played a few games in this lonely boat, and there were signs of reaching the end. After watching the appearance of the void sky at the extreme point of this sea, Jian Wushuang looked at the sympathetic old road and asked, "Old gentleman, take the liberty to ask, do you know where the Shanghuang sky is?" Shi Qingqi suddenly looked tight, and the slender palm suffocated the little animal in his arms. "It's over. It's completely exposed now. Don't kill me," she cried in the bottom of her heart. The sympathetic old road immediately followed. Upper Wasteland is not far away from here. You only need to cross more than 10 heavens along the next journey to go up to Wasteland. Jian Wushuang arched his hands. Mr. Xiaolao pointed. When Shi Qingqi was stunned, she couldn't believe it, but then she took a sigh of relief and became proud. "How about? I told you that it's coming soon, and you don't believe this." Before she finished speaking, she was glared back by Yi Qing. A game of chess is over, and the trip to the sea also ends soon. Jian Wushuang said goodbye, and then proceeded to the front with Yi Qing and Ziqingqi. At the end of the sea, under the huge hibiscus tree, the sympathetic old man stood on the bow of the boat and watched him disappear. Leng Miantao also went out with him, fighting side by side with him. "The thing you asked him for, the luck attached to it was enough." "I know, because I used a small method to borrow 200 years of luck from the little friend. If you think about it, you will have to pay him back twice." "You old man, shut up for me. How can I still use you to teach?" Leaving from the Fusang waterway, Jian Wushuang followed the words of the genial old way, and after passing through more than 10 dead heavenly plains, he finally saw a dark red heavenly plain. This was the main battlefield between the emperor and the emperor. The unimaginable emperor's tendency is to burn the countless sky and the void, and countless souls perish. After Emperor Wuyang succeeded in annexing this place, he created a heavenly plane like purgatory to commemorate that war. And that plane of the heaven domain is also called Shanghuang by future generations. Such an iconic celestial field cannot be falsified and concealed, and this means that at most one more straightforward to the 100 celestial fields, it will arrive at the Dimitri sky where Gongzhigyo is located. This time the confrontation is probably more violent than the previous northern celestial state. Whether the silver bell with the sky-shaped bone armor finally escaped to Domitian, this question is still a question mark for Jian Wushuang. With just one sentence of that heroic woman, he would be in danger, and it was really crazy. After a moment of contemplation, Jin Wushuang looked at the cleansing pool beside him and said softly, "If there are another 100 celestial domains, you will reach Damien Tian, and your task has been completed." Shi Qingqi swallowed his throat. "No, no, you have to throw me here." "It wouldn't be thrown here. I will send you to a more prosperous sky later, and we will pick you up when we are done." She heard the words, shook her head like a rattle, and then pursed her mouth. "No, no, I have to follow you, even if it is dead. Otherwise you will leave me alone in the heavens and ignore it. I can't go back. The place we are going to is very dangerous, and I have no time to care for you." Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. Shi Qingqi hurriedly shook his head. "You don't have to control me, just take me by my side. My family will protect me." Jian Wushuang wanted to say something more, and said in a clear way, "Take her, anyway. We are not responsible for life or death." "You think about it." Jian Wushuang looked at her. Shi Qingqi nodded. "Relax, I won't add to your confusion." The cold and dead void as they went forward began to have a lot of heaven on the way. But these heavens are similar to the Little Emperor's 6 heavens, and they have already shown a state of martial law. An emperor's son has fallen, which is a big event for the entire division, and the Emperor Zhenliang naturally cares the other 6 sons. It has been difficult to see Yin Xian in the void, and accordingly they should be more cautious, and they will not be found when they enter Dami. Nearly 100 vast expanse of heavens were thrown behind by Jian Wushuang, slowly showing in front of him. Just as Jian Wushuang was about to enter Demission, dozens of killings suddenly burst from the dim void in front. He was instantly vigilant and wanted to quickly escape with the Qing and Shiqing pawns, but those killings came too quickly, but they ran into in a few breaths. However, Jian Wushuang's gaze also followed. In front of the dozens of piercing voids and carrying a heavy murderer, there is a shaky woman who seems to be likely to die at any time. And the woman, he was very familiar, was one of the 7 swordsmen who assassinated the Sunimo, and finally told him the heroic woman who came to Dami Tian. Right now, this killing in the void is nearing its end. Facing the battle of nearly 10 Yin Xian and more than 20 ancestors, how could she escape? "Your son has orders. As long as you die, you can do it." Yin Xian, headed by an angry drink, shook his arms at the same time, releasing thousands of waves of Yin Li Huamong, and was about to hang it in place. The void is illuminated by Yin Li, and all kinds of Yin Li are like incapable cages, pressing down on her. The heroic woman's blood was in her mouth. At this last moment, she also stopped escaping, and stood staring at those Yin Xian coldly. At the next moment, there was almost no suspense in the situation, but a drastic change occurred. I saw a figure coming out of the air, faced with the intertwining of countless horrors. He looked calm and raised his hand. Suddenly, the void shattered, and countless dark ink-like floods rushed out of the void, directly swallowing the entanglement of those intertwined landings. There are 7 tiny stars surging between his eyebrows, exuding an attractive trend. Once the stars appeared, it was a fairy. Only by mastering the immortal style can we directly crush Yin Xian in the same realm. The fairy style of Jian Wushuang is called a little mountain. Between the mountains and rivers, everything is used by him to destroy all enemies. Faced with so many Yin Xian and Dingxiu, he was not afraid and easily swallowed their Yanli moves. Then, he looked at the bruised British woman covered with scars. The eyes are opposite. Her eyes are full of disbelief. She did not expect that he would come so fast, so fast. Chapter 48:21. At the next moment, Jian Wushuang raised his palm, and countless strands of Yanli Huamong shot terribly to a few points, forming a vast net, blocking her head. The gang wind raged, and several Yin Xian had no time to dodge. They were directly twisted into a sieve, and the immortals were scattered. It was only in such a face-to-face that the team from the chase was instantly wiped out of 4 Yin Xian and over 10 ancestors. All the remaining Yin Xian were shocked by the fierce tactics, his eyes were panic, and the meaning of retreat came out. But instead of retreating, they stood still in stalemate with Jian Wushuang. Because behind them is the Dami Heaven realm, which can be advanced and retreated, and the death order given by the master has not been completed, and it is absolutely impossible to go back. Thinking of this, a middle-aged Yinxian tooth headed close by and said in a deep voice, "Visitors in front, here is the big Mitian, but the second realm under the emperor. I wait for the emperor to kill the remaining evil and hope not to block." Jin Wushuang removed his gaze from her and looked at those Yinxian Dingxiao. It's the best policy not to conflict with the entire Dimitri and the sun, but everything that is going on suddenly makes things tricky. Killing several Yinxian first, it has already shown that it is impossible to want a hospice. Jin Wushuang did not speak, but looked at Yi Qing slightly and nodded. Di Qing also nodded and took a step forward slowly, as if the power of night was about to sweep forward. He just slowly lifted a palm up, gripping it across the air, and suddenly the void shattered. A clear vein, covered with heavy black scales, covered the heavy palm and pressed down. All Yinxian and Dingxiao are about to split. Even if it is too late to run Yanli, they are all under that palm and all die. He used one enemy and two to play the essence of the Yinxian in the same realm. The control of Yinli has reached the top. His blow is like a cloud cover, but he has not attracted any agitation of violent Yinli, directly and simply squeezed the fairy source of Yinxian. Then Qingqing withdrew his palms and returned to Jianwushuang. Only the wind raged in the hazy void, and everything just seemed not to have happened. The heroic woman unconsciously stepped back and looked at Jian Wushuang and others with horrified eyes. After dispersing Yinli, Jian Wushuang quickly walked to her and said softly, "I haven't seen you for a long time." Slightly calming down the mood to escape from the dead, she said, How come you come so fast?" "Because I believe you didn't lie to me. I came," he said. "It seems that I came at the right time." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the heroic woman looked at him and said, "Thank you for your life-saving grace. I will return it in the future." "No need. You died in front of me. It's not good for me. There is a reason to save you," Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. "Now, we are about to enter the sky." There was some consternation in her eyes, and then she gritted her teeth. Are you going to assassinate the sun?" Jian Wushuang shook his head. "He and I have no grievances. Why should I kill him? I entered Demitian to find the silver bell and get something back." The heroic girl exhaled slowly, and then said, "I'm afraid that today's silver bell, you want to be close to her, is not an easy task. Now she is under the seat of the sun. It seems that she really fled to this big sky." He frowned slightly. She said again, "Now she and her son are still close to each other. If you want to be close to her, you can only approach him." Jian Wushuang nodded, already thinking about the countermeasures. Is there any safest way to enter the sky? The northern celestial state is destroyed, and the son of the sun is killed. I think the other 6 emperors will be banned to varying degrees. At this point in time, I am afraid that it is not easy to enter the Dimitri. Yingqi women said, "The entire Dimitri, the dozens of heavens contained in it, are already under martial law." Jian Wushuang frowned. "Is there no secure route?" After she pondered for a while, she said, "Naturally, but I'm afraid you won't dabble easily." "Where?" "North Heavenly Territory, Baron Gu Lingtai. Among the 7 emperors under Zhenliang, the domain controlled by the second emperor is the most vast and vast. The entire Demitian contains a total of 23 super celestial realms, and the vast expanse can't be added. Even the 6th celestial realm of the little emperor's son can't be compared with it. There are 4 heaven gates from east to west, north and south, all of which can be accessed through the heaven gate, and they can be corrected by the court. It is said that there are 4 heavenly gates, but in fact there are only 3, and the other north heaven gate, that is, in the northern heaven, is completely silent. The entire north heaven territory is completely composed of tombs, and those silent and unknown tombs are left behind by the true Wuyang era, and are all the supreme powers that have been killed in battle. Although their immortal sources are scattered, the immortal bones still have terrible energy, and ordinary Yinxian can't set foot in it. Naturally, the North Celestial Domain does not have Yinxian stationed. These are all learned from the heroic woman's mouth. After learning of this news, Jian Wushuang did not hesitate, and went to buy Shanyu with Yiqing and Ziqingqi. Demitian's northern sky is in the extreme north, and the breath of death is extremely enough to infiltrate the void for most of it. There is no Yinxian and Dingxiu to come to this place. Here it is, North Sky is ahead. In the boundless void, the heroic woman stood on her feet and looked forward. It was a dark field that was invisible to one side. I don't know how many years have passed, and the powers of those once supreme powers have all become master powers, wreaking havoc in the void. Only from here to enter the Big Meteon will not be discovered by the sun and the guards, but do not think that this is the safest and most secure place. In some ways, this is likely to be the most dangerous place, such as, for example, my identity is not enough. I don't know anything about the things in this northern sky. I only know the dangers. I can't easily get involved. Jian Wushuang pressed his chin, thinking and saying, "No, I think you should be quite tall in this big sky in your identity, otherwise the sun will not let you perform the assassination mission." The heroic woman glared at him. "Huddy, if you go on, don't be afraid that I will get angry and tell your son to correct it?" Jian Wushuang smiled and calmly said, "If he really wants you to live, the previous scene will not happen. You have to know who wants you to die most now." The heroic girl fell silent and immediately raised her head and said, "Come on. As long as I am not dead, I will take you into the heavens." "Okay, I'll thank you here." Jian Wushuang lowered her eyes and nodded. Chapter 48:22. Immediately afterwards, he seemed to remember something and asked, "Yes, I'm a little curious. What did Yinling take away from you before?" "The golden seal given to me by the sun, after she snatched it, used it as a way to open the way to Demission." Jian Wushuang nodded. If she really said that, Yinling would probably have not left them since the North Celestial State was destroyed, but has been trailing and hiding in the dark, waiting for a certain time. But what makes Jian Wushuang unsure is why Yinling can guess that the heroic girl was sent by Dimitri, and then will take away the gold seal and come straight to Dimitri. By the way, did the group of Yinxian who previously sold Black Mountain crystals in northern Tianxians have anything to do with you? The heroic girl said coldly, "I have nothing to say about everything that happened before." Jian Wushuang said again, "Also, what should I call it?" Zhao Ting. Set foot in the northern sky, an ancient barren breath will come, and at the same time there is some kind of invisible force that is faintly pulling and dragging, traction and engulfing the whole body. The tombs like the Shunfeng peaks stretched silently, reaching the invisible distance. Rather than saying that these fairy tombs were built in Baishanyu, it is better to say that Baishanyu is composed entirely of fairy tombs. Because these ancient tombs are extremely dense, it is almost impossible to have a foothold. So Jian Wushuang and others flew at low altitudes in the northern sky and moved forward slowly. Although the owner of each fairy tomb has died, the former dynamism and the general trend still remain. Although it is irreversible, it is still powerful. Moreover, the lowest power in these fairy tombs is Yin Xian, and the existence of Dian Xian is not rare. No one spoke. Everyone raised the strength to the peak, and had already dealt with everything that might happen next. Shi Qingqi was right next to Jian Wushuang, not knowing whether it was intentional or unintentional. He squeezed the heroic woman named Zhao Ting apart. The little beast held in her arms seemed extremely excited, and seemed to be very interested in the breath of these fairy tombs, and he kept shaking his nose. "Sanqing, you can be honest with me, and then I will throw you down," Shi Qingqi threatened in a low voice. The little beast converged slightly, but still agitated in her arms. Jian Wushuang glanced at the little animal in her arms and asked, "What's the use of this little animal?" Zakinki nodded. "Sanqing was picked up in the mountains when I was a child. It is a dream taper, which can swallow bad nightmares and dispel bad luck. So I have always carried it on my body. There will be good luck." Jian Wushuang nodded and continued to fly forward. The entire northern celestial field can be regarded as the larger celestial field in the demisky, and it takes a short time to cross. And the danger in Zhao Ting's mouth should be the disorderly force surging on the fairy tomb. As he continued to move forward, the dream taper in Zakinki's arms became more restless, and there was only excitement left in his clear eyes. At the next moment, the little beast suddenly rushed out of Shi Qingkai's arms, and the swift and fierce head like a swimming fish plunged into the fairy tomb community below. Sanqing! Shi Qingqi was startled. Jin Wushuang also peeked into this abnormal scene. He waved his arm and Yanli Huamong shot away. Thousands of strands of Yanli Huamong are like a knot, and the dream taper suddenly turned back. When he opened his mouth, he directly swallowed that Yanli Huamong into his belly, and then stuck his head in the fairy tomb community. Jin Wushuang's brows were slightly frowned, and there was a bad hunch in his heart. The dream taper that fell in the fairy tomb group tweeted, and then raised its 4 claws and ran through it quickly. The dynamism that had been extremely chaotic to the extreme raged directly, and the entire northern sky was instantly ignited. Damn something, I'm going to peel it alive. Di Qing was furious and lifted his palm to release Yanli. No. Jin Wushuang's deep voice stopped him from about to let go. Can't do it. The breath here is not right. It seems that to confirm his words, the masterless forces in the entire northern sky are completely disordered and violent. As the initiator, the dream taper was running, and his mouth swallowed some unknown breath. Its snow-white body began to produce dense black lines, and the original figure of the arm's length also rose more than 10 feet in response to the storm. It's swallowing. Although those looking to the ancient power have fallen asleep, and the source of the fairy has been broken, but their charm is not so easy to dissipate. It will only dissipate in the extremely long years and finally return to the heaven. Right now, the dream taper is engulfing the lordless way to strengthen itself. Zhao Ting was also horrified that such a turmoil occurred in the otherwise quiet North Tianyu, and Gongzi Jiao will inevitably realize that once they are discovered, they will never be able to escape. Hurry on. I'm afraid the sun will know the turmoil here soon. Zhao Ting hurriedly urged. I'm going to get Sanqing back. Zikinki has been startled by the 6 gods. Jin Wushuang frowned, looking at the dream taper who was still swallowing his soul. Almost at the same time, the state of Demission and Zhongzhou, located in Sendai, above the sky, a lazy figure in a long white tooth dress quietly opened its eyes and then looked north. He was the 2nd emperor of Zhenliang's seat, and the sun was correct. Soon, with several powerful shadows, she boarded Sendai. His Royal Highness, there will be restlessness in the direction of Baishanyu. I am afraid. I'm afraid what? The dead can't survive anymore? The younger son even raised his eyelids. You don't have to report the matter in the north sky. Please leave it. The shadows promised and then retreated. Right past Yinling. I want to see her. A palm fell down, and the unmatched force almost bound the dream taper, but still let it escape. Jin Wushuang also apparently lost some patience and began to prepare to kill him. Meng Tapi is greedy, and his belly seems to be a bottomless hole, even if he is escaping his life. With the swallowing, its shape has undergone tremendous changes, especially its eyes. Under the original eyes, 2 slits were split, and a pair of eyes grew out of nowhere, which seemed extremely strange. Jin Wushuang and Di Qing joined forces to strangle, and the overwhelming force offensive also gradually forced it into a dead end. But at this moment, the change was abrupt, and the dreaming taper who was running away seemed to hit a layer of transparent enchantment head-on, and his body was cruel, and then he wailed and fell on the floor. Chapter 48-23. At the same time, the ground was collapsing and a series of ravines began to crack. Jin Wushuang and others in the chase also stopped their bodies and looked forward. Among the countless fairy tombs, the one in the center of the eyes is several times larger than the ordinary fairy tombs, as if several peaks are stacked together, revealing unpredictable oppression. The dream taper was planted in front of this fairy tomb. At this moment, along with the collapse of the ground, the fairy tomb also began to crack, apparently about to collapse. Go! Zhao Ting was already extremely nervous. Looking at this unpredictable scene, Jin Wushuang did not want to be suspected, even if he had to escape. I'm afraid I can't go away. Di Qingsheng sighed, and then looked behind him. I saw the originally silent fairy tombs cracked one after another, and a fairy bone with no consciousness came out of the tomb, and the unsteady soaring to the void, blocked the way of several of them. How is it possible? Looking at this scene, Jin Wushuang was a little unbelievable. The owners of these immortal bones have long since died many years ago and can no longer die. Both from the immortal source and the immortal body, they have dissipated and do not have the conditions for recovery. Even if they were guarding the heavenly court of Emperor Liu Yao, the fairy bones of the three Dianxian were also allowed to continue to guard because of a certain obsession. But right now, these fairy bones, who are still in the fairy tomb, are all recovering, and they are surrounded by layers, never less than thousands. Only killed, Jin Wushuang said in a deep voice, and an invisible long sword had condensed in his hands. Di Qing was also ready to respond, and a pair of golden eyes began to surge. With a sigh, Zhao Ting drew a slender, straight knife from his waist to prepare for the response. More and more fairy bones crawled out of the fairy tomb. They were unconscious, but all came together. Jin Wushuang no longer hesitated. A sword slashed out. The unmatched sword burst into the immortal bone. Jinny pushed flatly and emptied a large area in an instant. There is no fairy source at all, and fairy bones without consciousness can easily cause damage. Infinite quantity. Di Qing also drank with a deep voice, and a black ebony phase emerged from his back, and then faced up against the mountain-like fairy bones. The North Celestial Territory was trembling, countless fairy tombs were damaged, and the fairy bones fell into the ground like rain. However, this is just the beginning. The largest immortal tomb in the center was finally broken. At the same time, thousands of treasures emerged from the tomb and stirred the sky dome. A figure as high as several feet, wearing a rotten robe, walked out of the fairy tomb. There was a whisk behind his back, and a thin sword in the palm of his thin, black hand held a real sword. His cheeks are his ruined and pale skin can see the bones inside. His eyes were shriveled and equally gray, without any breath. Various signs indicate that this old way of carrying the dust and holding the true sword of Baoguang has already disappeared. A type of ancestral art power Tianmin cleared hundreds of immortal bones in front of him. Jin Wushuang looked dignified at the figure coming out of the immortal tomb. The old figure gave him an extremely dangerous atmosphere. He could naturally detect the dead air that flowed around the old figure, but the more vigilant he must be. Once obsessed, even if you become a bone, it is quite terrible, and this old way of knowing how many years the body disappeared is definitely several times stronger than the guardian bone in front of the 6 Raven Emperor's heavenly court. Di Qing's eyes were also dignified, because he also sensed a dangerous breath. The northern chaos, which was originally chaotic as the battlefield, suddenly died for a moment, and everyone looked at the front. The old man who carried the dust and took the Baoguang true sword took a step forward, and then reached out to remove the dust behind. The voice of the old man followed. I walked out of Huang Quan, perturbed the banner, and summoned the old ministry to wipe out all the enemies in front of me, he said, waving his hands to whisk the dust, and the whole North Heavenly Territory became turbulent again. Flicking dust seems to have a magic sound, swaying to every fairy tomb. At this moment, the originally crushed fairy bones slowly creeped and recondensed, and at the same time, thousands of fairy tombs cracked, and a fairy bone came out. There are 5,000 immortal bones, and 5,000 immortal bones that belonged to Yen Xian during their lifetime. Even if they were dead, they still carried an unparalleled trend. Lao Dao holds the real dust sword, and his shriveled and pale eyes are gradually filled with scarlet. Jin Feng pointed out that my old part will be suppressed. He pointed his sword forward, and the sharp blade pointed at Jin Wushuang and others. In an instant, the immortal bones, which were originally unconscious, seemed to get some kind of induction, all like floods, surrounded from all sides. Jin Wushuang led the sword and used it directly. The first form of Xingyahuhejianyani, Xing Jinni cut straight forward, with an incomparable trend of violently tearing the fairy bones, and at the same time, Jinni Meng Pillar broke out completely, almost emptying one side in an instant. Di Qing is also not weak at all. It belongs to the strength of Jiuzhuan Dian Immortal. On the collision of the immortal bones, it is almost as easy as dying. His strength has reached the apex. The two joined forces, and all the fairy bones could not step forward, let alone close. Seeing this scene from afar, the scarlet eyes moved slightly, and he waved again. With the waving of the dust, countless broken fairy bones began to recoagulate. They are mixed together and gradually condense a party of thousands of miles of fairy bones. The phalanx is so powerful that it has already taken shape and wrapped the swordsman and others in it. Countless masterless forces, violent and disordered, rose from the fairy bone formation as if they were huge white bone palms, constantly pulling them. Jian Wushuang's heart was in crisis, and he didn't want to cut a sword above the magic circle under him. However, without any unfavorable sword intent, is like a mud bull entering the sea, silently. The swallowed fairy bones are more and more, and the fairy bone array becomes stronger and stronger. At the same time, the old man holding the real dust and Baoguang real sword appeared in front of the magic circle, and then he held up the real sword with enthusiasm in his hand and suddenly stabbed into the magic circle. This sword went straight to the beginning of Qing. His golden eyes were dignified, and then he shot to resist. Buzz! A Hong Zongdala-like Shun Shangche was thorough, taking a serious step back, and at the same time Jian Wushuang also shot. He relayed, and the invisible real sword was cut in the palm. In order to resolve that terrible sword, the two swords are opposed to each other, and half of the sword intention has been offset by I Ching, and then they are rejected by Jian Wushuang. The fairy bones fell silent, retreating to the right palm of Qing slightly trembling. I saw that between the right palm he resisted. It was already bloody. Chapter 48:24. The prosperity of the old sword actually hurt him. You have to know that Di Qing is already Zhujuandai an immortal and is at the top of the list. Even Dang Xian in the same realm can hardly hurt him. But in this face-to-face, the old saying that he walked out of Huang Quan was just a light sword, hurting him. Not only is it Qing, after Jian Wushuang dismissed that sword, the inscrutable sword intention also made his body blood and tumbling. This understatement of the sword made them suffer to varying degrees. Then Huang Quan's old road did not stop at all, and the Baoguang true sword stabbed again in the hand. Chengqi, Shin Qingsheng said the idea, and an uncoverable Chengxiao Damong surged from behind him. A pure white Baiwu condensed, a pupil as holy as a snow lotus had a charm, and then resolutely hit the old Huang Quan road. Seemingly feeling threatened, he took a step back and swiped the dust with his left hand. In an instant, hundreds of millions of strands of white silk, fluttering like strips of long snakes, facing the white Wu Bao. When the two collided, the white Wuboxiang hadn't even had time to release its momentum yet, and it was entangled by hundreds of thousands of strands of white silk. Jian Wushuang's brow furrowed, and he turned to look at the pale Zhao Ting and Shi Qingqi beside him. After a while, I will try my best to tear this circle apart, and you will have as far as you can go. Zhao Ting looked at him and opened his mouth but said nothing. Shi Qingqi's eyes were reddish, and Nua said, "Sorry, I'm wrong. I can do it myself." Jian Wushuang finally looked at her, carrying the invisible long sword, and resolutely moved forward. Di Qing looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "Although this old Tao has already died, but the energy contained in his body is extremely abundant. I am afraid that his fairy source has not been consumed." Jian Wushuang looked at the front with dignified eyes. If the judgment is correct, then Huang Quan Lao Dao is very likely to be the peak of 9 to Yinxian, which is in the same situation as Di Qing. And Huang Quan's old ways are far from being a single fight. More and more fairy bones tear the fairy tomb and walk out of the fairy tomb. Let him dispatch the messenger. This entered the first battle of Demi Tian. I am afraid it is quite tricky. After Di Qing's blow was offset by the white dust from the dust, Huang Quan's Tao no longer fought, but retreated quickly, waving the dust in his hand. The dust seemed to have some kind of enchanting magic sound, and those fairy bones flew over from all directions again. "Don't let these things near me. I want to pick up the old head," Di Qing said, looking at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, releasing the unmatched force directly in his palm. Each strand was enough to crush a fairy bone. I Ching's body shape no longer stayed, and suddenly a pair of wings with gold lines around him loomed over the sky. Facing the old saying of Huang Quan, He no longer released the treasure, but shook the wings behind him. In an instant, countless, like the mountains and seas, the dynamism will burst out completely. There are hundreds of millions of golden feathers. With an unimaginable breath, the heavens and the punishment are generally falling. Every golden feather is destroyed, the dead air on the sky is swallowed, and a shocking big hole is burned, and everything is illuminated. This is the full-strength form of Diqing, an unreserved form. Boom! Master Huang Quan raised his head and looked at the sky-destroyed Jinyu, waving the dust in his hand. Fu Chunbai Sea stretched for thousands of miles in an instant and turned into a party to protect himself. At this moment, the earth was torn, and countless immortal bones were burned up by the falling golden feathers, and they burned up together with the earth. The dust-bound enchantment built by Huang Quan's masters, even though it was sturdy again, was still unable to contend with the golden feather that carried the mountain sea trend. After the dust enchantment was torn open, the sky-like golden feathers were like locusts, and they rushed to Huang Quan's old road. The indescribable martyrdom centered on him, tearing the north heavenly domain directly from the middle, and the plain will be torn apart. The energy dissipated by this kind of escape cannot be sustained under Yen Xian. Jian Wushuang reached out to protect the Qingting Pool Zhaoting behind them, and then prepared to break the formation under him. At the next moment, the old man resounded like Hong Zhongda Lu's voice. Set. He held the invisible sword and prepared to push it horizontally. He only felt that his body was blessed with some kind of shackles, and he even directly interrupted his control of Yanli. Even Qing Qing above the void was affected, and his figure trembled, and he landed uncontrollably. The world is silent. Only the burning fire spreads. Whispering white silk enchantment retreats, revealing Huang Quan's old figure. At this time, he was not embarrassed. His gray skin was burned into large holes, revealing the horrible bones, and one of the two eyeballs also burst, even more terrible. Thief, dare to insult me? He was furious, and his rotten robe, even with the dust in his hands, turned to ashes. Today, I will ask you to turn into nourishment in my Huangquan Fatian array. The deafening voice stopped, and Huang Quan's old right hand held the sword, turning into a sensational bone in his left hand. Immediately, the large array of immortal bones trapped by Wushuang Jian, Di Qing and others slowly rotated. Uncountable broken fairy bones rise and fall in it, with fierce extreme murderousness and death energy. These countless Yinxian powers that once fought in the quartet and died here, even the dead bones after death, have been refined and become the nourishment of the great array. This is a fierce battle. Along with Huang Quan's old ways, this Huangquan Fatian array began to fluctuate and became like a quagmire. The feet began to become muddy, and at the same time a pair of white bones palms protruded, madly grasping at Jiajian Wushuang and others. There was also a strong blood of God, and it immediately rushed up. We are all nourishment, commemorates the souls of my dead subordinates. Huang Quan's old voice chanted lowly, accompanied by his voice. The blood of the entire Huangquan Fatian array completely wiped the sword Wushuang and others. Swallowed, then boiled. There are still immortal bones coming out of the immortal tomb, and they rushed towards the magic circle without turning back, and merged into it, becoming a part and a strong formation. The boiling and viscous blood of God is like a tianhe falling from the sky dome, ugly and ugly. Huang Quan Lao Dao looked at this scene with only one eye left. He seemed very satisfied, and then moved forward. At the next moment, the blood river in Huangquan Fa Tianjin trembles suddenly, and then a figure emerges quietly. He wasn't soaked with blood stains all over his body. Gao Qing held up an invisible long sword in his hand, drawing bows and arrows like shooting the sun, and his arm's tension was rounded to the extreme. At the next moment, the invisible long sword was suddenly thrown out, as if the arrows shot by the god's bow were anxious, with a forward-looking trend. The sky trembles, wherever the sword front passes, the void is broken. Chapter 48-25. The blood river was divided into two sections, and the invisible sword finally pierced the boundary of the Huangquan Fatian array, and nailed into the heart of Huangquan's old road, bursting. The unparalleled glare shines, illuminating the decayed northern sky for a moment. The martyrdom continued, and Huangquan Fatian array was punctured and collapsed at a very fast rate. Standing above the blood river that is about to wither, Jian Wushuang slowly spit out a cloud of breath, and a secret red light flashed away in his left hand. It is the fairy bones and the blood river that build the Huangquan Fatian array. The blood river is formed by the condensing murderous and dead air, which can easily infiltrate the soul of the gods and cause the siege to be lost. But there was one thing that made Jian Wushuang and others easily evade the blood swallowing. That thing, Sha Qing, the lord of Sand Devil's Cave, was handed to Jian Wushuang's slap blood-red skull when he was dying. The blood-red skull's absorption and induction of blood gas has exceeded imagination. Even if he was sealed in the Bolyang bottle, he still flew out of control, and the whale swallowed the infinite murderous blood and blood gas in the blood river. This is something that Jian Wushuang didn't think of. The originally very difficult Huangquan Fatian array was also depleted of its foundation, so it was easily destroyed. Replug the skull into the Bolyang bottle, Jian Wushuang's eyes looked forward. Standing in front of him, Qing looked at him with shocking eyes, destroyed the magic circle with his own strength, and directly killed the old Tao of Huangquan, who was a big Yanxian. How could it not surprise him? A small realm is an insurmountable gap, let alone a gap between Yanxian and Dianxian, but that's how it happened. Jian Wushuang used the power of Yanxian to kill Dianxian by leapfrog. It seems that my cognition is still just the tip of the iceberg for you. Di Qing looked at him and sighed slightly. Jian Wushuang couldn't explain too much, just said, "It's just a coincidence." Shi Qingqi is completely a shocked look. Zhao Ting looked at his back in a complicated way and did not know what to think about. The thick smoke waves from the martyrdom slowly dissipated, and then a body with almost no human form appeared. Under the blow of Jian Wushuang, the entire left half of the fairy body of Huangquan Lao Dao was completely destroyed. In his shriveled chest cavity, there really is a group of immortal sources that will be destroyed. He did not die, although the fairy source is about to break, but still provides him with unimaginable dynamism. Huang Quan was angry, and used his last power to throw the Baoguang True sword out of his hand. With a real sword of endless dark blood, cut it at a speed so fast that it can't dodge at all. Heaven and earth changed their colors, everything was in a blink of an eye, and even Qing did not react. Jian Wushuang saw the most real thing. When the real sword broke through the clouds, he almost subconsciously pushed away his face. Laugh. The Baoguang True sword with infinite blood and murderousness accidentally stabbed into the left chest of Jian Wushuang, and came out through the chest, and the tearing blood spewed out. "Adult!" shouted Shi Qingqi. Di Qing was also completely shocked, but he reacted in an instant and directly released the most terrifying trend in front of Huang Quan. A total of 3 black, white, and red Trinity ancestral treasures, all of which represent I Ching's full blow, rolling forward. Huang Quan, who had broken Xianyuan, was finally extinct under this blow. He completely died, even with the entire northern sky territories dead, countless of the fairy bones that came out of the fairy tomb. No traction, so they fell to the ground one after another. The entire North Sky territory was completely dead. Jian Wushuang slowly leaned back and was dragged by both Shi Qingqi and Zhao Ting at the same time. The blood of God with a faint gold streak was flowing from the back of his heart, and his pupils slowly enlarged. "It will be okay. It will be okay." The cleaning pool murmured, the blood flowing out of her fingers. Huang Qing, who had already destroyed Huang Quan's old ways, quickly looked at Jian Wushuang with dignified eyes, and then pressed his palms against his broken chest. With a ray of vigorous strength, he tried to repair his chest. Jian Wushuang Kue suddenly opened his eyes and said slowly, "Leave this place as soon as possible and rush to the territory of Demission." After leaving this sentence, he passed out again. Noble nodded, grabbed Jian Wushuang directly from the second female, and ran straight to the north sky. Zhao Ting and Shi Qingpa followed immediately. After entering the northern heavenly field full of immortal tombs, it was considered to have entered the hinterland of Demission. The originally hazy sky dome disappeared, replaced by a bright and vigorous sky. That fierce battle almost smashed the entire Baishanyu, and finally attracted nearly 100 guards to go to Baishanyu to investigate. Passing by the guards of Yinxian and Dingxiu, the faces dignified, Jian Wushuang is now seriously injured, and he must find a secluded cave to recuperate, so as not to leave an indelible dark disease. Immediately afterwards, Diqing was nearby, looking for a hole in the sky that was relatively thin and hard to detect, so he swept away. The clouds gradually thinned out, and a total of 7 fairy peaks like fairy mountains came into view. Holding the essence of Jian Wushuang, he directly selected the largest and magnificent immortal mountain among the 7 lotus peaks and arrived. Boom! He waved his palm directly and opened a small hole in the side of the lotus peak. Several people turned around and entered it. Holding the head of Jian Wushuang, Qingshou took the brunt and entered the small cave, but soon he was stunned. Zhao Ting and Shiqing Pond also stopped on the spot. I saw directly in front of them, in the depths of this small hole, a young man in a shabby gown was scared to sit on the ground with his legs crossed, and Yu was reading at www.ukanshu.com looking at them in horror. Beside this young man, some precious treasures were scattered, apparently just scattered. Diqing soon understood what was going on. It turned out that this lotus peak was not an unowned thing, and it was obviously a blessed place for this young man to practice. But even if this lotus peak is the possession, but hit him to enter here is to change the Lord. In the eyes of Diqing, a secret flash of murderous opportunity emerged, killing a guy who was nothing but a fairyland. For him, it was simply no easier. Just as he was about to start, Jian Wushuang, who had been comatose, opened his eyes quietly, and he said, "He can't kill." Although he didn't understand it, Diqing still restrained the killing in his heart and looked at the disappointed young man with a deep voice, "Get out of time, and get out." After hearing this sentence, a young man with a gray face, like amnesty, "No matter how busy this is," he nodded, and at the same time quickly picked up some of the top treasures that fell on the ground to escape. Chapter 48:26. Throwing those treasures into his arms with all his hands and feet, the young man would rush out of the sky. But immediately, Zakinki did open his arms to stop his way. "You can't let him go, otherwise the safety of the adults can't be guaranteed." The young man heard the words and closed his eyes in a hurry. "You can rest assured that I haven't seen anything, and nothing will be passed on." Diqing also realized something, directly released the Yinli rope to hug him, and thrown it into the depths of this small hole. The young man, who fell heavily on the ground, like a frightened rabbit, spoke in a panic. "My lords, Imweliujia is a good person. I am diligent in this big, lonely mountain. I haven't even fallen down once every Chinese New Year. God can clearly understand my sincerity. I am loyal to the second emperor, Wu." Too lazy to listen to his nonsense, Diqing blocked his mouth again, and used the force to transform the whip, and slashed him to count the whip, only to be honest. Suddenly, it was silent for a few days, and Qing placed the unconscious sword Wushuang on a flat ground before he began to investigate his condition. Under this view, even Qing was a little surprised. Jian Wushuang's original fragmented body, and even the internal organs were almost empty of the fairy body. At this moment, it has been restored. The shocking wound is also visible to the naked eye. The speed is repairing. Moreover, his breath has gradually stabilized from the previous fluctuations, and a complete recovery is only a matter of time. What a freak, this guy. Diqing murmured in disbelief. The cleaning pond also came forward at this time, and his eyes were still slightly reddish. Adult situation. "He's fine, and it doesn't matter for a while," Dee said coldly. He was obviously more disgusted with this almost culprit woman. "Then can I take care of adults?" she whispered. "No." Diqing responded coldly. "He doesn't have to take care of him. He will recover soon. The cleaning pool is promised and the lost return." As time went by, the cave in the fairy mountain fell silent within a day. I don't know how long it passed. A slight cry, a little excitement sounded from far and near outside the cave. Suddenly, a figure with more than enough size suddenly ran into the sky, and the snow-white hair was dotted with incomprehensible dark, dense lines. It was a dream taper in Shiqing Pond, and it was also the culprit that awakened all the fairy bones in the fairy tombs of the northern heaven. At the moment, he jumped into the sky, and his 4 dark eyes directly saw its owner, and he was thrilled when he was excited. But it was a powerful foot in response to it. Almost 10% of the effort was used to clean the pool and kick it out with 1 foot. At the same time, while Zhao Ting hadn't responded, he directly withdrew the saber from her waist and cut it towards Meng Tappy. But in the end, the long knife that circulated Yanli did not fall, but hovered over Meng Tapio's head. Shiqing Kai's eyes turned red, watching it coldly. "Get out! I will no longer be your master from now on," Meng Tap whispered in a low voice, and her front paws swayed unsteadily on the ground. It didn't understand why his master suddenly became so cold. It whimpered and went forward on its lower body, only this time. It was a sharp long knife that responded to it, cut it with a knife, and tore a wound directly on Meng Tap's neck. "Go," Shi Qingqi said coldly, his long knife pointing out of the sky. Meng Tappy whimpered, lying motionless. At this time, a tired voice slowly sounded, "Forget it. The things that have passed are gone, and the wisdom of a small animal is not yet civilized, and it is also reasonable." Jian Wushuang sat up slowly and coughed again. "Sir, you're awake." Shi Qingqi was surprised, and his long knife stood on the ground, and he was a little embarrassed. "It's not good to sleep again." He shook his head helplessly. I Ching, who had been sitting next to him, gave him a careful look, then raised his eyebrows slightly. "It's still pretty good." Jian Wushuang smiled. "Fortunately, I didn't hurt the source, and the recovery was smooth." After he finished speaking, he looked around slowly. "Are we here now?" I Ching replied, "Among the vastness of the hinterland, the northern heaven has already left. It seems to be quite smooth. This small hole is pretty good. Although the strength is thinner, it is also a good go-to dojo." Jian Wushuang looked around and nodded. This small cave has hidden winds and condensed water in the day, and although the layout is a bit cold, it is still elegant, and its owner is obviously stylish. As he was about to take his gaze back, Yu Guang suddenly glanced at the corner of the wall, and there was a figure almost with Zhongzi, and the dumplings stared at them, looking at them in horror. "This is?" Jian Wushuang was puzzled. When Qingwen heard the words, he held out his hand, and the figure wrapped in dumplings rolled over, and at the same time removed the Yinlian chain from his mouth. Seeing this, the sullen young man hurriedly closed his eyes and said something in his mouth. "I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything, and I didn't know how many people were there. I beg your adults to put it down." Jian Wushuang couldn't help crying and laughing. "Nothing. Open my eyes and let me see." The young man heard the words and finally opened his eyes slowly. "Are you the master of this hole?" he asked. The young man nodded. "Ukanshu." Kam's voice trembled a little. "Below is the second mountain owner of this big lonely mountain, Wei Liujia." "Wei Liujia? Good name." Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile and said, "How many mountain owners like you are in this vast sky?" This rogue young man named Wei Liujia, like the pour of beans, spoke of the old bottom. "There are dozens of heavens in the entire Damian heaven, but there are only 17 caves like Xianshan Cave like me, and only there are 17 mountain owners, and the mountain owners are hereditary. They cannot be led by others." Jian Wushuang touched his chin. 17 caves and 17 mountain owners. It seems that your identity is relatively high in this vast sky, right? Wei Liujia heard the words and flashed a look of embarrassment. "The identity of Lord Dong Tianshan is certainly high, but my father died at a young age, and only left me the seat of this big Gushan mountain. Speaking of the Lord of the Cave of Heaven, in fact, the entire Dagushan Cave is just a polished pole for me. Plus, every Chinese New Year is to be worshipped, and my father has never left a little treasure. Below, I became the bottom of the 17 caves, not to be seen by any monks." Chapter 48:27. There was an awkward atmosphere in the cave of Daegu Mountain. Jian Wushuang once again looked at this simple cave. Except for a few dilapidated futons that were almost patched, all other feng shui scenes were purely natural. Only then did he confirm that he was not lying, and it was really poor. No, are you as poor as a yin xian? Jian Wushuang made an unconscious attempt. Wei Liujiao was very injured, and the expression on his face was almost embarrassed. That, because I am just a little yin xian, and I have no great ability to gather money, I can only live by this big lonely mountain. Such a twist. Plus the order of the emperor, the mountain owners should not leave their respective jurisdictions without authorization, so they are so poor. I used to ask other Yinxian to ask for some treasures of precious treasures, and I plan to plant some seeds for the coming of the Chinese New Year. If you don't live, you can only grow some mortals, so after 1 or 2 visits, it becomes the situation you see. Speaking of this, Wei Liujia raised his head and looked at Jian Wushuang nervously. Several adults. You all also see that Wei Mao is really poor. Even if he bears his clothes, he can't squeeze a little treasure, and he also invites the adults to open the net. Jian Wushuang was also understandable at this time. The young Yin Xian named Wei Liujia now inherited his father's title and got the title of the mountain owner. But because of his bad luck and various other reasons, he finally fell into such a bad position that he couldn't even recruit talents and could only become a polished rod in his own territory. You can rest assured that I will never covet your anything, but just borrow the treasure land for a little rest, and then leave. Jian Wushuang finished, motioned to let Qing Qing loosen the rope of strength on him. After the rope was untied, the things that were originally hidden in Wei Lujia's arms were scattered all over the place. Looking closely, they are all treasures of various sizes, with dozens of pieces, with various starbursts flashing, which is barely acceptable. The air froze, Wei Lujia's mouth twitched, and cold sweat poured from his temples. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Hurry up, they'll just wait for a little rest here, and it's not a robber who robs people of treasure. Wei Liujia echoed again and hurriedly put those treasures back into his arms. After he packed up the treasures, Jian Wushuang reminisced on the previous conversation and soon realized what was happening, and he asked, "What did you say? You have to go to the confession every Chinese New Year. That is the confession, but is the second emperor the son correct?" Wei Liujia nodded his head. Jian Wushuang's and Su Zus formlessly shortened the distance between them. Plus the almost repair came to Daga Mountain to visit, so that he had no one to tell, so he opened the conversation box unconsciously. "Yes, I have to go to Tiangong to make confession every Chinese New Year." Jian Wushuang heard his heart and moved his heart. After glancing at I Ching, he asked again, "Did the confession of this year's Chinese year begin or not?" "Not yet." Wei Liujia shook his head. Every Chinese New Year's confession was started after the second emperor attended the heavenly feast. Somehow this year's Korean confession was delayed somehow, but it will start in another 3 years. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up, which was simply dozing off, and immediately put on the pillow. Originally, he was still having a headache how to approach the young man to correct it. Now the problem was solved immediately. As the saying goes, the thin camel is bigger than the horse. Even though Wei Liujia was crowded out by the rest of the mountain owners, he was also able to go straight to the Tiangong Palace and meet the master. Only this one is what Jian Wushuang urgently needs. If you go to Tiangong with him to get close to Gongzizing, you will have a fairly well-known and undetectable identity. As long as that Yinling is beside Gongzizing or nearby, she will surely be able to find her whereabouts. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang said, "If we want to go to the Tiangong with you and see the young man to correct it, can we?" Wei Liujia was stunned and soon turned his face. "I'm afraid it's not very good. The Tiangong is heavily guarded. Everyone who goes to the tribute will be thoroughly investigated, in case." He didn't say the second half of the sentence, but Jian Wushuang knew what he was thinking. If you take them to the Tiangong, if there are any consequences and problems, they will definitely not be able to bear him. As Jian Wushuang prepared to continue to persuade him, Zhao Ting, who had not spoken in the distance, slowly walked forward. Wei Liujia looked up subconsciously, and suddenly he shuddered, and stood up straight to salute Zhao Ting. Wei Liujia, the lord of the lonely Daga Mountain, saw and met Zhao Tianguan. "Do you recognize me?" Zhao Ting came to him and asked quietly. "When? Of course, you are the Tianguan next to the second emperor, and the low office must be kept in mind. Wei Liujia said aloud. Zhao nodded and said, I also recognize you, and I am most impressed, and I can still remember it now. His eyes lit up. Chengmeng Zhao Tianguan remembered the humble office. Of course remember. You are the most unique of the 17 mountain owners. Zhao Ting smiled slightly. Ahaha, is that? Wei Liujia looked embarrassed and naturally understood the meaning of Zhao Ting's words. Every time during this Chinese New Year, the confession made him look so different every time that he would not come to Taiwan. Of course it would be impressive. If there is no accident, this time the Tiangong dynasty confession will make his appearance. Zhao Ting naturally didn't know what he was thinking, and then said, They are all my colleagues. Because I have something important to do, I can't go to Tiangong recently. Can you take them to Tiangong to make confessions? Although Zhao Ting is asking, his tone is not to be discussed. Although her words were full of loopholes, calm, but Wei Liujia did not dare to disobey her and had to resign. Go back to Zhao Tianguan, the master of Daga Mountain Wei Weijiakan. Zhao Ting nodded, then looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang returned her positive look, then stood up and walked to Wei Liujia. Brother Wei, let's go to the confession. Can you prepare any gifts for the second emperor? Wei Liujia heard the words, suddenly sweating again, and his face was very embarrassed. Precise, the preparation is ready, but whether it can satisfy the second emperor is another. Can that make me take a look? Jian Wushuang smiled. Okay. He had a complex look and slowly stretched his hands into his arms. After a while, some of the treasures he hid in his arms were picked out one after another, hovering carefully in the air. After seeing these treasures prepared for the second emperor, Jian Wushuang finally believed, Wei Liujia, really poor. Chapter 48-28. Those that can be found even by ordinary top-level cultivation and disdain for the practice of Tao, there are as many as 4 copies, and occupy 40% of these treasures. There are 13 treasures in his collection, each of which can only be said to be terrible. Apart from the Taoist book, there are some treasures that cannot be named. However, Wei Liujia is still a family of treasures, and he introduced them to Jian Wushuang one by one. This is Yushu Liuli Zun, Wang Jinyu Ring. 13 treasures that can be seen slightly, but only that one Yushu Liuli Zun is of some value, can warm the meridians, and has a better use for restoring the strength. But Rao is so. I am afraid that the effect of Yushu Liuli Zun is not as good as a black mountaintop crystal. Wei Liujia wiped the virtual sweat on his head. These are all the babies I bought from the real sword that my father left me. I hope the confession will not be ugly this time. Jian Wushuang already had no idea what to say. If these things, which were barely treasured, were brought to the Tiangong palace and in front of the 2 emperors, then the mockery and humiliation of Wei Liujia would be inevitable. Thinking of this, he looked at Wei Liujia, and when he turned his palm, a small wooden box appeared and handed it over. You and I are destined. I will give you some gadgets today. Despite Wei Liujia's doubts, he still reached out and took the small Shimu box he had delivered. At the next moment, he gently opened the box body, and thousands of soft white awns escaped from the box, with a strong and extremely medicinal fragrance, illuminating the entire small cave for a moment. Gutter. A clear swallowing sound rang through everyone's ears. Wei Liujia's eyes were straight, and he looked straight at the pill in the small box of Shimu in his hand. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, and his reaction seemed to have been expected. This kind of pill was taken by the 3 people of spring and autumn from the heaven of the 6 crow emperors. It was collected by the emperor and belongs to the top treasure. Even the ordinary Dayan immortal may not be able to take a look. Each one is a world of luck. Right now this Emperor Zhongdan pill has a magical effect on solid foundations and perception of immortality. Even Jian Wushuang is particularly fond of this immortality. In the end, Wei Liujia reluctantly withdrew his gaze, then closed the box and shook his head. The value of this kind of pill is too expensive. I am afraid I can sell all of my Daga Mountain, and I can never buy it. I can't close. Jian Wushuang Wanyan smiled slightly. Accept it. Don't you want to use this pill to make a good face when you go to the Tiangong this year? His sentence directly poked the deepest pain in Wei Lujia's heart, reminding him of all the humiliations since taking over as the mountain owner. For a time, the palm of his hand stretched out, and he held the box tightly again, and his joints were pale. Miss you. Just think about it. Take the opportunity to grasp it. Jian Wushuang smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Then we will go to Tiangong 3 years later. For 3 years, for Yin Xian, it was just a snap. Within these 3 years, Jian Wushuang, Di Qing and others did not leave the small cave in the big lonely mountain in one step. They were all rearing and adjusting their strength to the peak. There is only one Yin Xian who has not closed his eyes for a moment in 3 years. That Yin Xian is Wei Liujia. For 3 years, I kept the box gifted to him by Jian Wushuang, and was even careful to open it. I was afraid that it would suffer some kind of loss. Looking at Wei Liujia, who was almost going crazy, Jian Wushuang could not see it, and gave him 40 Zhongdan Maru with the same grade but different utility. Therefore, Wei Liujia almost passed out with excitement, and the first thing after he was awake was to bow his head, but was stopped by Jian Wushuang. After a simple entrustment, he restrained his leaping fairy source. 3 years have passed, and a distinctive morning bell and drum sound resounded from the sky corner. In the small cave of Dago Mountain, Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes. Sir, we should start our journey. Wei Liujia seemed to have been waiting for a long time, and his uncontrollable joy appeared on his face. Jian Wushuang nodded, then stood up, and Di Qing followed him step by step. The candidates for this trip to Tiangong to meet Gongzi Jiao have already been determined. Only Jian Wushuang and Tai Qing and Wei Liujia are the three. As for Jin Ting's decision, Zhao Ting didn't let her follow her, but stayed with Shiqing Pond in the cave of Dago Mountain. This decision is made, on the one hand, because more people are more likely to be exposed in the celestial palace corrected by the sun, on the other hand, because Jian Wushuang does not believe her. How can it be a simple Yin Xian if he can correct the position of Tianzi and be sent to assassinate him? Adult, can Qing Qi go with you? Shi Qing Qi said nervously, rubbing his clothes corner nervously. Jian Wushuang glanced back at her. Relax, I will come back to pick you up and take you home after I finish my work. At this point, the three bodies left the sky and turned into three streamers and flew away. While rising directly into the clouds, Jian Wushuang also noticed that at the same time, there was a strong breath from all the heavens, and he flew towards the same place. That was the most central part of the entire Damien, and it was the Palace of the Sun. As a mountain host different from Tianyu, its status is quite high in Domitian. Each mountain host is the lowest in Yinxian realm, which is equivalent to the final card of the sun. In other words, even if Wei Liujia became poor again, he would have a thin face in front of his son. 17 fairy mountains, 17 mountain owners, are the closest to the temple of heaven except the Lord of the blessed land. There are 17 lords of the mountain, and there are only 6 lords of the blessed land. Their status is more detached. It is a title that can only be obtained by Yin Xian, who has made a great contribution to the prince. It is also hereditary. Within half a day, Jian Wushuang and others came to the heavenly palace at the center of Damientian. On the occasion of the vastness of the clouds, an imposing heavenly gate sits amidst the clouds and stands majestic. At this moment, there are no fewer than hundreds of figures like the sun and stars, falling outside the heavenly palace. Surrounded by their respective subordinates, dozens of palatial physiques marched forward. As soon as Wei Liujia saw them, he was unconsciously short and wanted to avoid them. But the more he hid, the more he was discovered. Among the more than 10 Daohua noble figures, the middle-aged Yin Xian, the richest man, could see Wei Liujia at a glance. Yo, it turned out to be Wei Xiandi. It didn't happen in 1 year. It seems that there was some chance. The rich state Yin Xian dragged his tone and walked over with a character. Despite the possession of the Emperor Zhongdan pills given to him by Jian Wushuang, Wei Liujia still consciously dwarves and looks reddish. Chapter 48-29. That rich state Yin Xian is obviously also one of the owners of the 17 mountains. A pair of small eyes, shining with fine light, kept looking at his clothes, and he said the previous words. The clothing worn by Wei Liujia at the moment was also given to him by Jian Wushuang. This pair of lacy mountain-studded long dresses was given to Jian Wushuang by the young emperor and emperor. Each silk thread cost countless embroidered empresses and was also a rare treasure. He was handed over to Wei Liujia. Fu State Yinxian also saw the extraordinary clothes on his body, his eyes dripping. Wei Xindi, why are the real swords that you often wear around you missing? Wouldn't it be for the sake of buying this outfit and sell it? As his voice fell, more than a dozen other Dao Gue figures laughed and were very lively. Wei Lujia's complexion turned red, and he had to rush forward to theory. But Jian Wushuang beside him pulled him, and his voice was imperceptible. And Nung, barking at the dog? Boy, what are you saying? Jian Wushuang's voice was not deliberately hidden, and it naturally passed into his ears, making Fu Yin Yangxian's face change. Wei Liujia was inexplicably reassured, and his state of mind also changed unconsciously. Facing the rich State Yin Xian who rushed over, he went up without fear. Wei Liujia, get away from this seat. I'm going to destroy the kid's origin. Fu State Yin Xian said angrily. Wei Liujia heard the words and slowly raised the corner of his mouth. Ding Chunshan, has Lao Tzu always been too kind? So that you have been riding on Lao Tzu's head and shit? Don't forget that Lao Tzu is also a mountain owner. Rich State Yin Xian froze down, looking at Wei Liujia, who could not believe it, changed the aura. There was a moment of silence outside the Tiangong. A good mountain owner, said Fu Yinyin, who responded with a sneer. How dare you have done a great contribution for you, the mountain owner, for the entire Dimitri. I'm afraid I can't even afford the confession from the DPRK's position. Do you care how much I have contributed? Even if Lousy lay down and sleeps every day, that is the mountain owner. Wei Liujia also sneered. How do I take off my shoes and rub my legs? As long as you can press me, let alone rub your legs for your slippers, even if you lick the soles of this seat. Fu State Yinxian coldly said, if you are not good for me, then please remove the mountain automatically. How about the position of the Lord in running 3 circles around the Tiangong with bare ass? Lao should answer. Glancing at him, Wei Liujia turned and strode into the heavenly palace. After eating a boring loss, Fu Xin Yinxian, who knew that his face was lost, wanted to take him away. Wei Liujia, wait for this seat. In the vast cloud ladder, Wei Liujia's face flushed with excitement. His mother, I have never been as happy as I am today. The birdiness I have experienced before, I have returned it together today. It turned out to be so happy. After he finished speaking, looking at Jian Wushuang sincerely, today I was able to raise my eyebrows and exhale completely, but also thanks to the blessing of the adult, Weimo thanked me here. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. In fact, even without the details I gave you, you can still raise your eyebrows. You have always been stuck in your own opinion, but you never know how to deal with that kind of person is to return it ruthlessly. It is far less than the spirit and the spirit to crush him materially. Jian Wushuang said this calmly, and then stopped talking. And Wei Liujia was also pondering the meaning of his words, and awed him for a while. The ladder of 9,990, until the last step, the magnificent gate of the heavenly palace appeared. The magnificent celestial palace in which the sun is located is full of majestic feelings. Compared with the heavenly palace in the northern celestial state of the late emperor's son, it is a little less tricky and ingenious. It was a bit majestic. This gave Jian Wushuang a bit of an illusion, and the correction of the sun was the real little emperor. The confession that is opened every other Chinese New Year is a law rectified by the sun after the Feast of the Heaven, which is intended to secure the mountain owner and the lord of the blessed land in order to prevent a second heart. The gate of the Tiangong Palace has long been opened, and a scent of incense floats out of the temple, calming the hearers. Guarded guards walked out of the hall and led them in sequence. In order to highlight the facade and style, every mountain owner who came to the Tiangong was followed by 5 or 6 top repair subordinates. Each of them was surrounded by a huge box, which was obviously a gift for the confession. Especially the wealthy Yinxian who confronted Wei Liujia outside the Tiangong Palace, followed by 8 top repaired subordinates, and the number of boxes in his arms was roughly 20 pieces. Instead, Wei Liujia was very bachelor, holding a slap-sized Yushu Lielizun seated. This scene was taken into account by Fu Yin Yinxian, and he almost laughed out loud. He, who read countless treasures, naturally could see the Yushu Lielizun in Wei Lujia's hand at a glance, and even his body was not as good as the one he wore. I'm going to see how you compete with this seat. Just wait for 3 rounds of Rao Tiangong with bare ass. Fu State Yinxian glared at him fiercely, and then took a seat. As long as these mountain masters entered the temple, Jian Wushuang realized that he was seated in the lower position of the throne, and he had already settled 6 old men, all of whom were quite mature, and they should be the masters of the blessed land. Sitting next to Wei Liujia, Jian Wushuang's eyes were always watching the empty throne. He was expecting that the figure with the bone-shaped armor disappearing would appear in the next time. Master, are you waiting for the emergence of the second emperor? Seeing the fluctuations in Jian Wushuang's eyes, Wei Liujia lowered his voice. After the morning bell strikes 3 times, the second emperor will move from Sendai to Tiangong. Jian Wushuang nodded, waited intently. When it seemed as though the bells ringing from afar, the entire Tiangong was suddenly silent, and all the mountain owners were sitting in danger. Even the lords of the blessed land that closed their eyes and kept their eyes open. There are fairy cranes chirping outside the hall, while thousands of fairy clouds rise. Under the guidance of hundreds of cranes, a negative hand stood, dressed in a suit of the emperor, slowly walking into the heavenly palace. At this moment, the lord of the 17 mountains, the lord of the 6 blessed lands, and a large number of Yinxian have been repaired, and they are all screaming, "The courtiers meet the 2 emperors." Jian Wushuang looked up at his back. Compared with the previous feast in the heavenly court, the sun had a little more calmness that did not show the mountains in dew, as if everything was clear to the chest, giving people a sense of self-effacing. A feeling of, this is a very strong opponent, you can never guess his thoughts. Jian Wushuang doesn't even think that it was the real strength of the young master in the battle for the peach. Chapter 48:30. Wei Lujia's court, tribute. The entire cave of Daga Mountain was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Jian Wushuang looked at the extremely simple heavenly abode again. Except for a few tattered futon that were almost patched up, all the other feng shui and scenery were pure natural. Only then did he confirm that he was not lying and that it was really poor. It can't be. You are a yin immortal and you are this poor? Jian Wushuang unconsciously added another blow. Wei Liujia was very hurt, and the expression on his face was almost embarrassed. Well, because I'm just a little yin immortal and don't have much ability to accumulate wealth, I can only live on this Daegu mountain, which is why my life is so difficult. In addition, the prince has ordered that the mountain lords are not allowed to leave their respective areas of jurisdiction without permission, which is why they are so poor. I had previously asked for some precious spiritual treasure seeds from other yin immortals. I was prepared to plant some, and when the Hua year was coming, I would bring the harvest to the court as tribute. However, my Daga mountain is a land of evil. Nothing can grow here, only some ordinary things can grow here. Thus, after a few times, it became the situation you see now. At this point, Wei Liujia raised his head and looked at Jian Wushuang nervously. My lords, you can see that I'm really poor. Even if I strip off my clothes, I won't be able to squeeze out any treasure. Please show mercy. Jian Wushuang finally understood that the young yin immortal named Wei Liujia had inherited his father's position and received the title of Mountain Lord. However, due to his bad luck and various other reasons, he was so down and out that he could not even recruit talents. He could only stay in his own territory. Don't worry, we won't covet anything of yours. We'll only be borrowing this treasured land for a short rest before leaving. After Jian Wushuang finished speaking, he motioned Di Qing to release the rope on his body. When the rope was untied, the things that Wei Liujia had hidden in his arms were scattered all over the ground. Upon closer inspection, they were all treasures of various sizes. There were dozens of them, and they were shimmering with all sorts of treasure lights. They could barely be considered decent. The air froze. The corners of Wei Lujia's mouth twitched, and cold sweat seeped out of his temples. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "Put it away quickly. We're just taking a short break here." We're not bandits who want to steal someone's treasure. Yes, my lord, Wei Liujia responded and hurriedly stuffed the treasures back into his arms. While he was putting away the treasures, Jian Wushuang thought back to the previous conversation and quickly realized something. He asked, "You just said that you have to go to the court every year. You go to the court to see the second emperor, Prince Ju?" Wei Liujia nodded. Jian Wushuang's warmth had unknowingly closed the distance between them. In addition, there were almost no top cultivators who came to visit Daegu Mountain on normal days, so he had no one to talk to. Thus, he unconsciously opened his mouth and said, "Yes, I have to go to the Heavenly Palace to offer an official tribute every 1 year." Jian Wushuang was moved by his words. After exchanging a glance with Di Qing, he asked again, "Then, has the offering ceremony for this year begun or not?" "Not yet." Wei Liujia shook his head and said, "Every year's tribute starts after the second prince returns from the Heavenly Court's feast. For some reason, the current year's tribute has been delayed for some time, but it will start in 3 years." Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened. This was simply great timing. Originally, he was still having a headache over how to get close to Prince Ju. Now, this problem was immediately solved. As the saying goes, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if Wei Liujia was ostracized by the other mountain lords, he was still able to go straight to the Heavenly Palace and meet Prince Ju. This was what Jian Wushuang urgently needed. If he went to the Heavenly Palace with him to get close to Prince Ju, he would have a rather legitimate and undetectable identity. As long as Yinling was by Prince Ju's side or nearby, he would definitely be able to find her whereabouts. At the thought of this, Jian Wushuang said, "If we want to go to the Heavenly Palace with you and meet Prince Ju, can we?" Wei Liujia was stunned, but his expression quickly changed. "I'm afraid that's not a good idea. The Heavenly Palace is heavily guarded, and every person who goes to pay tribute will be thoroughly investigated." What if? He did not say the second half of his sentence, but Jian Wushuang knew what he was thinking. If he took them to the Heavenly Palace, the consequences and problems that would arise would definitely not be something that a little yin immortal like him could bear. Just as Jian Wushuang was about to persuade him again, Zhao Ting, who had been silent all this while, slowly walked forward. Wei Liujia subconsciously raised his head to look, and his entire body trembled at the sight. He hurriedly stood up straight and cupped his hands in salute to Zhao Ting. "Your humble servant, Wei Liujia, the mountain lord of Daegu Mountain, greets Heavenly Official Zhao. You recognize me?" Zhao Ting came in front of him and asked indifferently. "Oh, of course, you're the Heavenly Official serving the second prince. They'll definitely remember that," Wei Liujia said, embarrassed. Zhao Ting nodded and said, "I also know you, and you're the one who left the deepest impression. I can still remember you even now." His eyes brightened. "Thank you, Heavenly Official Zhao, for remembering my position. Of course I remember. You are the most unique individual among the 17 mountain lords," Zhao Ting said with a smile. "Ahaha, is that so?" Wei Liujia's expression turned awkward, and he naturally understood what Zhao Ting meant. This once-in-year court tribute had made him embarrassed every time, so of course he would leave a deep impression. If there were no accidents, he would make a fool of himself again in the Heavenly Palace. Zhao Ting naturally did not know what he was thinking. She continued, "They are all my colleagues. I have important matters to attend to, so I can't go to the Heavenly Palace. Can you take them to the Heavenly Palace to pay their respects?" Although Zhao Ting was asking, her tone did not allow any room for discussion. Although her words were full of loopholes, Wei Liujia did not dare to disobey. He cupped his hands and said, replying to Heavenly Official Zhao, the mountain lord of the Daegu Mountain, "Wei Liujia will obey your orders." Zhao Ting nodded and then looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang gave her an affirmative look and then walked toward Wei Liujia. "Brother Wei, did you prepare any gifts for the second prince?" When Wei Liujia heard this, he immediately broke out in cold sweat again. His expression was extremely uneasy. "Yes, I have prepared, but whether it will satisfy the second prince is another matter. Then can I have a look?" Jian Wushuang smiled. All right. He had a complicated expression on his face as he slowly reached into his arms. A moment later, some of the treasures he had hidden in his arms were taken out one by one and carefully suspended in the air. When he saw the treasures that were prepared for the second prince, Jin Wushuang finally believed that Wei Liujia was really poor. Chapter 48:31. There are hundreds of eyes staring at Xinwuyang's celestial heavenly court. Judging by the performance of the sun, it is definitely not his last strength. Including finally being suppressed by Jin Wushuang, he definitely has several ways to get out of trouble, but in the end why it will be a defeated situation. Jin Wushuang guesses that the means of correction by the sun may not be displayed. After all, judging from the fairy style he released in that contest, it was very cloudy and fierce. Jin Wushuang put him in the ranks of dangerous people, and naturally would never start a conflict with him. The scene of the killing of the son of the goddess in the northern celestial state was absolutely impossible to be staged in Dami. The figure sits on the throne, the sun nodded slowly, and looked across every Yin Xian in the heavenly palace. On his side, accompanied by a white-robed Yin Xian who was not angry. Zhu Qing are seated one by one. The sun waved his hand and smiled. We haven't seen it for a year, and we will meet for 3 years. Zhu Qing, please drink 300 cups. My son manages enough. At the end of the talk, laughter sounded in this palace, and the atmosphere was at its best. In the face of these immortal mountain masters and lords of the blessed land, Gong Zizing did not show his identity, but pulled his status down, giving people a sense of equalization. Even Jin Wushuang couldn't find any flaws in this conversation, and naturally there was no discomfort. Immediately afterwards, the sommelier boy presented a bottle of exquisite wine. Although it seemed to be a small bottle, it contained more than 1,000 pounds of liquor. After picking up the wine, Wei Liujia very naturally poured a cup for Jin Wushuang, and then the Qing, and finally poured himself a cup. He was a little shocked by the small details that could not be seen. Although Wei Liujia is unbearable, it is also the owner of Xianshan Mountain, and his character is the hard, smelly stone in the pit. At the same time he is poor, he is also a hard, smelly, stubborn donkey. And those two guys who can make him drink aren't his followers? Is it a rescue soldier who moved in? Thinking of the abnormal Wei Liujia outside the previous Tiangong temple, Ding Chunshan suddenly lost his confidence. Is there really any treasure hidden in that guy's hands? Ding Chunshan murmured secretly, but quickly calmed down again. Even if there is any baby in Wei Liujia's hand, is there no baby in his hand? Not only there are, but also the quantity and quality far exceeding each previous confession. For this Chinese New Year confession, Ding Chunshan almost brought all his family's identity, only to make a good impression in front of the sun. The reason why all the people brought over were desperate. Ding Chunshan still had a hidden meaning that was not revealed. This year's Chinese New Year confession is later than the previous one. This is the first time, there is no precedent, and he is well informed that the 5 brothers of the sun's correction have some minor conditions, which leads to the state of martial law in each heaven. Therefore, Ding Chunshan boldly speculated that the 2 emperors and sons might be able to lower the luck of Fudi and Fuse at this juncture to strengthen the stability of Domitian. 17 Xianshan mountain lords and 6 blessed landlords, plainly speaking, are the right-handed bodyguards of the sun. Only when the fortune of Fukazawa's luck drops again will they have common benefits for them. Whether you can be promoted from the position of Xianshan Mountain Lord to the Lord of Blessed Land depends on this opportunity. So this time, Ding Chunshan must take the lead. He lifted his head and drained the wine from the glass. Then he looked around with pride in his eyes. Jin Wushuang, who was sitting on the side, frowned slightly, and the wine in the glass remained unchanged. The wine had gone through the 3rd tour, and Yinling still did not appear in the Tiangong, which made him unable to sit still, and began to think about getting out, and took the opportunity to explore around the Tiangong. Just as he was thinking about how to get out, the atmosphere in this palace began to change subtly. All the followers behind the master of Xianshan Mountain began to sort out the boxes. Although the mountain masters were still drinking, they seemed to have been working hard in the dark. The most treasured treasures bred by the young son Jiao Ioudiandi and the young man Mashi male color in this large division are almost known to Yin Xian, who is a little herd. This also gave birth to the scene of presenting treasures. Every master of Xianshan Mountain and even the master of the Blessed Land began to present their own treasures. The first to present treasure was a lord of the Blessed Land, sitting at the head of the younger son. He got up and took out a black and white wishful wish from his arms. Your Highness, this thing is called to avoid the wishful thinking. It was cast by Su Tuo, a 3-inch mountain master Su Tuo, and contains 2 extremely rich first-day weather luck, which is a rare treasure. This thing has black and white 2-color bone buds. Just twist the black bone buds to avoid evil spirits and clean the spirit platform. If you press and hold the white bone buds, you can absorb most of the delirium and blood. The 2-color Rui, which was first thrown by the Elder Lord of the Blessed Land, is still valuable. If this object is worn on the body, it can avoid some of the special immortals that practice the Phelan Dafa. The son sitting on the head nodded his head and gestured, without showing any expression. After the Elder Lord of the Blessed Land will evade Rui and give it to the boy, he will be seated again. Since then, the devotion of the treasures has begun. This is an invisible battle without smoke. The endless stream of rare and precious treasures emerged first, and the quality was extremely high, and some treasures made Jian Wushuang all interested. As long as the immortal source does not die, it will instantly shape the dove-shaped immortal grass of the peak fairy body. There is a sacred gore that easily kills Yinxian and only needs a drop of essence blood. There is even a real sword made of sky-hanging wood with a strong life. Tianchuimu is a fairy tree that grows only when Emperor Qian blesses. Without Emperor Qiyun, it will wither and die, and it is an indispensable thing for the construction of heaven. A true sword made of Tenchu wood with a strong breath of life and no signs of withering and death. This is unprecedented. It is no longer possible to measure the value of it with treasures. Such a real sword has become the most dazzling existence. Even the treasures of countless suns and corrections are extremely favored by this true sword. It is the 13th Fairy Mountain Lord who presented the true sword of the wood in this day. This time he only brought such a treasure, but it has become a force to suppress the crowd. According to what he said, this day the true wooden sword was discovered by him from an ancient battlefield that was left behind. It is very likely that it was a former emperor who cast it with supreme luck and gave it. Saber for the Delichen. Ding Chunshan, who was sitting at the same place, was also somewhat unsteady at this time. He could clearly feel that this offering is not comparable to the offerings in the past years, regardless of quality or quantity. Chapter 48:32. This time the quality of the treasure is too high. There is Dehexiangxian grass in the front and Tiam Yumu sword in the back. Ding Chunshan gritted his teeth and secretly said, "Let me see how many treasures you can have." However, in a half-day effort, dozens of treasures appeared like flowing water. When it was Ding Chunshan's turn, he proudly stood up and took a few steps, turning his palms between the two, and 2 slowly turning black beads appeared. His Royal Highness, this thing is called the Z bead, which is divided into thundercloud double beads. Lei Zhu has the power of casting, and Yuan Zhu has the power of destruction. One casting is a small heaven, and one destruction is also a small heaven. When Ding Chunshan's Ding Tianju came out, all Xianshan mountain owners whispered, "It is already amazing to be able to seal 2 extreme forces in tiny pearls, and the prestige is equally good." The youngest son who sat at the top of the head also rarely spoke. "Not bad." Ding Chunshan heard the words, and he quickly bowed his hand with joy. "His Highness can like it. It is a blessing for me, Ding Chunshan." The other Xianxian masters said that they all pointed their lips away without traces. In terms of flattery, this product is definitely a good hand, and no one can control it. After handing the Ding Zi to the boy, Ding Chunshan only felt comfortable and looked at everyone a bit. Then it was Wei Lujia's turn to confess, and the atmosphere in the entire Tiangong suddenly became a little cheerful. There was also a smile in Gong Zizheng's eyes. He was also very impressed with Wei Liujia, the Lord of the Lonely Mountain. Every time the confessions wore a plain robe, they looked very poor. Treasures are naturally like spreading goods, not even treasures. However, the son did not care about these things. With his father Shang Yuan, Wei Liujia was still eligible to go to this heavenly palace and become a party of the Xianshan mountain. After all, his father was once known as Wei Jun, the of war. Slowly spit out a breath, Wei Liujia and Jian Wushuang looked at each other, and then took the Yushu Lilizen forward. His Royal Highness, this is what Wei Liujia presented, named Yushu Lielizun, which has the function of nourishing meridians and restoring vitality. It is a treasure. As soon as this remark came out, the entire Tiangong laughed completely, and even the white-robed Yinxian who was behind his son's corrections disdain. The most fiercely smiling Ding Chunshan said arbitrarily, "It seems that this time it was His Second Highness who lost money. He hosted a banquet, but he ended up with a broken one. It seems that it is time to mention the qualifications of the Tiangong." The sword sitting on the side was unpleasant. If it were not in this heavenly palace, just by the noisy voice, he would like to unscrew Ding Chunshan's head. Young master corrected his face calmly and smiled slightly. "Okay, I have received your thoughts. Sit back." Wei Liujia promised and solemnly handed over the Yushu Lielizun to lead the boy, and then walked out of his arms to find a slap-sized exquisite Hinoki small box. His Royal Highness, Wei Liujia, also has a pill. There was silence in the Temple of Heaven, and all the mountain owners stretched their necks and waited to see what else he could look like. Gongzi Jiao also came to interest, and he helped his chin open and see. Wei Liujia nodded, then reached out and gently opened the box. Immediately, thousands of strands of colorful huamong burst out, and the medicinal fragrance that was so thick that it could not be turned into a scroll was like a picture scroll, and it instantly covered the entire Tiangong. The original self-formed prince corrected, sitting straight for a moment, staring straight at the things in the box. All the mountain owners, together with the Lord of the Blessed Land, straightened up involuntarily and wanted to see exactly what the pill was, so that such a vision would burst out. Ding Chunshan's fat face was so nervous that he smelled something unusual. This pill, what's the role?" the inquirer Xinxing asked. "Back to your highness, you can let Ruyan Dingxiu produce a fairy root. Just a few crosses, like a thunder, completely exploded in this heavenly palace. The effect is fierce, far more than 10 times the true sword cast by the wooden tree that day." Even the calm-minded younger man could not help but take a deep breath. "Is this serious?" "Your Highness Mingjian," Wei Liujia said, and then handed over the Xiaomu box containing Damaru to lead the boy. The young man quickly ingested it into his hands and looked at the dark golden pill with a colorful rainbow in the box. He raised his head a moment later and solemnly said, "Liujia, what reward do you want?" There was a riot in the entire Tiangong Palace again, which was never seen in the confessions of the Chinese government in the past few years, and the son Jiao Ku never said the word reward, but it is a precedent now. Wei Liujia then slowly shook his head. "I don't want anything. It is to repay the debts of the previous years." The son opened his mouth, but he wanted to reward him, but he didn't know why. The appearance of this pill means that a Yinxian can be directly cultivated. A Yinxian is the strategic foundation. Equivalently, Wei Liujia sent him a Yinxian in disguise. The importance is self-evident. Ding Chunshan had a fat face, and he suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. He stood up and came to the side of Wei Liujia, arching his hand. "His Royal Highness, the courtiers and treasures are to be presented." After that, he reached over again and gave a bronze bell. "Your Highness, this thing is called a 9-turn dry bell. Each turn is a sound. A total of 9 turns. A turn is better than a turn. Just a flick of a turn. There will be a breathtaking, calm power, even if it's impossible for Yinxian to escape." After he finished speaking, all Xianshan mountain lords nodded secretly. This 9-turn dry bell is indeed the best among the treasures. It is indeed terrifying to be able to persuade Yinxian, but it is still slightly inferior to the pill offered by Wei Liujia. It seems to be extremely resentful. Ding Chunshan looked at him with a sneer. His eyes seemed to signal that there are still many treasures in this seat that were not taken out. How do you compare it? However, Wei Liujia just glanced at him sideways. "You read books." Ukanshu. Kam reached into his arms. This time directly pulled out 2 small boxes of clover. The air fell into a suffocating atmosphere, and even the sun's corrections couldn't calm down. "His Royal Highness, these 2 Zapindan pills are equivalent to the one of Fonkai, which can make the ordinary enter into Yinding cultivation and give birth to fairy roots." The Tiangong was completely boiling, and all the mountain owners got up and looked at Wei Liujia's hands in disbelief. The horizontal flesh on Ding Chunxin's face trembled fiercely, and his figure unconsciously stepped back half a step. The sun's palm pressed firmly on the throne has been quietly clenched, and his eyes shoot out the fine man's. Immediately, Wei Liujia looked at Ding Chunshan, who was stunned, and smiled lightly. Dingshan Lord may still have treasures to offer? I'm in a hurry. I can't wait to give away the remaining treasures. Show off wealth, show off naked. All the mountain owners, the lords of the blessed land, looked at him in disbelief. This great mountain lord, who has made a foreign appearance in the treasures of several years, will use his own strength to defeat 6 mountain owners, 6 landowners. Chapter 48:33. 3 pills of pills, which can make the pills of Prussian cultivation produce the pill of Xianjian, is beyond the scope of treasures. Not to mention that these Xianshan mountain masters, even as the son of the emperor, have never seen such a mysterious pill. One is a crushed existence, but at present, Wei Liujia has given 3 in one face. Naturally, there is no mountain owner, and he can attack his front and frustrate his man. A total of 3 Zapindan pills were put into the hands of Gong Zizhio, which established Wei Liujia's unshakable position in one fell swoop. Wei Liujia smiled again. Master Dingshan, but haven't the treasures ever been given? Ding Chunshan, who already knew the situation, had a fat white face, but he still gritted his teeth. I still have. Without saying a word, Wei Liujia took another box out of his arms. I will give another pill, which is the same as the 3 pill. The silence in the Tiangong Palace, with the face of Ding Chunshan as ash. 4 pieces of Zapindan pill, that is, the archer gave 4 Yanxian. How can he play with his mother? When can Lian Yanxian be manufactured in batches? Yanxian is a great road, not a children's play. Owning a fairy route means that you have realized the road ahead. If you are in this way, the subsequent impact will be unpredictable. For Zapindan pills completely defeated Ding Chunshan, or crushed it. The remaining 16 mountain owners and 6 lords of the blessed land consciously collected all the gifts they offered to avoid being disgraced. Looking at this scene, Jin Wushuang smiled slightly. The 5 pills in Wei Liujia's hands were all screened by him, and they were all quite satisfactory, but they did help ordinary cultivators to produce immortal roots. The fairy position can only be said to be a character. Ding Chunshan felt the insurmountable horror for the first time. All the belongings he prepared were completely useless, and he was completely defeated. This year's confession of the Chinese New Year made Wei Liujia, who was supposed to be a foreigner, all the limelight. Taking a deep breath, the sun whispered slowly, Liujia, let's say what I want. Within my ability, everything can be given to you. Wei Liujia heard the words, smiled, and smiled extremely freely. His Royal Highness, Wei Liujia really has something he wants. What? I wanting Chunshan to take off my shoes and press my feet. This rather joke sentence made the sun stunned for a moment with the mountain owners, but he soon understood the meaning. Wei Liujia was paying back his teeth and reporting the troubles he had suffered in previous years. Every time, Ding Chunshan was in trouble, so he improvised a sword dance, which was quite embarrassing. Right now, it is time to fight back. Ding Chunshan was unbelievable, and then looked to the young man for help. The young man corrected his cough and waved his hand. Wei Liujia promised, and then looked at Ding Chunshan with a smile. This is a complete shame. Once done, he will endure ridicule among all the mountain owners. But he had to do it, and the sun's correction had been acquiesced. Ding Chunshan's face was ashamed, his lips squatted down, and just before his hands were about to touch the boots, Wei Liujia stepped back, stared at him deeply, and returned to the original place. I'm not going home yet, the sun whispered, and scolded Ding Chunshan back. During this Chinese New Year confession, a total of 4 Zapindan pills were harvested, and his mood was extremely good in an instant. Now the forces among the various emperors have already formed. Even if the vast division is vast, he wants to recruit 4 out of thin air. Wei Yanxian is also a very difficult thing. As far as Gong Zizhio is concerned, these 4 pills have improved his strength. Thinking of this, he looked at the white robe Yanxian beside him. Bai Pao Yanxian was enlightened, but immediately bent down and whispered, "His Royal Highness, is it too sloppy?" "Not sloppy, let's announce it," the young man said lightly. Baipao Yinxian promised, and then walked a few steps, facing all Yinxian in the Tiangong Palace, announced the sound. "This is chartered by His Royal Highness, Wei Lujia, the owner of Daegu Mountain, made a great contribution to the mission. He declared that Wei Liujia was promoted to Zhao Xiangwen, and his seat Daegu Mountain was promoted to a blessed land, enjoying all the blessings of the Lord of the Blessed Land. It will take effect immediately." All the mountain owners and the Lord of the Blessed Land were shocked, and Wei Liujia also almost fell off the seat. Degushan inexplicably became a blessed place, enjoying Few's luck, and he was promoted to Zhao Xiangwen. All this is just because of Forzapindan pills. Everything came so fast that Wei Liujia felt like a dream. It was not until his knees that he returned to life that his mind gradually became clear. It was true to be a small heavenly official, and it was true to enjoy the luck of the Lord of Fudi. He looked back, and Jian Wushuang, who was still sitting there, smiled slightly at him. Wei Liujia has never been stunned at this moment. If he hadn't watched so many Yinxian, he would have to go directly to Jian Wushuang. After the confession of the dynasty, the 17 Xianshan mountain lords became 16 and the 6 blessed landlords became 7. After the banquet until the end, Jian Wushuang did not see Yinling's figure, which made him anxious. After the banquet for the DPRK was completely over, he no longer wanted to stay longer, and he directly took Diqing to explore around the Tiangong. "Sir, can we see you again?" Outside the Temple of Heaven, Wei Liujia asked a little bit reluctantly among the clouds. Jian Wushuang turned around and said, "If you are destined, you will see you again. By the way, if you return to Daegu Mountain, take care of the 2 girls and don't let them walk around." Wei Liujia nodded vigorously and solemnly arched his hand in front of his back. Everything seemed as if it were another world, but he knew that a brand new year was coming. After stepping out of Tiangong and saying goodbye to Jian Wushuang, Wei Liujia prepared to return to Daegu Mountain first to see the luck of Fudi. But as he was about to leave Tiangong, several Yinxian dressed in white robes came after him. "Wei Tingguan, Your Highness would like to ask you to go back and narrate." Wei Liujia jumped in his heart, but he didn't show anything on his face. After nodding, he returned to Tiangong. In the Hall of the Incense Curls, only Wei Liujia was at the moment. Gongzi sits face to face with him, and there is no other Yinxian besides that. "Liujia, how many years has your father Wei Jun gone?" After pouring a cup of tea for him, the son asked with a smile. "Back to His Royal Highness. I can't remember clearly. I want to have it for decades." Wei Liujia responded quietly. He nodded. "It's been almost that long. When I was a teenager, I was in front of the emperor in the heavenly court. I saw your father Wei Jun's heroic attitude. It was very photographic and worthy of being called the god of war." Wei Liujia arched his hand. "I take Father Xie His Highness to appreciate." The son smiled and smiled. "I don't lack anything, but I just missed something. The of war like Wei Jun." Chapter 48:34. Wei Liujia was sitting at the same place, and some did not understand what he meant. His father, Wei Jun, had already died in battle dozens of years ago, and Gongzi Jiao now talks about it. I am afraid that the words also contain other meanings. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Liujia looked up at him again. "His Royal Highness, what does that mean?" Young Master Xiaowen smiled and reached out and patted him on the shoulder. "It doesn't mean anything. The of war Wei Jun is now unavailable, but if there is a substitute for him, I can't do without a competent Tingguan. Well, you go back and prepare first, and come to Tiangong to be a great official." Wei Liujia stunned and shook his head hurriedly. "His Royal Highness, this is really too hasty. I am absolutely incapable." Just like the Zhao Ting before the young son corrects, it is the great celestial officer. The so-called great celestial official, except for the youngest son correcting, can affect the entire great celestial and has great power. The remarks at the moment were tantamount to thunder and burst into his mind. Gongzi Jiao smiled again, and then took a small box of shimu from his arms and placed it on the case between them. "Liujia, this Apindan pill is very precious to me, and I need them very much." Wei Liujia looked at him and already knew the meaning of the words. Without hesitation, he took out the last box of pill from his arms a moment later. His Royal Highness, this is my last box of pills. Unlike the first 4 boxes, its effect is to help Yinxian to perceive the fairy style and deepen it. In just one sentence, there have been some changes in the look of the youngster. To help Yinxian to perceive and deepen the immortal style, this means to completely open up the path of Yangxian's grandeur. This kind of effect can no longer be described by the sky. Even the fairy peach obtained in the heavenly realm can't be compared. Converging with the fine man's in his eyes, the sun looked at him and asked, Lu Jia, where did you find these pills? Going back to your highness, my father left. I found it in the cave of Daegu Mountain, accidentally. Wei Liujia said without hesitation, there are only 5 remaining, all dedicated to his highness today. The young man stretched out his palm and took the last box of pill from his hand, closed the lid gently, then got up and turned his back to him. Don't lie to Liujia, these pills can't be left to you by Wei Jun. I have followed him since I was a boy. I know him best. I have never had any act of hiding in my life. My emperor did not like Dan Maru, and naturally he would not give it to Wei Jun, this kind of Japin Danwan. Only the emperor will have. Speaking of which, the sun slowly bent over. Tell me, where did you find these pills, or who gave it to you? Wei Liujia did not expect this scene, but he quickly calmed down and arched his hand. His Royal Highness, indeed, was left by his father. I said, it's impossible. Wei Jun can't leave these things. The sun chopped off the high-pitched cold voice. These pills must have been found by you from some place, or someone else gave it to you. His voice has softened a lot. Now as long as you tell me, the position of Deity Angwen is yours, and I will give you whatever you want. Taking a deep breath, Wei Liujia said, His Royal Highness, the ministerial sentence is true. There is no treasure, and no one is handed over to the minister. Gongzi's complexion gradually became cold. Really? It's not that I didn't say it, but I have already told your highness, Wei Liujia said in a nervous voice. Do you know the consequences of hiding without reporting? At this moment, Gongzi's face was completely cold. As his voice fell, more than 10 figures appeared in the empty sky palace. Everybody is full of yin yin. All of them are yin xian. They came and slowly surrounded Wei Liujia. This is the last chance. The sun said softly with his back to him. Unbelievable eyes appeared in his eyes, and finally returned from tension to calm. There is no treasure land, and no one is handed over to the minister. As Wei Liujia's sentence fell, a total of 12 yin xian released the Yinli chain at the same time, binding him. Push into heaven. The sun turned around and looked at him. Wei Liujia's figure was slightly startled, confused, and puzzled. I gave you the best things without reservation. Why should I do this to me? Without waiting for an answer, he was caught and sent to heaven. Liujia, don't blame me. My power has been weakened to the extreme. If I don't want to do anything, I will always be in a passive situation. Among the clouds transformed from Yanli, there are Sendais. Jin Wushuang and Di Qing have already searched dozens of Sendais, and none of them have found any trace of silver bells. For a time, even Jin Wushuang began to doubt whether Yinling had left Amitian. Just as he was preparing to search again, more than 10 streamer-like figures passed through the clouds and galloped away into the distance. Why was that kid caught? Di Qing just glanced in that direction and said softly. Jin Wushuang raised her brows. Wei Liujia? Shouldn't he be banned and returned to Degushan? The truth is clear. I'm afraid it's not that simple. The dozen or so yin xian just bet him just now. Is it because of the things of Dan Maru? He jumped in his heart, and soon decided that the sun was correct because of those who had troubled Wei Liujia. But what made him far from thinking was that the sun's correction would tear his face so quickly. Don't care about those trivial things. Instead of wasting too much energy, it's better to finish things soon and go back early, Di Qing advised. However, Jin Wushuang had his own decision. Wei Liujia was bound this time. If he didn't save, he would definitely die in the hands of the sun. And he has already roughly guessed that the reason why reading books www.ukanshu Calm will catch Wei Liujia is that he suspects that Dan Maru is not from his hand, but someone else. Now the doubt is just doubt. There is still time to control to rescue him within this time. Things start from him, and there must always be a solution. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang tilted his head toward the meaning, and then galloped along the team of Fang Kai. Di Qing also apparently guessed his intention, immediately shook his head helplessly, or followed. Among the dark black clouds, there was a thunder snake thick like a python rolling in it, emitting a terrifying trend. At the same time, one side of the was in it, and it was extremely extreme. In this vast heavenly hell, there are very few guards in charge of supervision, and only 3 top guards patrol. I don't know how long it has passed. A long wind blew into heaven's hell without attracting any attention. Chapter 48:35. Deep in heaven, it was extremely dim. A figure trapped by the Yanli chain hovered in one of the spaces. His thin fairy body was covered with scars at this moment, and the blood of God was dripping from every scar. The long hair was also scattered, covering his face. The sun's companion, the white-robed Yanxian, was holding a long whip that exudes muddy black. Every 10 breaths, he pulled out a whip and brought up a flesh. Even the fairy bodies shackled by the detached road cannot resist. Speak it out, the original rewards remain the same, and you can still succeed Dadi Yangwen. With such a rich blessing, why do you not accept it? Baipao Yanxian exhorted, while waving his long whip. The blood of God kept falling, and the tortured figure slowly raised his head, revealing an eye through the scattered hair. Baipao Yanxian jumped suddenly in his heart, and then pumped harder after calming down. There was a ripple in the air, and the sun's correct figure slowly walked out. Speak it out, it will feel better. A dead sneer sounded. I'm so stupid. 5 pills, I didn't leave one. I don't have any ideas to give, but now it ends like this. I gave you the best things without reservation. Why should I do this to me? Wei Liujia roared, and a pair of Mori cold-blooded eyes stared at the young man. Indiscriminate. Baipao Yanxian angered, and the long whip in his palm pulled directly to his cheek, leaving a narrow and long blood stain immediately. The blood poured out, but Wei Liujia didn't make any sound, just staring at him. The young man waved his hand to stop it, and when he was about to speak, the whole heavenly hell suddenly trembles, and then the powerful and extremely vigorous strength was agitated. His Royal Highness, heaven's hell has changed. Baipao Yanxian's complexion changed dramatically. As his words fell, a fierce explosion of martyrdom broke apart. The whole space was also shaken, and the invisible enchantment seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure, and then burst. All kinds of fierce and extreme force flooded in, with all kinds of unknown and terrifying dynamism flooding. An ugly Yanxian with 3 heads appeared. It was excited and seemed to have been trapped for a long time. Today, it just wants to devour all living things in front of it. It roared with excitement, but the 3 pairs of eyes only saw a few figures, and then burst. Gong Zizing didn't even look at it. He reached out and squeezed its fairy source directly, smashing its fairy body. But this is just the beginning. At the next moment, an arm with a width of more than 10 feet was like a python, suddenly torn the space and smashed it with unspeakable force. Yu Xianxian was a little slower and was blasted out on the spot. The young man corrected his face and fought with him on the spot. Heavenly prison is breaking, countless trapped here. I do not know how many years of Yanxian have been released, and began to destroy to the maximum extent. Damn something. The sun shook his anger, and a river of blood appeared in the palm of his outstretched hand, directly smashing the arm that was more than 10 feet wide. Follow me to investigate, he said, then disappeared with a group of Yanxian. The celestial turmoil increased, and shortly after the sun corrected, 2 figures wrapped in black robes appeared quietly. Wei Liujia, follow us. The leading black robe whispered, reaching directly to destroy the Yinlian chain around him. Wei Liujia, who was about to faint, died, raised his head reluctantly, and after seeing who was coming, he was startled. Sir, don't talk, let us leave here. Jian Wushuang whispered. An unspeakable emotion came to mind, and Wei Liujia focused on it. But then he found that after suffering the death penalty, he had no strength in the meridian, and it was difficult to do the simplest action, let alone run. Sir, let's go. I'm not worth saving, he said. Seeing the reason, Jin Wushuang directly reached out and released several Yanli Wamangs to pull him, and then ran straight out of the prison. This chaos that became a pot of kanji was actually done by Jin Wushuang. He and I Ching directly destroyed most of the heavens and released those bound Yinxian, which caused chaos. And the fact is indeed as he thought, the sun's correction has been disengaged, there is no danger. He glanced at Wei Liujia like a blood man behind him. Jin Wushuang sighed. This guy actually didn't confess a word about him to his son at the last moment. His heart was firm, and he was worth saving. But just as Jin Wushuang traveled through this chaotic and broken heavenly hell, there was a big crisis in my heart. At the next moment, a chaotic burst of chaos, dispelling the extremely dark mans came from the storm. Its speed is so fast that it cannot be imagined. However, at this dangerous time, Wei Liujia behind Jin Wushuang suddenly burst without warning and directly greeted the big Meng. It's just that with his fairy body, just for a moment, he was passed through the body, and the big man's cast was shot at Jian Wushuang. But it was precisely the moment Wei Liujia blocked that gave Jin Wushuang a chance. He turned around instantaneously, crushed down with one finger, and the Tianmin Jiyu, who had not shown for a long time, exploded again with a huge amount of potential energy. When the two collided, the shock wave instantly cleared all chaos. A type of Tianmin Ji offset that big man's. Jin Wushuang did not stay back and pulled back Wei Liujia's broken and immortal body. And the figure of the younger son's correction appeared. He shot a fine mane and a pair of British eyes, staring straight at Jian Wushuang. He had a feeling that the middle-aged, unshaven man had a breath of familiarity. Jin Wushuang did not intend to clash with his son, so after he held Wei Liujia, he wanted to escape. But the dozens of Yinxian that appeared subsequently blocked their way. I Ching frowned, and he waved his hand directly. An indescribable force directly smashed the two Yinxian in front of him into a meatloaf. Yu reading books www.ukanshu.com go, he said in a deep voice, taking advantage of this empty talk, and reached out to shoot two of them directly. Yin Xian fell in the hands of Di Qing, and even resistance could not be achieved, but he was killed in 6 moments. Jin Wushuang nodded and did not hesitate, directly carrying Wei Liujia to take the lead. The sun who hovered in the void was completely shocked by the scene just now. The Yin Xian is covered with a wave of hand. What kind of strength is it to be so freehand? Is it Dian immortal? There was a touch of San Han in the heart of Gong Zizheng, and at the same time there was a fierce color in his eyes. Even if it's Dian immortal, don't want to run wild in my big sky. At the same time that the entire sky of was completely destroyed, the sun's body shape was still standing in the distance. A palm-sized white jade object appeared in the palm of his hand. Chapter 48-36. The white jade object looks like a round mirror. The whole body is white in teeth, and is densely covered with complex fine lines, which look strangely ancient. With the appearance of this round mirror-like object, the prisoners who had screamed in the heavens were all silent at this moment, and then fled like crazy. The young man corrected his face coldly, reaching for a mirror without any expression. Immediately, the breath of the surrounding void suddenly dropped to the freezing point, and a wicked evil that escaped from the cold escaped from the mirror. Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of silver bell-like laughter, and then the white mirror of the tooth suddenly reflected the head of a red-eyed baby boy. "Your Highness, long time no see." The young man tilted his eyes and looked at the weird baby in his hand mirror, then threw the mirror directly into the air. The stagnation of the void, like a quagmire, left all the prisoners who wanted to escape trapped in place, including Jin Wushuang and Di Qing. All felt a sense of unsteadiness. A ray of red light shone through hundreds of millions of miles, shining through a mirror hanging high in the air, making everything seem to be soaked in the sea of blood, strange and unspeakable. Sword Wushuang carrying Wei Liujia frowned slightly, and then looked at the side of Qing Qing quickly. You took him away from this place. I will take care of it, and then meet at Daga Mountain. Di Qing glanced at him again and said with a lip, or do you take him away first? I won't be relieved when you break. Jin Wushuang did not quit anymore. After a 9-turn big Yinxian was in charge, how could it be more reliable than a Yinxian? Watching him move away, Di Qing withdrew his gaze and frowned slightly at the mirror that exuded a strange blood. Pretend to be a ghost. He disdained and waved a wave of strength directly. Bai Mangjian pierced the blood void, but when he was about to pierce the mirror, he didn't see any trace of it like a mud bull entering the sea. Then, a tender white arm like a lotus root suddenly came out of the mirror. With the emergence of this arm, a red-eyed and red-haired infant's head appeared. The baby was full of fangs and made a weird smile. The mirror hovering in the void is like a space, constantly exposing a body. And the Qing, who had never cared about it, frowned even more after seeing this scene. Not because of tension, but disgust. I saw that the red-haired baby who had been drilled out of the mirror could no longer be described as weird. His predecessor was a pocket-sized baby boy with a dark red apron stretched around his waist, which looked normal. However, behind his head, there are hundreds of identical heads, hanging like the same bunch of grapes behind him. From a distance, it looks like a body with a centipede, very disgusting. Rao has seen the storms of all things, and has experienced the truth of many wars, but he can't help but frown. It's so disgusting. What can grow like this? Surely not spliced? After releasing these ugly babies, the sun directly withdrew the mirror in the sky, and his figure was far away. At this moment, above the ruins of this heavenly prison, only Qingqing and the ugly infant boy were in 2 forms. Jijia. Food, powerful food. The countless heads behind the ugly babies were all staring at Qing at this instant, and the saliva dripped unabashedly. I advise you to get away. Don't dirty your eyes. Di said coldly. Otherwise, I will make you die. Ugly babies heard the words as if they heard jokes, and all opened their mouths together. Who do you think you are? You can kill me? Even if you killed me once, I still have 99 lives. What can you do to me? Di Qing didn't speak, and pointed out directly in front of him. A touch of extreme strength, like the same arrow shot out, instantaneously shattered the head that was still laughing. Absolute strength is here. Even if you have 10,000 lives, this seat is still correct. Taking a head from behind and putting it on the neck, the ugly baby was completely angry. Food. You it. At the end of the sentence, his lotus-like arms shuddered suddenly. The blood space with infinite pressure suddenly fell again, and even the void was crushed. But Qing just disdainfully smiled. He lifted his palm and gave a direct shock. The blood space that was about to come down burst from the middle, which stirred up a rain. The ugly baby didn't wait without a hit. He screamed, and the hundreds of heads behind him, like grapes and centipedes, opened their mouths at the same time and spit out slap-sized blood-red bubbles. Obviously, Qing didn't want to get entangled in this way anymore. Golden light began to flow in his eyes, and his palm had already condensed a full blow. When the tens of thousands of blood-red bubbles came, he released them with one blow. But a weird scene appeared. The unstoppable blow by Di Qing didn't destroy the bubbles, but instead made the bubbles absorb on it and swallowed it crazy. Hee, it's delicious. The ugly baby boy's figure also skyrocketed at a rate visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the heads behind him also changed the shape of the queue into a long snake shape, whirling around. Due to the previous warning of Jin Wushuang, he cannot use any highly recognizable fairy style in Demission, so Di Qing cannot release his golden and black treasures, and can only use the endless vigor of Yuan to fight. Right now, this ugly baby is just the peak of Yin Xian, but it gives Di Qing a tricky feeling. The ordinary fairy style has no effect on him at all, and will be swallowed. Even if Yi Qing instantly shattered more than 10 heads, the ugly baby was not affected at all. Instead, he seems to be in a passive situation. Every head is madly eating away the diffusive forces scattered outside the body and constantly growing itself. This makes Di Qing very uncomfortable. Just when he was ready to release the treasure phase to crush directly regardless of it, a sword with a sharp edge to the extreme was cut. A total of more than 20 heads were directly chopped up completely, making Di Qing feel all light. Immediately afterwards, a mysterious figure surrounded by a large black robe came out into the air, holding an invisible sword in his hand. When Di Qing saw it, he raised his eyebrows. "Don't you go to send that guy back to Dago Mountain? Why did you come back so quickly?" The bearded sword Wushuang shrugged. "I met an acquaintance halfway through. I threw him to the acquaintance and hurried over." Noble nodded, and with Jian Wushuang as a companion, he felt inexplicably calm. This big guy doesn't look like a single individual. It seems to be forcibly stuck together, very powerful. Jian Wushuang stepped forward and analyzed. "It doesn't matter what he is, it's finished," Di Qingsheng said in a deep voice. Chapter 48:37. Facing the ugly infant who almost occupied the half of the void, there was no fear in the eyes of the two figures. The blood that was so thick that it could hardly be turned out spit out from the hundreds of heads of the ugly baby. Moreover, Jian Wushuang and Di Qing have been surrounded, hundreds of heads squeezed from each other. In the middle of this blood, he smelled a little unsteady. After a disaster in the Sand Devil's Cave, the sword that is already burdened with cause and effect and the killing robbery, the perception of blood and murder has reached an unprecedented level. He felt that the blood of this ugly infant was very strange and complicated. It could never be a single individual possessed, but was forcibly piled together. Converging his mind, Jian Wushuang burst out 3,000 sword intentions all over his body and wiped out more than half of his blood. Di Qing also moved. Without using Baoxiang, he stretched out his hand and smashed dozens of close heads easily. With the cooperation of the two of them, almost a dozen of breaths, they slaughtered over 100 heads of ugly infants and children together with their bodies. But without waiting for Jian Wushuang to close his hand, the broken blood sky, those residues suddenly gathered together again and formed the appearance of an ugly infant. He laughed excitedly. "Jia, I have 100 lives. How did you kill it? The harder you are, the deeper you will fall into this blood, and finally you will not be obedient to become my nourishment." "The thing," Qing Qing whispered in a low voice, and then took a step forward, suddenly shaking his arms. Suddenly thousands of golden feathers emerged, and each one shot down with a big momentum. The blood void was punctured, and there were shocking cracks. The ugly baby boy smiled, looked at the advent of Jinyu, and hurriedly manipulated the grape-like head behind him to resist. But he apparently underestimated the meaning of Di Qing and overestimated himself. The golden feather with a ruinous breath burned the blood void and directly nailed it into a sieve. Another death. But this is a permanent cure. But it really didn't happen for a moment. The ugly baby boy's figure appeared again, and he roared angrily. After this brief confrontation, Jian Wushuang apparently did not intend to fight anymore. It would be quite tricky if he had to kill nearly 100 times, as he said. This leaves the sun with time to correct and can do many things. At that time, if they want to escape again, I am afraid it will be very difficult. After all, to be able to send 5 masters of Yin Yin and 2 masters of Yin Yin to the assassinator who assassinated Master Imo in the north of Tianxianzhu will never stop here. After glancing at He Diqing, Jian Wushuang took the lead to leave. Di Qing also made a move with both hands, directly condensing a golden enchantment, so as to block the eroded blood, and then flew away. The ugly infant boy screamed in anger, but he did not dare to step forward, only to manipulate the rich blood to erode the void. Just when Jian Wushuang felt that he had escaped from danger, the void became steep red again. The bone mirror reappeared again, and as the rich red on fell to the extreme, dozens of figures were scrambled out of the mirror. When the white bones and the ragged robes were old, the halberd fingers screamed, and a huge amount of dynamism rushed out of the bag around his waist. Another Yin Xian roared with 2 heads, holding 2 great hammers in his hand, and threw the giant hammer in his hand in the face of Jian Wushuang. 10 weird and ugly Yin Xian walked out of the mirror and blocked their way together. sword without a double-faced color side, lifted his palm and held it in the air. Suddenly, the flying giant hammer came to a stop in the void, and then shattered. "We're afraid we can't walk away now," he said with a deep voice. 11 bodies surrounded him. These Yanxian from the bone mirror are far more tricky and powerful than ordinary Yanxian. Various spells emerge endlessly, and it is very possible to master the fairy style. Because there was a fight with the sun in the previous heaven, the sword Wushuang at this moment needs to hide the iconic fairy style as much as possible. Although the figure of Gongzi's correction is unknown at this moment, Jin Wushuang can feel him hiding in a dark place and may appear at any time. The 11 Yanxian, who looked strange and ugly and exuded eccentric energy, rushed towards him without any stay. Jin Wushuang no longer hesitated. The long sword in his palm exuded the momentum, startled with infinite sword. Zingahujianjianya. Bloom. Fatty Yanxian, who looks like a butcher at the forefront, first ran into it and was directly swallowed by the sword of the Xinghe Lake. The remaining old bones, old lanterns, and other Yanxian did not have time to dodge and were all involved. As Jian Wushuang's strongest swordsmanship, his strongest swordsmanship is revealed at this moment. Even if these Yanxian have strange, but after all did not jump out of Yanxian's scope. Under Dianxian, the sword is unparalleled. This thick sword like Tianhe made the Qing Qing aside, and this guy who was just the peak of Yanxian brought him an inexplicable threat. When the sword's intention dissipated, all 11 eccentric and ugly Yanxian disappeared, and even a little dross remained. Under the broken void, it finally slowly condensed the shape of an ugly baby boy. Except for him, the rest of the Yanxian all died. But within a short period of time, he even lost his life, and he dared not step forward. Jin Wushuang apparently didn't want to engage in this meaningless and hidden fight, and left Qingqing quickly. The void is broken. The heavens are completely collapsed. Everything is shrouded in the tumultuous blood. Everything, including the sight, is twisted. There was a ripple in the void, and then the younger son walked out of it, and the bone mirror suspended in the sky fell back into his hand. Seeing the ugly baby, he stepped back subconsciously and looked at him in horror. "Big master." "Incompetent waste," the son said softly, carrying his hands on his shoulders. "Is it all arranged?" Going back to adults, blood must have blinded their eyes and made them confused. The ugly infant grinned. The young man gave him a look. "It's a good job. When the matter is over, you can choose a few more fairy bones to nourish." "Thank you, Lord." He grinned, revealing his eyes in disguise. After a few breaths of time, he escaped from the covered by blood. Jin Wushuang and Di Qing both breathed out. Without Yanxian keeping up, the gloomy sense of oppression disappeared, and the sun's correction did not keep up. "Leave here first, then make plans later." Jin Wushuang made the decision. Gongzizing has discovered their existence, and the entire Dimitri will be in martial law for the next period of time. I am afraid that it will be more difficult to find the silver bell with the sky-shaped bone armor. Chapter 48-38. I don't know if it was an illusion or the discomfort after the battle. Jin Wushuang felt that the sky in front of him seemed to be covered with a faint layer of red yarn, and even slightly distorted his sight. This is not a good sign. He stopped staying and took Tianqing directly away from the heavenly prison plane, away from the heavenly palace, and went to Dago Mountain for a short break. But in the next moment, Jin Wushuang was shocked by everything in his eyes. I saw that all the heavenly plains were broken, all the fairy mountains collapsed, and the Tianhe suspended in the clouds like a silver ribbon was also cut off. The sky dome is extremely dark, lowering the endless flames, burning all visible objects, and entering the sky is no longer half intact. The vast expanse of sky composed of more than 20 heavens, 17 fairy mountains, and 6 blessed lands is irreparably destroyed. It took a while for Jian Wushuang to recover, looking at the destruction of the scene under the eyes, still a little unbelievable. He whispered softly, "Who has such energy and can cause such a degree of damage to Domitian in such a short time?" But Di Qing showed a meaningful expression. "It seems that none of the people under Zhenliang are waiting for leisure." Demetian suddenly suffered such a degree of damage. Jian Wushuang began to be calm in her heart. Yinling will definitely leave Demetian again, and then it is almost impossible to find her again. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang hurried to the direction of Dago Mountain. With the blessings of Yin Shan He, it was only a few breaths before returning to Dagu Shan. But the Dago Mountain at this moment has already been destroyed. The entire fairy mountain was cut off to the middle position, and countless lotus flowers were also burned by the sky fire. And from that small hole in the sky, spitting thick black ink, Jian Wushuang's dark path was not good, and his figure came to the broken hole in a flash. I saw that in the dark sky, there was a giant man with gold belt and armor, which was several feet tall. Even Chen Qing appeared thin in front of him. The giant man was smoky with black smoke all over his body, showing the strength of Yinxian Peak, sitting deep in the sky like a hill. And the entire day of the cave was filled with clicks, and the sound of chewing appeared strange. Perhaps the stranger was aware of it, and the giant man slowly turned his head. A huge wild boar head reflected in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The giant man actually had a wild boar head, and there were two fierce long teeth in his beak. A delicate thigh was hung on the left tooth, and a head with round eyes was pierced on the right tooth. And beside him, all the broken wreckage. Shi Qingqi's head is gone. Wei Lujia's head is strung on his long teeth, and Zhao Ting's head has been eaten by most of it. None of them survived. Looking at the terrifying corpse on the ground, Jian Wushuang was irritated. He directly condensed an invisible long sword and cut it towards the giant. The giant man sitting cross-legged on the ground was not afraid at all. Even with a bit of surprise, "Nine brother, you will be back so soon?" A strange scene happened. Jian Wushuang's sword spirit even crossed him, slashed to the side wall, and completely shattered the winter. Throwing away the half-eaten Zhao Ting's head, the giant man got up quickly and hurried towards Jian Wushuang. "Nine brother, why did you come back so quickly? Did the task that big brother handed you complete?" Jian Wushuang retreated a few steps. His long sword pointed straight at him, and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why did you kill them?" "Nine brother, you are confused. I am your third brother." The giant man with a wild boar's head scratched his head and said, "Kill them? It's just a group of small miscellaneous deities. Our purpose is far more than that here. The eldest brother, they have gone to the city and looted the ground. Presumably it will not take long, and here will be our 9 brothers." Jian Wushuang heard the words, frowned, and was a little uncertain for a while. Was this guy having a problem with his brain, calling a stranger to Judy? "Do you know me?" he tentatively asked. "You are my 9th brother. Of course I know." Juan said, "Is the task assigned to you by your elder brother completed?" At this point, Jian Wushuang was still a little puzzled, but he continued quietly and said, "All the things that have been completed have been completed." "That's good. Now let's go to the big brother," and they meet together. After the words, the giant man put the pig's teeth on the thigh of the cleaning pool, and the head of Wei Liujia into the mouth, chewing and outward. "Go." Jian Wushuang turned his head to look at it, and had always been close to him. He had nowhere to go, and he was the only one left. Looking at the wreckage, he sighed and buried everything with his hand. Stepping on the broken sky, the ruined scene is still going on, with the sky fire of destruction burning all the souls. Everything is so unreal, but weird. The creatures in each side of the heavens wailed and then annihilated, and the dark air covered everything. The tycoon in charge of chewing, slurping again and again, confused, said, "9 brothers, what are we doing here? Isn't it to create our own world? Look here, it will be ours soon." The sword has no two-sided color and no fluctuation. He began to feel something is wrong. All the diffusive forces around the body fluctuated and showed a unique gray-white color. All of this is like some kind of illusion or dream. "What are you, stupid, 9 brothers? Let's build a world of our own here, and continue to expand on this basis," Juan said happily. Jian Wushuang suddenly felt a bit dizzy, and the surrounding pictures were beating, and it changed from gray and white to a rainbow of colors, and everything was constantly magnifying and beating. "Sir, why are you here? It really makes Liujia easy to find." Suddenly Wei Lujia's chewed head suddenly came out of the giant's beak and looked at Jian Wushuang with a weird smile. Immediately afterwards, Shi Qingqi's head and Zhao Ting's head came out together, shouting to him scramblingly, "Admiral, help! Adult, help!" Jian Wushuang's head became more and more painful, and he could not even think about the simplest. The giant man stretched out his palms and pressed those heads back into his mouth again, with a concerned expression. "Nine brothers, are you okay? From the moment you came back, I can see that you are a bit wrong. Everything is so strange. Everything is so absurd. Don't come close to me," Jian Wushuang whispered. He endured the growing pain in his mind. But then, the grotesque picture suddenly changed. Chapter 48-39. The broken sky dome and the destroyed great sky disappeared, replaced by a vast palace. The bursting pain in Jian Wushuang's mind suddenly disappeared, and everything became clear. But the only thing that hasn't changed is the giant man with a wild boar head still standing beside him. This time, besides this pig-headed giant, Jian Wushuang was also standing with 7 figures, all of whom were ugly and distorted, bloated or strong. A total of 8 figures, each holding a tray covered in red cloth. "Nine brother, you have made great achievements in this battle against the sky. Just wait for the big brother's reward." The giant man with the wild boar head touched Wushuang Wushou and whispered. Jian Wushuang didn't pay attention to him, but looked at the tray that was out of nowhere when he didn't know when. The tray was covered with red cloth, and there was a fist-sized protrusion in the middle, and it was beating slightly. He stretched out his hand and tried to lift it, but was interrupted by a thick voice. "Come in." As this remark fell, it seemed that there was an irresistible force in Mingming that pushed Jian Wushuang forward. He frowned, but realized that he could not resist, and he could only let that force push forward. Xinbu stepped into the giant hall, and the scene before him made Jian Wushuang's brow furrowed. This is an evil palace. The entire vast hall is concave in the middle, and there are countless corpses stacked in it, and there are no fewer than 100,000 broken and clean corpses. On top of these corpses, there is a huge mountain-like figure, which has no face, and it can hardly be described by creatures, just like the silhouettes formed by various creatures being squeezed together. "Have seen Big Brother." The remaining 7 figures shouted in unison, and at the same time stretched out the tray in their respective hands. The mountain-like figure did not respond, and was still silent, as if waiting for something. The giant man who was closest to Jian Wushuang looked around for a while, and then reached up and opened the red cloth on the tray in his hand. "Brother, please enjoy. This Yanxian taste is different from what we have eaten." The red cloth was lifted, and a closed head was revealed. Jian Wushuang was horrified, and I saw the head, but it was the head of the Qing who disappeared. He looked again at the tray in his hand and reached out to slowly lift the red cloth over it. A bright heart is beating faintly. It is the source of the fairy. No, how could he die inexplicably? This must be an illusion. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. At this time, the mountain body sitting on the countless gods moved. He waved a long distance, directly ingested the head of Di Qing, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed. The space seemed to be still. The mountain body stopped moving. After a while, he raised his arms and rolled up the body of the Qing in the remaining trays one by one. But when it was Jian Wushuang's turn, he suddenly grasped the essence of Qing in his palm, before he was swept away. "Nine brother, what are you doing?" "This is dedicated to the boss," Juan said anxiously, and he had to reach out to take the fairy source in his hand. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly, his figure straight backed a few feet, and said coldly, "When will it be installed? Should this illusion be broken? Should I destroy it?" Several giants were all stunned. "What are you talking about, Brother Nine? What illusion?" "I'm your third brother." The giant man with a wild boar's head looked worried and surprised. At this moment, the space suddenly oscillated and the dome of the palace shattered. Hundreds of thousands of strands of Chinese awns shine through the broken gap, and a large golden scale claw appears, covering the top of Jian Wushuang's head. Sword Wushuang saw it and took a breath, and his figure followed the golden scale claws. But at this time, The huge mountain body moved. He suddenly waved his arm and smashed it, surpassing the power of Yin Xian burst. He was shocked that if the strike was in the middle, it would definitely be hit hard. The imaginary scene did not appear. The golden scale claws completely wrapped the sword Wushuang and blocked the blow. The whole palace instantly shattered, and even with all the pictures began to collapse. 9 brothers. When Jian Wushuang opened his eyes again, the familiar scene appeared. Heavenly prison has completely fallen, and the void is enveloped by a kind of blood gauze, and he is still standing on the spot and has just made a gesture of escape. Di Qing was beside him, looking at him with raised eyebrows. Jian Wushuang swallowed the throat subconsciously. I thought I had a dream just now? When Qingwen then explained slowly, strictly speaking, that is not a dream, not even a fantasy. What kind of place was that just now? He was puzzled. Di Qingqing slowly raised the corner of his mouth. If I tell you that is a possible situation in the future? Jian Wushuang was stunned, and was somewhat stunned. That is to say, what I just experienced is not false, but real, and it may happen. It can be said, but it's not correct. It's a bit complicated, including I can't fully explore it. Di Qing said, but there is one thing I can be sure that everything I just experienced is based on fantasy, is a world that should not have appeared, but was created, and is about to move towards reality. Jian Wushuang frowned, and Di Qing said it was very complicated and contained a considerable amount of information, which was equivalent to explaining the psychedelic scene just now from the source. But he didn't believe it anyway. The scene of Feng Kai would be possible in the future. Actually, we were confused from the beginning. Di said quietly. The blood energy has a psychedelic effect. I am afraid that if you are ordinary Yinxian, you can't escape. But he obviously underestimated us would leave such a gap so carelessly. He said, waved his hand, and directly cleared the blood of his body. Hundreds of babies and children emerged quietly, and they kept retreating. As he appeared, there was another ripple in the void, and the gentleman in a long gown slowly walked out slowly. It's really amazing. It seems that all those who can come to visit me as a guest are first-class players. The younger man wondered if there was something wrong, and caused the dissatisfaction of the 2 people before he came to demission as a guest. Jian Wushuang did not want to confront him, lowering his voice and saying, we just passed by here, had no intention of enemies, and left after a while. The son corrected the news and slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Oh, is it just passing by? Presumably, the pill in the hands of Wei Liujia, the master of Xianshan Mountain, has nothing to do with the 2, and the destruction of Heavenly Prison has nothing to do with the 2? Jian Wushuang no longer spoke. The palm of his hand had condensed the sword in tension and waited for the young man to correct the difficulty. He immediately started. Chapter 4840. However, Gong Zizing didn't seem to have a plan, but looked at Jian Wushuang with interest. Then he slowly reached out his palm. 50 pills. I will let you go. Jian Wushuang's eyes are slightly condensed. 50 dependent pills are not worth mentioning to him. Even if he is 500, he can get them. After all, Chuanqiu is already full in the Nawa nearly 1,000 pills of different efficacy. 50 Damaru swords can be thrown by Wushuang naturally, but he does not intend to hand over any of them. Judging by the prince's mentality, once he surrenders, he will never let them go, but will set himself on fire. So Jian Wushuang is ready to fight. I don't know what Damaru is, and I can't give it to you. Gong Zizing would obviously expect this kind of answer. His tone was not in a hurry. It seemed to be fixed. My big celestial body is already heavily guarded. Outsiders want to enter almost impossible things. I want to come to you. It should have come from Bai Shanyu. Now Bai Shanyu has also been blocked. I'm afraid your retreat is gone. As he spoke, a ray of strong and violent light glanced from the Sifeng sky dome, surrounding Jian Wushuang and Di Qing Tuan Tuan. Jian Wushuang just swept away, and then guessed that there were nearly 100 Yinxian, and his face looked dignified for a while. Nearly 100 Yinxian. I am afraid that it is all the power under the sun's correction. It is an unimaginable force of terror. Even if he realized the immortal sword Wushuang, he could not compete with such a force. However, with the help of the Qing dynasty, he thinks that it is still possible to withdraw from the whole body, unless there is a big yin-xian under the sun. It seems that in order to confirm Jian Wushuang's conjecture, the two whole bodies were wrapped in large black robes, and there was no sly body shape with half of the strength and energy overflowing. His gaze narrowed, and the two mysterious figures were exactly the same as those of the two Dayan immortals who had met with Qing Qing and Bai Shangxian's. See you again, two great Yin-Xian. Two visitors, if you insist on leaving and leave nothing, I am afraid you will not be able to bear the consequences. Young master shrugged slightly, his eyes suddenly became sharper, and at the same time a dark and extreme sword condensed from his palm. A total of nearly 100 yin-xian, surrounded by two great yin-xian, is unimaginable. This is the first time that Jian Wushuang came to Dayanhuan to face the tyranny. It also made him know how terrible the details of the sun's correction were. Then the voice of Di Qing passed into his consciousness, and fight and retreat. Everything has me. To understanding. A burst of tremendous strength suddenly burst out, the black robe fluttering between the dances, Jian Wushuang Gaoqing's arms, and a magnificent heavenly gate breaking through the chaotic sky dome, just like the same glorious daylight. The Tianmin slowly opened, and a giant finger fell from it. All Yin-Xian was stunned, and he was frowned with his son. He didn't expect it anyway. At this moment, they both dare to take the lead? Well, I really don't know how to write dead words. He sneered, pointing his black sword in his hand. Cut off my limbs and capture them alive. All Yin-Xian moved, but not forward, but to avoid the blow that landed on the sky dome. Xuanjia Tianmin is an ancestor technique. As Jian Wushuang's sentiment becomes deeper, the excavation of this ancestor technique has also reached the top. Although the ancestor technique is still useful, the face of Yin-Xian has already shown fatigue. If the user is not Jian Shuangshuang, the effect will be greatly reduced. A type of power realm. Let the four immortals who attempted to fight against each other directly burst the immortal source and die. There were a few heavy hits, and the encirclement circle had some disturbances. Di Qing immediately broke up, and he directly confronted the two black-robed Dayan immortals. His palms seemed to be flattened, but contained a full blow of Jiao Zhuan Dayan immortals. Seeing these two black-robed Dayanxian, they also tried to resist. In an instant, billions of strands of Huameng burst out of the confrontation, and the unparalleled martyrdom swept up directly. Di Qing was still standing still, but the two Dayan immortals stepped back at the same time, and their eyes under the black robe showed incredible eyes. All the palms under the black robe tremble uncontrollably. The prince, who was originally watching the game, was shocked when he saw that scene. The power of one blow made both Dayanxian lose. Who is he? Di Qing's face was disdainful. The two areas are just guys of Dayan Immortal, trying to resist him? Leave it all. I haven't beheaded Dayan Immortal for a while. He loosened his muscles and looked forward. The war broke out. With one sword out, the sword Wushuang was like a ghost, and his figure was simply neat. He held an invisible long sword, and as if entering a land of no one, even facing the siege of nearly 50 Yin-Xian, he was not afraid. Both shoulders are bound together, and one sword pushes millions. He is proud. With the blessings of immortal immortality, even if he is seriously traumatized, he can recover in a very short time. One thing about his fairy body, Jian Wushuang never said to the outside world, that is, he has no fairy source. The so-called immortal source, similar to Dantian, is the foundation of all bodies, and the road of practice is condensed after the cultivation of the position of immortality. It is extremely important. But Jian Wushuang does not have the so-called fairy source, and the immortal fairy transformed by super-perfect life form has nothing in it. This has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that he has nothing important to defend in particular, and the disadvantage is due to the lack of immortal sources. He is extremely insensitive to Dayanhuan's avenues and can only be explored slowly. One sword smashed a fairy source. Jian Wushuang covered it with another palm and expanded the encircling circle by a few points. So far, Yu is reading www.ukanshu.com. This encircling circle composed of nearly 100 Yin-Xian and 2 Dayan-Xian has a tendency to collapse. The Sun pressed his sword handle tightly, frowning to the extreme. He didn't even think that these two uninvited guests would have such terrible strength. What the are they thing? Is it sent to kill me? The young man corrected his heart, and suddenly thought of the young Sun Imo who had died in the northern celestial state. After he thought of this level of association, he became more calm. The two big Yinxian who were originally regarded as the bottom card were forced to retreat at this moment, and it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. Since it's here to kill me, then be prepared to bear the consequences. Gongzi Zhao's eyes grew colder. Under this war, the void could not bear to start to collapse, and the initial crowd of Yinxian, after experiencing panic, also tacitly agreed to start a joint counterattack. Chapter 48-41. In this way, Jin Wushuang's decline was revealed. The joint force of dozens of Yinxian was terrible after all. The murderous intent of the water swept over and over, making him tired of coping, and his physical strength reached a slight critical point. While dealing with the two great Yinxian, Diqing also endured nearly half of the Yinxian attacks, which was also a bit difficult. Young Master gave him a deep look, and then said in a deep voice, "You all go to Changfu Mountain." At the end of the sentence, his body shape disappeared into the vast void soon. After hearing this sentence, Jian Wushuang felt inexplicably wrong, but he could not escape. A total of dozens of Yin Xian tried to hold him down as much as he could, and Di Qing was also blocked by the two Dian immortals, and his body was trapped. In this way, the two of them were deliberately carried forward. The broken void shattered as they moved forward. Changfu Mountain. Consecutive heavens and earth are the oldest existence of the entire dimension. They existed before the concept of dimension. Infinite ink-colored clouds and smoke are surging slowly around Changfu Mountain, which is very impressive. The first sun who rushed here was relieved obviously, and then the corner of his mouth slowly rose. The secret hidden under Changfu Mountain, except for his own knowledge, no one Yin Xian knew. Here is his ultimate hole card. Being carried around, Jin Wushuang also realized that it was wrong, but he couldn't break away at all, and could only move forward with Di Qing. The two Dian immortals also fell directly under Di Qing's terrible offensive. The remaining three-turn Dian immortal, at the final juncture, also destroyed his arm at the cost of completely destroying the foundation of immortal origin. Dian Xian all fell, threats disappeared. Facing the situation of less than 70 Yin Xian, Di Qing carried out a devastating slaughter. With Yin Xian's demise, this side of the road is in disorder. Jin Wushuang was also shocked to see this scene. The strength displayed by Di Qing was too large. I am afraid that he could subdue him, and only that palm that destroyed the entire northern celestial state Yubo. Although both of them were inevitably brought to Changfu Mountain, none of the nearly Baiyin immortals holding them survived. When the last Yin Xian fell under Jian Wushuang's sword, the broken void left nothing but the remains of the fairy corpse. Waving his hand away from the blood on his hand, Jian Wushuang slowly spit out a breath. Killing nearly 30 Yin Xian is also a big consumption for him. But he did not relax his mind, because there is a unique breath in the heavens. The entire vast sky presents a unique water-white color, just like a splashing ink landscape painting, full of unpredictable unique beauty. Especially in the dark white flowing clouds, there is a Tsongshan, the vast Tsongshan. Di Qing's brows frowned slightly. Where is this place? Why do I have a familiar feeling? Isn't it the old guys who haven't died yet? Jian Wushuang heard the words and looked at him. The old guys who are not dead. Aren't they like you? Are they all in the same era as Xinhuang? Of course, but I want to come. Except for those who can't escape the world, I am afraid that I can participate in the war and be able to survive. Di Qing said. With the conversation between the two of them, the sun's correction of the previously disappeared figure emerged quietly again. At this time, his eyes were full of Morin's murderous intention and anger. As his last heritage, the demise of nearly 100 Yinxian and 2 Dianxian was an irreparable major loss, which caused him to burn out all his years of accumulation. Looking at both Jian Wushuang and Di Qing, he has already moved to kill. The crimes you have committed are not enough to repay 10,000 deaths. The sun shook his anger and said, I want to make you suffer so much. As the voice fell, the Changfu Mountain, which fell between the ink-colored clouds, suddenly shuddered. Wisps of water-white huamang scattered from the center of the mountain, as if the sun was shining in the sky. All the drifting clouds were dispersed, revealing the dark and ancient mountains. Along with Huamang's reflection, an atmosphere that transcended the times and transcended the ancients filled every inch of space. This kind of breath is extremely unique, so that viewers have a trance illusion. Di Qing's brows became tighter and tighter, and he smelled familiar. When the hundreds of millions of Huamang converged in one place, a figure in a long cloud with a flowing cloud and water pattern slowly emerged. It was an old man who didn't need a clean face, and his face was clear and rugged, like the Tsongshan of Yuanzhu Yueshi. Jian Wushuang gazes at the eyes, and he feels that the old man's breath is far beyond the ordinary Dian immortal, giving an unknown feeling. After seeing the old man's appearance, I Ching slowly raised his mouth, and then said loudly, Who should I pretend to be a ghost? It turned out to be the first stray dog under Zenwing's seat, Changfu. Such terrifying shouts resounded throughout the heavens and the entire Changfu Mountain. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, and apparently heard many connotations from his words. It seems that Di Qing and Changfu have known each other for a long time, and they seem to have complained. And the younger son was stunned to hear the scolding, and then turned to look at the old man. The old man, who was called as Changfu, seemed to regard the screams as a fart, but he didn't care. He looked at the son and corrected it, then said slowly, I didn't say that. Don't you wake up to this seat before you survive or die? The son knows, but the elders support the elders, and now the whole day is at the time of life and death, the son said with a painful tone. My last details are all slaughtered by them. If I don't invite you out again, I am afraid that even am about to lose warranty. The old man heard that, did not speak anymore, and looked slightly muddled towards the clear meaning not far away. Take you away and return. This era is not ours anymore. I have no intention of fighting a meaningless fight with you again. The son corrected the news and frowned. Elders help the elders. They can't just let them go. Otherwise, my dead servants can't die in vain. Di Qingqing smiled coldly. Changfu, where did your momentum go from now on? How did it become the look of the old hungry old man now? It seems that the old dog with a broken back is not affected by the owner. Jian Wushuang secretly said badly, and once this extremely ironic word came out, I am afraid that everything would be hard to stop. Sure enough, the face of the elder who had never looked good was changed. The long suit on his body began to flutter, and a kind of Wang Gus old breath burst out. Now that His Highness has orders, then Changfu finally walked into this one. He said this calmly, with the determination of their time, slowly moving forward. Chapter 48-42. Di Qing also condensed the color of sarcasm, a pair of golden eyes, dignified. The reason why he just said the most ridiculous words is, after all, because of things that were entangled and unresolved in their time. Changfu, who belongs to Zhenliang, is very strong, and even strong enough to be able to leave a great reputation in that chaotic era. Although he is strong, Di Qing is also not afraid. Unlike the old appearance that Changfu now shows around him, his breath is strong and powerful, like a blaze that is always burning, so that people can't look directly. After the years of baptism and adherence to the essence of the present, it is Zhujuan Dianxian. Changfu is also Zhuzhu Dianxian. The battlefield is rallying. Jian Wushuang's gaze also locked the young son correction. He didn't want to fight this battle, but now that the matter was over, he couldn't withdraw. Holding a black sword, the young man straightened and pointed at the sword. Their battlefield was also opened up. At this point, the earth-shaking battle started in Changfu Mountain. A sword came out, and the sword intended to cut off even the void came. Jian Wushuang held out in his food, and then dispelled Jian Yi. The young man's body shape followed, and an indescribable scarlet scroll surrounded him. That was his fairy style. As early as in the battle for the peach in the heavenly realm, Jian Wushuang would appreciate it, extremely powerful. If it were not for Jian Wushuang, who finally gained the immortal feeling from the stone beads, it would probably be defeated in his hands. Damn things, don't you anybody want to leave Damien today? The sun whispered coldly, as the scarlet scroll spread out. An unnamed swallowing breath quickly eroded his fertility. Because of the inability to use the immortal form, Jian Wushuang was a bit difficult, but was barely able to fight. In the battlefield on the other side, the battle between Qingqing and Changfu is full of the spirit of ruining the world. It seems that the elders who are hungry and old are carrying an overwhelming trend in every blow, and even Qingqing can't get any benefits in his hands. Infinite. A black Wubao appeared together, and also carried Zhang Rong to Changfu. The clouds of smoke between heaven and earth are all empty. You are still as sharp as before, no change at all. Yun Yin dissipated. Changfu looked at him and said, Di Qing proudly, why should I change? Who can change me? I don't know how many years have passed. Are you still looking for? Changfu looked at him again. What's with you? Di whispered coldly. Your way has long since dissipated, and my way has just begun. Changfu heard the words and smiled. It was a blessing to be able to survive in that era, and my Tao is about to die out, but even so, it can be enough to cause you serious damage. Just with you now? What qualifications do you have to say such a thing? Di Qing said in a cold voice, and the opportunity appeared in his eyes. You don't understand this seat, just as this seat still doesn't understand you. Changfu slowly said, Everything here is my avenue, and it is my foundation. Even if your breath is now in me, how can you destroy me while in control? Di Qing sneered, Then I will destroy your avenue and destroy your foundation. At the end of the speech, he reached out and pushed a total of 3 colors of black, white, and red, and 3 different ancestral treasures emerged, all with a strong momentum, rushing towards Nafu Mountain. However, seeing Changfu, there was no hindrance. Let Qingming's natal treasure sect break the entire Changfu Mountain from the middle position. Along with the sound of Hong Zongdala's destruction, Changfu Mountain, which connects the heavens and the earth, breaks from it, the sky dome collapses, and the unknown void material surges. Sure enough, you never knew me at all. Changfu said lightly, The reason why I can survive is far from foreign objects, even myself. As long as I don't want to lose, no one can defeat me completely, even Zhenliang is no exception. Bullshit. Today you are in my hands, is the best home. Di Qing said. Changfu looked at him, then give it a try. Belonging to Jiao Zhuandian Immortal's vigorous efforts, he directly confronted him for the purpose of beheading. But the offensive could not cause effective damage to it. The seemingly week-long support, like a lonely boat in the wind and rain, was stubborn. The two of them fought in this way, causing the sky to fall and the void to vanish. I have a doubt. Why do you want to fall under Zhenliang's seat? Di Qing asked. Changfu rode, for the sake of the emperor's luck. But then I realized that that kind of thing is really extravagant. You have followed such a long time. Haven't you got even a little insight? No, I can never feel that kind of thing. I Ching's eyes showed an unspeakable emotion, but it was quickly covered up. So what's the point of living alive now? I exhausted my final consciousness just to distinguish the difference between annihilation and endless sleep. But now I have a clear understanding, so you can think that I am living to beg for death. Changfu said, I want a strong man who is qualified to accompany me to die together. After hearing the words, he immediately became vigilant. He felt bad, and the old guy was likely to pull him to die together. It seemed that in order to confirm his thoughts, Changfu's breath suddenly surged. Then an unexpected scene appeared. He collapsed directly, escaped from the attack of Di Qing, and came directly in front of Jian Wushuang, without any warning. The vastness of the extreme force all poured down. At the same time, Jian Wushuang subconsciously tilted his head to one side. The immortal body can't bear the long strength strike, instantly fragmented and dissipated. The sun was shocked and his figure quickly backed away, and he felt an unknown heart palpitations. Looking at this scene, I Ching couldn't believe it. He couldn't understand why Changfu shot the sword Wushuang without warning. Then he was completely furious. S figure came to Changfu in an instant, and he gave him a full palm. Why do you do this? Because I want to kill all the unknowns that may happen. Chang Fu's face was more aging. He looked at the meaning of Qing. I traveled through thousands of domains when I was young, and I saw some mysterious warning in one place. That warning is very captivating and weird. It's simply not convincing. But now, I believe a little. Speaking of which, Chang Fu reached out and held his hand to restrain Di Qing. I use my life to do something in the end. He said that the strength of the whole body began to burn rapidly, and the foundation of the fairy source belonging to Juju Dianxian was also burning. His mother, how can you dare to support the old dog? Di Qing's eyes were splitting, but everything was silent next. The heavens are completely martyrdom under this indescribable light. Chapter 48-43. This martyrdom was too violent, and it was the last thought of Zhujuan Dian Immortal. It made the entire Changfu Mountain and several heavens easily vanish. 10 celestial fields closer to Changfu Mountain were all affected and instantly turned into scum. The territory is the head of the 7 emperors, sitting in nearly 30 heavens, 17 fairy mountains, and 6 celestial lands, and more than half of them collapsed. Gongzi only felt colic in his heart, and after some unknown years, he carefully annexed and controlled the control of the Domitian and the subordinate forces, and it was so destroyed. Suddenly a touch of Yin Hong's blood came out of his mouth, and his eyes swirled around before he was swallowed by the aftermath of Xianyuan's martyrdom. At this point, the vast expanse of heaven, completely into the chaos of death. The martyrdom lasted for 10 days, and hundreds of millions of souls were destroyed, leaving no trace. The broken walls of the broken Tiangong floating in the void. The inexplicable smoke and dust covered all visible objects. The break of the Tianhe River changed the surviving celestial domain of the river channel and caused water disasters. The fierce skyfire also penetrated the void and dragged everything into purgatory. This scene is even more tragic than the northern Tiangxi Anzhu, which has long been destroyed, because the territory involved is too vast. These are all caused by a drooping old Zhu Dian Immortal. His last thought was exploded. It was too horrible. Everything is dead. Woo, oh. I do not know how long it has been. A lone and ethereal whine echoed in the void. Immediately afterwards, a long beast, a whole body of snow-white and black dense veins broke through the dust, and while heading forward, he bowed his head and sniffed hard. On the back of the beast, Xiongqi looked anxious, and his clothes were all damaged, obviously affected. With her appearance, Zhao Ting's figure also appeared, carrying Wei Liujia, who had not recovered completely from her injuries. Sanqing, please hurry to me. If I can't find the place where the adult is, I will throw you here directly. Zakinki reached out and grabbed the big beast's big ear, hurriedly. Sanqing pleased again and again, and his eyes were crescent-shaped. Zhao Ting's eyes were dignified. She looked at the heavenly ruins, her expression gradually dimmed. Everything prosperous seems to come to an end. Wei Liujia dragged the wounded fairy body and eagerly searched. He wanted to find the adult who had great grace for him. Give up under the impact of this power. They will never survive. Zhao Ting sadly, leave it all. Everything is irreversible. Shi Qingqi glanced at her and did not speak, but urged Sanqing to continue his investigation. Wei Liujia coughed, Zhao Tingguan, no matter what, let's find it again. I believe adults will be lucky. With a slight sigh, Zhao Ting continued to explore. Sanqing has a keen sense of smell and rushes in the broken void with the cleaning pond, and soon comes to a smoky place. It twirled in place and turned to look at her, pleased. Shi Qingqi moved in his heart, hurriedly standing in the void, gazing at the smoky place in front of his eyes, and then slowly stretched out his slender palm. At the next moment, a broken blood-covered arm suddenly broke through the smoke and caught her palm. Shi Qingqi froze in place, his body trembled fiercely, and he even forgot to scream. The smoke slowly dissipated, and a heroic and pale cheek appeared. At the moment, his fairy body shattered and nearly fell, but his eyes were still open. He couldn't hold it until he saw that the person before him was washing the pond. After closing his eyes, he fainted again. Suppressing the throbbing heartbeat, washing the pool and stepping back, patted Sanqing. Sanqing felt that although he was a little reluctant, he still held his head high and placed the truth on his back. He's all right, then the adult will be all right. Shi Qingqi comforted himself and continued to search. However, Zhao Ting is not optimistic. She can feel that Jin Wushuang is nothing more than a fairyland. Although the strong ones are too much, they will never survive this martyrdom. In the hazy ghost, he felt that his figure was falling endlessly. Everything was away from him. Everything that has gone through seems to have changed into the past. Could I be dead? No, it's impossible. I'm dead for immortality. How can I die? At least now, I can't die. What the heart says, the fairy body becomes. In the broken void covered with smoke and dust, tiny stars rose from the void and reunited continuously, forming a magnificent scene. There are hundreds of millions of stars, like fireflies, connected to each other, and constantly go to where they should go. If you look closely, you can see that in the magnificent stars, sitting quietly in a robe, the figure of long hair flying, and more solid. This fantastic and magnificent scene naturally attracted the attention of Shi Qingqi and others in the first place. Sir, it's great. Shi Qingqi was surprised and then excited. Wei Liujia also saw this scene, looking overjoyed and hurried forward. The hair fell lightly, and a ray of pure golden on revealed from the eyes that gradually condensed. The dissipated memories gathered together again, and Jian Wushuang absorbed the first force. His reshaped fairy body showed a magnificent dark blue, as if gathered by stars. A galaxy composed of 7 bright stars surged in Jian Wushuang's eyebrows. Are you alive to death? Interesting. He slightly raised the corner of his mouth, his eyes helpless. Adult, it's so good that you are still alive. Shi Qingqi came first. Might be too excited, and there was a slight red flush on the sides of her cheeks. Jian Wushuang smiled and shook his head. Although the immortal body was transformed into an immortal body transformed from a super-perfect life form to avoid the end of complete silence, this time the situation was different. He was completely destroyed. Chang Fu's blow didn't leave his hands completely crushed into powder, which was the heaviest blow to Jian Wushuang's arrival in this great Yanhuan. He can be sure that if it is not immortal immortality, just under that blow, even if it does not die, it will spend endless years in the void, and there is a possibility of awakening. At the same time, Jian Wushuang was also puzzled. He couldn't understand that Chang Fuhui suddenly broke up without warning and killed him. Isn't it true that Qing is the biggest threat? Now that Changfu has completely disappeared, I am afraid he will never know about this problem. Looking at Sanqing lying on Sanqing's back with a weak breath, Jian Wushuang breathed out. Di Qing really didn't die, but looking at the look of him now, I was afraid that another life was removed. Chapter 48-44. Wei Liujia also stepped forward, faced with Jian Wushuang. He was a little embarrassed. Sir, just alive. He smiled. At this time, Zhao Ting also stepped forward. Demi Tian has been damaged for more than half. I am afraid that it is not suitable to stay here anymore. Let's retreat quickly. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised in his heart, but he looked at Tianhe River's broken stream, and the broken heavens burned by the sky fire. He also understood that Zhao Ting's words were true, and Demetian was indeed destroyed by nearly half. But he didn't want to leave here. He knew that once he left, the silver bell carrying a zigzag bone armor would probably never get news again. While Jian Wushuang was hesitant, a huge amount of vigorous force suddenly rose around him. During the smoke and dust, the young man holding the black real sword appeared. At the moment, he is also the end of a strong crossbow, and his whole body is bloodied. Destroy me and want to leave alive. Let me die. At the end of his words, the black sword in his hand was madly cut forward, a unique and extremely extreme sword meaning, so that the surrounding void was broken, and even strangling Xiangjin Wushuang. Only after condensing the immortal body, but the sword Wushuang for half a day, and even unable to release the diffractive force completely freely, he withstood more than half of the impact. Zikinki and Wei Liujia even passed out, and the only Zhao Ting, who had some background, was also difficult to resist this blow. With the collapse of the void, Jin Wushuang and others all fell into endless darkness. After releasing the blow completely, the sun sighed heavily and gasped, and at the end of the crossbow he had no power to pursue it. After a moment, his figure also disappeared. As the sun left, the void that was originally dead and collapsing appeared again, and even wearing a large black robe could not hide his good posture. If Jin Wushuang is still there, it will certainly be recognized at a glance. This good posture is the silver bell that has not appeared for a long time. She stayed in place for a while, and eventually her figure disappeared. Oh, it's terrible. The big guys are coming to see it. Is it dead in the water? Wow la la. The sound of a clear stream flowing in the ears rang in my ears, and everything was calm again. I don't know how long it took, and the slight itch on the nose made Jin Wushuang barely open his eyes. A ray of sunlight illuminates everything. Then a pink cheek with baby fat came into his eyes. Yeah, you're awake. I thought you'd have to sleep all the time. The pink cheeks opened with a pair of big, smart eyes, and said with a smile. Jin Wushuang strongly supported his aching body, and after looking around the environment for a week, he looked at her again. Little girl, where is this place? Of course it's my house. How can it not be beautiful? The little girl's big and flexible eyes were crescent-shaped, and she seemed to be waiting for praise. This wooden house made entirely of ordinary wood seems to have been around for a long time. Apart from being extremely clean and tidy, there is nothing particularly outstanding. But Jin Wushuang nodded and smiled. It's very beautiful, very similar to the house I used to live in. The little girl sniffed her eyebrows proudly. Hey, this is all done by my brother. He is very powerful. Somehow, looking at the little girl underneath, inexplicably reminded him of the original childishness, and then he unconsciously reached out his palm and wanted to knead her bun. At this moment, a rough voice with tension sounded. What are you doing, Shichen? Hurry up. A young man wearing a coarse linen shirt stood outside the door and looked at him nervously. Jin Wushuang consciously withdrew his hand and smiled guiltily. The little girl seemed extremely dissatisfied and turned her head. He finally woke up, and of course I was taking care of him. Taking a deep look at Jin Wushuang, the young man hurriedly hugged her around. You wake up, hurry and go. The young man looked at him and whispered, I can't leave too many people here. Knowing its meaning, Jin Wushuang nodded. Okay, I will leave now. The little girl stopped immediately. She pushed the young man hard. Li Dachuan, you are the one who did this. This is the task assigned to us by the village. Let us take care of him. Now he has not fully recovered. You just if you want to catch others, are you not afraid of people in the village poking your backbone? The young man named Li Dachuan also hesitated when he heard the words, I am he already awake, and our task is not even completed. It's far from finished. You see his injury hasn't recovered. Listen to me, just leave him. The little girl assured her by patting her chest. Looking at the quirky little girl in front of him, Jin Wushuang smiled. I still don't disturb you. I have recovered almost, and I will leave immediately. After he finished speaking, he looked around and found that he didn't wash the body of the pond and others, and asked, Dare to ask, have you seen any other people with me? Have seen it, the young man nodded and said plainly. In addition to you, there are 2 men and 2 women, plus a big dog. All of us were fished out of the river and distributed to every household to take care of. Jin Wushuang heard the words and got out of bed to salute him. Thank you for your help. The young man waved his hand. You don't have to thank me. I will save it if someone else falls in the river. My brother is a stupid big guy. He can't understand any good words. Just tell me. The little girl said with a smile. Jin Wushuang couldn't help crying and laughing. Okay, I'll talk to you. She was satisfied, and then pretended to be old-fashioned. You have been in a coma for more than half a year. Now that you are awake, I should lead you to find your friends in the village. Before he could speak, the young man preemptively said, Let me take you. You reading books www.ukanshu.com. They are not far away. Jin Wushuang did not refrain, and again said, Then there is work. The immediate urgency is to find them as soon as possible and then leave here. I want to go with you too. No, you can stay at home honestly for me. Dare to run around carefully. I will come back and beat you. Walking out of the wooden house, facing the sunlight at noon, Jian Wushuang gradually relaxed. This is a medium-sized village inhabited by the river, but there are more than 100 households. There are fishing nets in front of each household, and many dried fish are hung in the air, which is peaceful. The young man named Li Dachuan walked in front of Jian Wushuang, acting as a guide. From time to time, he turned his head to look at Jian Wushuang. His cautious gaze was curious, and he seemed to want to say something, but he was afraid to speak out of some kind of fear. Chapter 48-45. Jian Wushuang looked at his suffocation with a bit of luck, and couldn't help but smile a little. What questions do you want to ask me? May I ask? Are you angry? Of course, not angry. After being affirmed, Li Dachuan seemed unable to hold back anymore, and asked directly, Are you a fairy? Are you as powerful as the elders in Qingting Mountain? Jian Wushuang was a little shocked, and then he couldn't laugh or cry. It's a fairy, but it's just a mediocre fairy. I knew you were immortals. Li Dachuan was extremely excited after getting affirmative answers. We were fishing in the river at that time, and it went dark in the sky, and accompanied by lightning and thunder, it can scare individuals. We wouldn't dare to show up in the boat. We didn't dare to come out until the sky was restored, and then we saw you floating in the water. The good guy was breathing fairy. Li Dachuan talked eloquently, but he saw that Jian Wushuang had not spoken all the time, and then he stammered nervously. Many. It's okay. I haven't spoken to other people in a long time. I feel pretty good. Jian Wushuang smiled. Li Dachuan nodded quickly, and he said, I'm sorry, I didn't want to drive you away. I was originally worried that you were bad guys and it will be bad for us, but now it seems that you are all good guys. He looked at Li Dachuan and smiled. Why do I feel like a good person again? Because you don't have any racks at all. It's more peaceful than the fairies in Qingting Mountain here. It must be a good person. Li Dachuan scratched his head and said that his opinion is very simple, so it is so simple to judge that several of Jian Wushuang are good people. Jian Wushuang smiled and did not speak. After his feelings, the strength of the Fangtian domain was very sparse. I am afraid that it is impossible to offer an ancestral top repair. Therefore, those fairy elders in Qingting Mountain and Li Dachuan's mouth are probably not even the top repairs, just some ordinary monks. The villagers in our village, our ancestors lived on the Weishui River for generations. All of them were drafters and harvested by the sky. Although I have no great skills, I can still fill my stomach. If you still need a place to stay for a while, continue to live with us. During the speech, Li Dachuan and Jian Wushuang knocked on the door of the first villager. Zhao Ting had just woke up and was relieved after seeing the coming person as Jian Wushuang. After a simple conversation, Jian Wushuang took Zhao Ting to the next place. Washing the pond, Wei Liujia and the two did not suffer much impact at the last minute, and naturally recovered the fastest. But the truth is clear, but has been in a deep sleep. In line with Jian Wushuang's idea, the power of Chang Fu's last thought really required a true life of Di Qing, which made him unable to wake up. Since Di Qing could not wake up, the time of natural departure will be delayed, and they will have to stay in this village for some time. In order not to trouble Li Dachuan and other villagers, Jian Wushuang directly opened a hole in the village not far away, and they temporarily repaired it. After a few months, it passed by again. During this period, Li Dachuan and other villagers delivered fish soup and other fish products on time to ensure that they were not hungry, although they did not know that the fairy had no longer needed food. Zhao Ting is naturally interested in the lack of absorption of the heavenly plane, which cannot be absorbed even by absorption. He just hopes to leave quickly. But the essence cleared the breath more smoothly, showing no signs of waking up. Time continued to fly by, and after Jian Wushuang said that they did not need food, the villagers rarely came to deliver food. But only Li Dachuan, Li Dachuan's sister, came back tirelessly in 3 or 4 days. Outside the sky, Jian Wushuang waved his hands and formed a flying bird the size of a finger, giving it to Li Shichen. It's so beautiful. You have become more tricky than the wood my brother made. The little girl said with a smile and holding Fei bird. Can you show me every day? Jian Wushuang looked at the endless Weishui River and said, I'm afraid I can't. I will leave soon. It's so fast. Can you leave? No, I still have a lot to do. Li Shichen bulged his mouth. Can you teach me? Then I will find you and change it for you when I have learned it. Listening to the naive words of this day, Jian Wushuang shook his head. When he just wanted to explain patiently, he found that Li Shichen's eyebrows had a subtle reaction. He moved his heart and pressed his fingers to her eyebrows. After a brief exploration, Jian Wushuang smiled. Since you want to learn so much, then I will teach you. At the end of the conversation, a ray of quiet and pure energy escaped from his palm and soon fell into Li Shichen's eyebrows. Nothing has changed, but everything has changed. I am afraid that it is difficult to cultivate a top cultivation in this plane of heaven with lack of dynamism, but what makes people fool is that in such a direction, there is another genius with excellent qualifications, born with immortal capital, has a very sensitive response to Yin Li. Such a genius is Li Shichen sitting next to Jian Wushuang. When she didn't realize it, Jian Wushuang quietly opened her fairy money and gave her another fairy root. Even if he does everything in the face of this heavenly plane, the situation of lack of strength is in vain, but it is enough to use it as a trick. In Jian Wushuang's view, Li Shichen just wanted to have the ability to change the trick of flying birds. He gave it to her, nothing more. After the sun and the moon circulate, Yu Kanshu www. Ukanshu. Kam stayed awake for another year before he awakened. His immortal body is strong, but the interest is a bit weak. Obviously, he has not fully recovered, but it is enough. It's time they left. You really want to go? Don't you stay longer? Li Dachuan asked. Jian Wushuang shook his head and smiled. No, it has been here for several years. It is time to leave. In addition, the cave that I left behind, you and your descendants, in the event of war or natural disasters, can hide inside and will not be discovered by the outside world. After explaining this remark, he patted Li Shichen's little head in the front. Remember to practice hard. Maybe I will come back to check later. Li Shichen nodded heavily. Well, rest assured, I won't carry it. Except for Li Shichen, everyone present knew that these mysterious fairy people would never come here again. Chapter 48-46. At the end of leaving the plane of the heavenly domain, Jian Wushuang shot a few times to improve some of the rules of the avenue, so that Yanli was derived at a slow speed and developed towards a good situation. Leaving the heavens and traveling through the void, Jian Wushuang already knew that this is not the domain of Demission, and he even left far away. Zhao Ting, who knows the plane distribution of the sky most, is responsible for leading the way. With her guidance, several of Jian Wushuang avoided the chaos like headless flies. Now Demetian, where she is, has been destroyed for most of the time, and together with the sun, Jiao are chasing her. She has nowhere to go, only to follow Jian Wushuang's side. The same is true of Wei Liujia. From the moment he was imprisoned in heaven, he has died of heart, and since then he is no longer the owner of Daga Mountain, just the Sanxian Wei Liujia. As for the cleaning of the pool, her mission is over. After this series of life and death adventures, fortunately, there is no injury, and Jian Wushuang will naturally send her back. Perhaps he saw his intentions, and Zikinki became sullen all the way. In the space shuttle that has lasted for several years, too many unpredictable situations have occurred, and the main thing is not completed. He didn't even see Yinling's figure. Even though Jian Wushuang was so unwilling, he had to leave in a sad mood. Such a drastic change in Demission can't stay for a long time, and the heavenly court of Zhenyang will certainly be aware that they can only leave. On the way home, the Shiqing pawn sitting on Sanking's back was in a daze, as if thinking about something. In the end, she seemed to have made up her mind and jumped from Sanking's back. She came to Jian Wushuang and said anxiously, Master, can I not go back? I still want to follow you. Jian Wushuang heard the words and shook his head directly. No, it's not my intention to bring you out. Now that things are gone, there is no reason not to let you go back. But I still have things to do. I still want to find my mother. Shiqing Qi whispered to her. No, let's go back. There are countless outside worlds. Every place is unknown and full of unpredictable dangers. There is a reason why your father won't let you out. Jin Wushuang's voice is full of doubt. Shi Qingkai's gaze dimmed. She dared not refute, and could only return to Sanking's back. He took another look at Sanqing, which has changed so much now. He didn't know what it would be like after so much blood gas was consumed in Bai Shanyu, but from the moment it seems to be very stable, with no side effects. Only the sound of gang wind roaring in the void. For security reasons, the fairy arrays that can be transmitted between the heavens are no longer used, and they shuttle through the void at a constant speed. Despite taking a lot of detours during this period, he finally found Qingyu. Jin Wushuang personally sent her back to Qingzhou and back to Zomen. Outside the smoky mountain gate, Zakinki suddenly found the courage to hold him and then quickly released his palm. Can we see you again? If there is no accident, you should never see it again. Jin Wushuang turned around and smiled slightly. This is not a bad thing. You continue to be a young lady in the sect. Continue to practice diligently. Your father's behavior is very good. You can try to let him teach you some insights. Speaking of which, he seemed to remember something, and then took more than 10 dependent pills from his arms and stuffed them into her hands. You will eat one of these pills every time you reach the bottleneck in the future, which will have a chemical effect. At the same time, you should also remember that these pills should not be exposed, and do not let any monks know. Even your father can't tell. Once they are exposed, it will be a disaster for you and the entire sect. Remember every sentence I get, and obey it. Jin Wushuang's eyes were a little dignified. Never a joke. Holding tightly the pill in her hand, she cleaned Qi Zhengsheng's head, and she said softly, "Relax, I know you are good for me. I won't be disobedient." Jin Wushuang nodded, then drifted away. A black robe broke through the clouds of smoke, and soon disappeared like a shooting star. Zakinki quickly stepped forward 2 steps, but soon she stood on the spot again. If she was lost, her eyes were filled with tears. Sanqing stepped forward and rubbed her palm with her furry head. For a long time, she was ashamed. "Sanqing, do you say that we will never see each other again?" Sanqing raised his head and murmured, not knowing what he was expressing. The dense lines around him were flowing slowly. After sending the Shiqingpa back, he glanced back at this peaceful heavenly field. Jin Wushuang said softly, "Let's go. Go back to the 6 heavenly fields." Di Qing came together in a timely manner, as if his face had recovered from a serious illness, with an imperceptible smile. "Wushuang, I think you have been alone so far. Why don't you want to put that little girl as a fairy? Although she has not yet reached Yanxian, but it is indeed a good seedling." Jin Wushuang heard the words, shook his head helplessly, and said such a sentence. Overlooking at the galaxy, the sea, and the red moon. I have already found the star, and I have no longer nostalgia for everything. After he finished speaking, his figure would go ahead. It's really an unpredictable and infatuated guy. Di Qing murmured slightly before moving on. Zhao Ting looked at his figure. A complex flashed deep in his eyes. A group of 4 people, after more than a few months, then finally returned to the 6-day realm. Stepping into this jurisdiction, which belonged to the emperor of the Emperor Xiaozi, Zhao Ting seemed a little worried. She was afraid that the emperor would recognize her. After all, she was a heavenly official under the seat of the emperor and had great power. It was Wei Liujia who had never seen the world before. S gaze looking around the sky's void revealed novelty. The first time Jin Wushuang set foot in the realm of 6 days, his brows frowned slightly. He saw that he was still under martial law, passing the heavens where Yanxian capital is very rare. At this moment, either riding a fairy crane, or Yanxian traveling in 3 or 5 years, no fewer than hundreds of people are on the way. It seems that all are converging in a place. Did the 6th heaven realm have been released? He wondered. But soon Jin Wushuang stopped thinking about these things, and took Di Qing and others directly into Xiaogu Tian. Xiaogushan is as calm and deserted as ever, but the strength is sufficient to the extreme, and it is an excellent dojo for Wu's practice. However, Ling Jianwushuang was surprised that none of Qinqing, Chuanxiu, and Cui Jing were in the hall, and even their respective strengths were weak in the hall, which seemed to have been away for some time. Guessing that they might have been found by the little emperor, Jin Wushuang entered the temple and rested. Chapter 48-47. After sitting in the hall, following the words of Jian Wushuang, Wei Liujia quickly realized that he had taken care of himself. He should remove the wounds in the fairy body in the shortest possible time to avoid leaving cracks. Instead, Zhao Ting looked quite uncomfortable and looked awkward. Seeing her uncomfortableness, Jian Wushuang said quickly, "If you are not accustomed to staying here, you can leave at any time. I will not block it." Zhao Ting heard the words and shook his head. "I don't mean that. I have nowhere to go now. If it wasn't you who helped me to save me, I'm afraid I'm already dead. Just... Are you worried that Xia Otajin will discover your identity?" Jian Wushuang asked. She nodded. "A few years ago, as a heavenly official, I once went to heaven with the sun to go to the feast and met with all the emperors. Now I want to think that it is very likely that the sun will recognize me. It's a bit troublesome. I'm afraid you can only continue to transform and change your face." She sighed. "It can only be like this." Just as they were talking, 3 streamers crossed the clouds and rushed into the silent hall, leading a Yinxian, with a sturdy body, like a towering divine peak, with a tough face at the moment. "Brother Sword, I didn't think you would come back so soon. It seems that you haven't even been there for 10 years. Then there were 2 bodies. One was elegant, and the face was handsome and soft. Although the other figure is quite handsome and elegant, the decayed posture is extremely mixed. 3 figures, 3 Yinxian. They arched their hands at the same time, their eyes showing excitement. "Brother Sword, Brother Sword, Brother Sword." Jian Wushuang also left the seat long ago and smiled. "I want to congratulate you too, and each has changed a lot." The 3 of them looked at each other and then laughed. Chen Qingmei flirted and said, "You don't know, Sword Brother? He too take Danwan as sugar jelly all day long, and it is a strange thing not to break through to Yinxian. Brother Chen, you're also embarrassed to say, who nearly choked over 60 bite pills at once?" Chuanxiu quipped. Cui Jing also received the voice at the right time. "If Brother Chen and I helped me, I'm afraid you will be successful?" Chen Qing's face turned red. "Hugh wants to fart. I was just in a hurry to control the quality." The original quiet hall, with these 3 living treasures, was suddenly more lively. After chatting with each other for a while, Chen Qing first noticed that in addition to the meaning of Qing, there were 2 figures sitting in the hall. "These 2 are?" Chen Qing asked. Jian Wushuang said, "They were brought back from demission and lived in this little lonely place for the time being." After getting up from the Wu sit, Wei Liujia hurriedly arched his hands. "In the next is the Isan Jiesan. The name is Wei Liujia." Zhao Ting didn't speak, but just sat at the same place and nodded. Chen Qing, Chuanxiu, and Cui Jing all smiled, and they naturally heard that Demi Tian was the sun's sight. Later, when Chen Qing was preparing to pull Jian Wushuang to remind him, a Yin Xian came out of the air and entered the palace. "Master Sword, Xia Otajin asked you and the other 6 subjects to go to the banquet today to catch the wind and dust for you. Please take a break and go to Degushan." After speaking, Na Yinxian retreated on his own. Jian Wushuang's brows were slightly frowned. Obviously, after he entered the 6-day realm, the little emperor already knew it, and he even knew how to bring a few people back. "Be prepared. Let's go to the banquet together after a short break." "Can I not go?" Zhao Ting asked. "If you don't want to cause doubt, it's best to go with you." Along with the rising of the fairy cloud, headed by Jian Wushuang, a total of 7 figures came to the big lonely heaven, the little emperor's heavenly palace. "Master Sword, Xia Otajin has been waiting for a long time." From the side of the hall, the thin purple robe Yinxian calmly said. Jian Wushuang nodded and took the lead in entering the palace. "Brother Jian, I haven't seen you for a long time." The little emperor dressed in extravagant clothing greeted him with a light smile. "Please sit down at will." The Tiangong temple is very large, and every Yinxian present at the scene has his own thoughts. Di Qing didn't have a cold for Xia Otajin, so he sat quietly beside Jian Wushuang and closed his eyes to refresh himself. Although Chuanxiu looked calm, the hatred deep in his eyes was strong. Cui Jing converged with a mixed breath and looked nervous. Wei Liujia was also quite nervous and turned his head sideways, intentionally or unintentionally. Zhao Ting, who had turned into a face, seemed quite calm, and seemed to be a real guest. Chun Qing is still carefree, little emperor. We haven't seen it in some days, and we must not be drunk today. The little emperor sitting on the head smiled. Well, it happened that Brother Jian also returned from demission, and today we will not be drunk. The atmosphere eased, and the plan began to stagger. By Brother Jian, did you find that thing when you returned from Damitian? Carrying a wine glass, Xiaotajin came to Jian Wuxuang and sat down to ask. He shook his head. I haven't found it. I'm afraid it will be hard to find it in the future. This kind of thing is in a hurry. Maybe you will be able to come to you soon, maybe? Xiao Dijuan said, drinking all the wine out of the glass. Let's talk. How is Demission's situation? Jian Wuxuang looked at him, and he was informed of everything that happened. When he heard that Demitian was almost destroyed, almost all the forces of the sun's correction were destroyed. There was a look of joy in the eyes of the little emperor, but it quickly passed away. This is indeed good news for me. Thank you, Jinxiong, for telling me. He smiled. We drink together this glass of wine. After drinking the glass of wine again, the little emperor got up, waved his palm, and a real sword fell into his hands. Brother Jian, your swordsmanship is about to be perfected. Is only one line away from the sword immortal. How about we talk about it today? He said, and then threw the real sword in his hand to Jian Wuxuang. Really? Of course, but I have to ask Brother Jian to show mercy. After a simple conversation, the sword held the true sword without two hands, and was opposed to the little emperor. The atmosphere in the temple of the entire Tiangong is steep and self-condensed, full of cold swordsmanship. Brother Chen, you have followed the little emperor for the longest time. Guess who will win? Cui Jing looked at Qin Qing beside him and whispered. It's needless to say. The sharp-eyed people saw that the Sword Brothers won. Qin Qing glanced at him. You know, when we first met the Sword Brothers, when we discussed Kendo, I only walked through the 3 swords in his hands. I'm going, Brother's sword is so powerful? Of course, you learn a little bit. Maybe it's good for you. Chapter 48:48. Di Qing also opened his eyes and looked at it, and then the old was sitting there, closing his eyes and raising his mind. He has never been interested in the results that have been doomed before he even started. A simple argument on the sword will begin in the Tiangong. The little emperor who does not take the sword as his way will soon converge on the sword way, and even in the ancestor level, he will be able to fight against the sword immortal. Even Jian Wuxuang can immediately defeat him by releasing any form of Xinghe Lake, Jianyi. But he didn't do it. This is an innocent and elegant sword. No matter who wins or loses, it's just a matter of rising. Swords are spreading like magnificent flying fish, magnificent. Jian Wuxuang holds the real sword, only to resist. But the little emperor didn't know whether it was the rise of alcoholism, or he couldn't help it. The energetic swords slashed down vigorously, and even the diffusing power of the air was cut off. The atmosphere became more subtle. Originally a relaxed discussion of the sword, as the little emperor passed by, and the murderous sword intentions raged, all Yanxian present at the scene looked dignified. Chuanxiu had already put his palm on the short dagger at his waist, and he was already light-hearted, waiting for Jian Wuxuang to get any trauma. He could burst in an instant. Cui Jing saw the breath of change in spring and autumn, but also dignified, and also pressed the black stick around his waist. Di Qing has kept his eyes closed and nourished himself, and seems not to care about everything that happens outside. Zhao Ting's eyes fluctuated slightly, and he seemed to be planning something. Wei Lujia's face was even more anxious. In his view, Jian Wuxuang was forced to retreat, apparently not Xiao Ziajin's opponent. But the two-sided color of the sword is quite calm from beginning to end. Even if it is faced with the sword style that emerges from the murder, it is easily resolved. When resisting to 767 swords, the mutation became abrupt. The real sword in Jian Wu's hands without any signs broke into 2 sections, and Xiao Daijin's powerful sword was also severely cut on his shoulders, smashing its entire pipa bone directly. Chuanxiu and Cui Jing got up directly, but then they were suddenly held by Chun Qing. Don't want to let the Sword Brothers do something. Don't disturb. The atmosphere was dead, and the little emperor seemed to be sober from the drink, and his eyes were shocked. He unconsciously released the sword handle and touched him. Sword, brother, I didn't mean it. Jian Wushuang stepped back half a step, avoiding his palms, and his complexion remained unchanged. It's okay. When it comes to swords, there will be some injuries. After he finished speaking, he reached out and took the soft sword from the bone of the pipa and threw it to the little emperor. I was so overwhelmed with alcohol that I left first. Jian Wushuang turned and left, and drops of blood dropped from his shoulders and printed on the ground. Originally closed eyes and nourishing the mind, Qing Qing opened her eyes and looked at other people, and directly followed Jian Wushuang. Chuanxiu immediately opened Chen Qing's palm and left quickly. Then Cui Jing also left directly. Zhao Ting and Wei Liujia glanced at the little emperor and left. Soon, Qin Qing and some Yinxian guards were left in this huge palace. Little Emperor, Qin Qing got up, and his complexion changed slightly. You are too impulsive. Get off. He looked straight at the door of the hall where the hole opened. Qin Qingwei sighed and left without saying much. Heaven is dead. The little emperor's complexion turned from pale to ruddy, and the roots of the palms of his palms clenching the hilt were pale. Damn it. He was furious, and with a real sword, he suddenly chopped the case where Jinwei was set aside and overturned it. Damn it. Damn it. Are you going to take the seat? The little emperor was completely angry, and his face was almost mad. He wielded his sword and overthrew all the plans, making the entire Tiangong chaos. The thin purple robe has been standing behind him, neither blocking nor speaking. A group of things, can't tell who the owner is, when this seat is heir. This seat is Chu Jun, the future emperor of Deci. A louder anger resounded in the temple of heaven. When his voice gradually weakened, the thin purple robe stepped forward in time and handed a white silk cloth. Your Highness is angry. Little emperor coughed heavily, holding the silk cloth tightly around the corner of his mouth. Sword Wushuang. Sword Wushuang. You it. Did you see it? With this one, he didn't even use any swordsmanship. He looked down on me. He didn't even see me from beginning to end. It's not just him alone. Did you see the group of guys he brought back? Did everyone dare to go back to their seats? Especially after I slashed the sword with Wushuang. The group of guys he brought back dare want to do it to me? The thin purple robe has been quietly listening, and at the end, he said quietly, His Royal Highness, you forgot. Jian Wushuang is not your subject, but your friend. You should not govern that subject, put it on him. Even if you want to take the seat? The little emperor's voice was slightly angry. Don't dare. I'm just saying what I should say. Jian Wushuang is not your subject, but a friend. Slender Shaozi robe finished, looking at him meaningfully. Friend? My son has no brothers. How could there be friends? His voice could not hear any emotions, empty and unknown. I don't know how long after that, Xiao Dijuan turned his head to look at the thin purple robe. Do you know how the real sword in Jian Wu's hands broke? I used my hands and feet to destroy the Jianxin deliberately before. I made this kind of hands and feet deliberately to win him once. Are you ridiculous? The thin purple robe whispered, Your Highness did nothing wrong, but this kind of percussion can only be used between the subjects. The little emperor said again, Is this sword completely cut off the connection between us? Yes, no. I want to make up how to do it. Apologize. In the spacious hall, Yu reads www.com has a depressed and dull atmosphere. Jian Wushuang sat in front of a case and closed his eyes to refresh himself, as if nothing had happened. Chuanxiu looked cold, and his palm had never left the hilt in his waist. Di Qing sat next to him in the same posture, with some playful meaning in his eyes. It's not like your style of acting. I've accompanied you along the way and figured out your character, but today this scene still made me unexpected. You didn't touch him. Are you afraid of Jin Wuyang behind him? Or are you treating him as a friend? Jian Wushuang opened his eyes. Jin Wuyang? I have never been afraid for a moment. As for him as a friend, I never even thought about it. This sword is considered to be something he gave me back. Nodded secretly, a guy who participated in the assassination of the 5 emperor's sons, and had a fight with the second emperor's sons. Chapter 48-49. Thinking of it this way, I am afraid that there is only another result. That is, Jian Wushuang still misses some of the emperor's kindness. But now, he has drawn a line in his heart. Brother Jian, no matter what decision you make in the future, I have nothing to say about Chuanxiu. Chuanxiu said with a murderous intent in his eyes. Brother Sword, I am Cui Jing too. You only need to send a call, and my entire life will be yours. Cui Jing leaned on the pillar, his eyes dignified, and he threw a loud voice. Jian Wushuang heard the words and smiled with his hand. Say what to do so seriously and practice well. Only by constantly improving yourself can we gain a foothold in these countless heavens. Also remember, your life is yours, and it's more important to live a good life. Yes, it's still the brothers of swords who understand the truth. Chun Qing raised his thumb, and then digressed. I just remembered that there was one more important thing that I didn't tell brothers of sword. He glanced at Chuanxiu and Cui Jing, and said, remember when Brother Sword left the sixth heaven realm? Did our brother say he wanted to open an auction house? It's already open, so we'll wait for you to come back. It was originally prepared to tell you before, but the result was delayed and forgotten, and now I remember it. Chun Qing scratched his head and smiled. It is better to choose a time, Brother Jian. We will open it then. Jian Wushuang did not shirk. Then half a month later, I think there are already a lot of Yanxian dynasties gathered here. It seems that nothing can hide Brother Jiang. Chun Qing laughed. It's true, we have released a lot of treasures before this, which naturally attracted many Sanxian in the heavenly realm and all Tianzongs. Come here for a while, and wait till the time when we make money. At this time, Di Qing said, you are all Yanxian, and you still care about the so-called currency? Of course I don't care. For our auction house, the transaction with Tianjing is only part of it. The most important thing is the transaction between top-level treasures, which can only be exchanged with the same level treasures. Chun Qing also explained. At this time, even Wei Liujia somewhat understood their intentions. Such an auction house seems to facilitate transactions to draw commissions, but it is not the case. Instead, it exchanges treasure for treasure, which means to include the treasure scattered in the heavens. This chess game is so big that even Wushuang Wushu becomes curious about what kind of behemoth such an auction house will grow into in the future. After going to the banquet, half a month passed by again. In this half-month period, Xiaodajin sent Yanxian messengers to invite Jian Wushuang to dinner again, but they were directly rejected. After 3 consecutive times, no more messengers came, and Jian Wushuang also fell free, taking a good rest. The half-month's date has come, and when the turbidity alternates, they walked out of the great hall together and out of the little Gudian. A total of 7 figures, like 7 streamers, flew towards the void. From the mouth of spring and autumn, I learned that the auction house was not established in the 6 emperor realms of the Little Emperor. Instead, it directly established a whole sky realm as the foundation and established a sky realm auction house. The Tianyu plane that built the auction house was exchanged from the jurisdiction of a Tianzong with a condition that people can't refuse. It contains 6 continental planes. It is also very powerful, and it is a land of fuse. And it is such a heavenly plane, but only one auction house is built, and the luxury is at the extreme. This is not that spring and autumn are too inflated, but that Tianyu is really cheap. He just used more than 20 dependent pills to set the entire Tianyu plane. Regarding how many treasures of pill they took from the former heaven of the 6 Crow Emperors, Chuanxiu counted it before, a total of more than 2,400 pieces, and after giving them to more than 1,000 pieces of Jianwushuang, they can still use them. There are more than 1,400. This is an unimaginable number, but it is just the tip of the iceberg of the 6 Crow Emperors. This time the Tianyu auction house opened for the first time. It attracted countless Yanxian because Chen Qing had used a Pindanwen as a gimmick and released some news, which caused shock. Stepping on the hazy sky of Fang Xianyun, as a wave of vigorous power circulates across the body, a vast and clean sky is reflected in the eyes. This kind of celestial field is quite good in the big division, and it is a good enlightenment dojo. Thousands of ancestor-level repairers and Yinxian have already gathered in this heavenly domain. They have entered a magnificent heavenly palace one after another, which is quite spectacular. I have a hunch that our auction house will open the market for the first time today, and it will definitely make a name for itself. Chen Qing was quite excited. Jin Wushuang, who was at the forefront, smiled slightly. Look at it first. It wasn't until he entered the auction house like Tiangong that Jin Wushuang could not clearly see the 7 characters. Everything is unique. This name is a bit. Brother Sword, don't care about the details. This is the name our brother took after discussing it. Isn't it very domineering? Guided by the maid to enter the auction house, Jin Wushuang was slightly surprised. The Heaven Palace, which is almost stacked by various precious jade, is extremely brilliant and is divided into 3 layers with strict order. The Yanxian and Dingxiu sent from the ordinary sect were seated on the first floor, and some hidden sects or Tianzong across several celestial realms were placed on the second floor. As for the third floor, it was only divided into 2 spaces, one of which belonged to Jian Wushuang alone, and the other was given to a guest with an extremely distinguished status. As for the so-called distinguished guest, Chen Qing did not conceal. It was the son of the clan in the Super Tianzong, who sold this Feng Dianyu. Jin Wushuang didn't have a cold about it. The reason why he came here was to take a chance and see if he could come across any treasures that didn't come out of the world. With the continuous entry of Yinxian and Dingxiu, and the final seating, the atmosphere of the quiet auction house finally warmed up. Sitting on a chair made by Nuanyu, Jin Wushuang was rather uncomfortable overlooking the center of Shangtian Palace. Chen Qing and 6 others sat in turn on Jin Wushuang's body, all ready to start. The entire auction house's palace was built by the overall planning of the spring and autumn period. For a time, Jin Wushuang also looked at him a bit. With the invitation of Yinxian all gathered, just as the hall gatekeeper closed, there were more than 10 streamer figures directly breaking into the hall, completely ignoring the rest of Yinxian's gaze. Each of these 11 bodies is Yinxian. Like the stars arching the moon, it brings out a body dressed in extravagant clothes. Chapter 4850. The figure in extravagant clothes, with an arrogant look and a lazy standing, was more sloppy than Cui Jing. After entering the hall, the 10 Yinxian manipulated the strength and stepped into the air to lift it to the 3rd floor. Such a scene drew uproar. While on the 3rd floor, the figure in extravagant clothes glanced at Jin Wushuang and others, with a trace of disdain in his eyes before sitting down. Upon seeing this, Cui Jing suddenly gave a sigh of relief. Yeah, really fucking. If it weren't for this kid, then 15 pills in this domain could be won. Chen Qing also said, sooner or later, I will sort out this kid, and I was so troubled that I wouldn't come to Taiwan. Jin Wushuang waved his hand. Okay, concentrate on the auction. Are you going to carefully select these things that are about to be auctioned? Chuanxiu nodded. There are a total of 60 lots, including 20 Dependamaru, and the rest of the lots are some of the treasures I picked that are not too practical. Release so many Damaru, if some Tianyu sect's minds are out of order. Jin Wushuang was worried. Chuanxiu smiled slightly. Brother Jian, you can rest assured that I have dealt with it before this, intentionally or unintentionally. We have done some involvement with our auction house in Xiaodigen. Even if other Tianyu ancestors look at it again, they will have to weigh it. Weigh. Jin Wushuang nodded and stopped talking. He understood what Chuanxiu meant, and it was a fake to be involved with Xiaodigen, but the borrowed name was true. For this abruptly built and powerful auction house, it seems that it can only be linked to the Emperor of Zhenliang. With the gradual declining discussion, a woman with a beautiful face and body, both beautiful in face and shape, came to the center of the temple. The women I have found are all fairy celestial candidates, and their work abilities are first-rate. Chen Qing proudly said. Next, as Chen Qing said, the fairy gave a concise but full-text opening speech, which completely stirred up the atmosphere of the entire auction house. Masters, today's first lot is called Lu Yun Mingdan, and its effect is infinitely useful, so that the owner can deepen the perception and capture of the avenue in a specific heavenly plane. But you must remember this, Dan, the pill is not taken internally, but worn on the body. The initial price of Luyan Mingdan is 60,000 Montenegro spar. Of course, Tianjing is also available. The initial price is 60 million Tianjing. As the fairy's voice fell, a six-color rainbow shadow of the pill was hovering in the air. Even if it was through the crystal jade box, it seemed to reveal the fragrance of medicine. Such a so-called Lu Yun Mingdan, in Jian Wushuang's eyes, is a chicken rib, but in ordinary Dingxiu or Yinxian, it is an invaluable treasure. And it is not a one-time treasure, which can be passed down, and the preciousness has suddenly deepened several grades. Immediately afterwards, the sound of competing for the price was resounded. 60 million Tianjing, 70 million Tianjing, 90 million Tianjing, a louder than ever sounded, and soon raised the price to nearly 500 million Tianjing. Jian Wushuang also noticed some problems. That is, these Zoman Yinxian bidding only used Tianjing, and none of them used Montenegrin crystal bidding. Perhaps seeing the doubts in Jian Wushuang's eyes, Chuanqiu quickly explained, for these Tianzongs, the Black Mountain spar was originally a spiritual resource, and the pureness of the derivation stored in it was not comparable to that of Tianjing. And Tianjing's mass production is extremely large, and the diffusive power contained in it contains impurities. Almost every heavenly domain is produced. Only Montenegro spars are produced in the next 3 days, so the value between the two cannot be discussed. To put it simply, Montenegro crystal is a spiritual resource. Tianjing can be regarded as an ordinary currency, and it is not a treasure at all, so they will only use Tianjing for bidding. Jian Wushuang nodded and realized. It was in this emptiness that the six-luck destiny finally settled with 1.3 billion Tianjing. The first piece of Jidan pill is handed over, and the following treasures are presented in sequence. These precious treasures are usually rare when they are seen, but in this ancient auction house, they are pushed onto the countertop very quickly like a horse and a flower, and only need to pay Tianjing. This is a great benefit. For a time, all the Yinxian and Dingxiu in the temple were vigorously bidding, trying to take back a treasure. After learning that all the lots were selected by Chuanqiu and others, Jian Wushuang became interested in the lack of it. But soon, in a somewhat frantic atmosphere, when the lot went to the 20th lot, a fairy came to the 3rd floor and came to Chuanqiu. Senior Chun, only one Yinxian came to visit and presented a treasure to ask us to take it off, and then the commission can be divided into 5 or 5. There is such a good thing? Chen Qing could not help but take the lead. What is the most treasure? The fairy looked up for a moment and said, it seems to be a jade head. It's not very real. Yes, after confirming that the lot is correct, you decide for yourself. Chuanqiu nodded. Yes. Where is that Yinxian now? Just below. The fairy said, pointing down with his finger. But there were nearly 1,000 Yinxian and Dingxiu sitting underneath, and they couldn't tell which one. So Chuanqiu just glanced a little at it and then exposed it. After another Zapindan pill was settled at the price of 6 billion Tianjing, the fairy in charge hosted a round object wrapped in black cloth. The huge auction house suddenly calmed down, and all Yinxian was staring at that item. Apparently, the fairy was also told to take this thing temporarily. After a moment of stun, he said, this thing is also a treasure, but it doesn't seem to have been told about its effectiveness. It should be one very good treasure. Having said that, she simply reached out and lifted the black cloth on the round object. Immediately, a jade head with closed eyes and medium and long hair appeared in the eyes of every Yinxian. This is a head carved by some kind of Wenyu. In addition to being vivid, I am afraid that even the shadow of the most precious treasure will not be touched. This object is a special lot in this field. Only Montenegro spar can be used for bidding. The starting price is 60,000 Montenegro spar. The vast palace fell into an inexplicable death, and a moment later the soft boos sounded, all Yinxian boos. For this successive auction of treasures, the sudden appearance of such a useless jade head is simply a rat shit, which has broken the appetite of Yinxian and Dingxiu. Even Yinxian sent by Zomin began to wonder whether the next lot had high value as always. Chapter 4851. The fairy in charge is also a little embarrassed. Even from her eyes, this is basically a useless and wonderful thing, and can only be bid with the Black Mountain crystals. Except for the auction, I am afraid that no Yinxian will do it. Photographed its stupid thing. Just as the jade head was about to be dismissed, a calm voice rang in the temple. 60,000, all Yinxian, including the host fairy, subconsciously looked at the place where the sound was made. It is the third floor, the most distinguished third floor of the entire Vanguard Muzu auction house. And it was Jian Wushuang who shouted 60,000. At this moment, he looked at the jade head calmly. He didn't rise on a whim, but he only thought about the price after a moment, and he had a strange feeling that he could not tell the truth. Spring and autumn, Chunqing and others heard the Jian Wushuang's offer, although they were a little surprised, but they quickly calmed down. They knew that Jian Wushuang wouldn't be aimless. Since they were to be photographed, they might have noticed the beauty. Just as spring and autumn was about to leave, a lazy voice sounded. 100,000. The fairy who was originally relieved was inexplicably nervous again. The jade head that had been sold suddenly was photographed and began to bid again. This was what she had not thought of. Not only that she had not thought of it, Xian and Ding didn't expect it either. They all looked at the fool's expression and looked up. 200,000. Jian Wushuang's voice was indifferent, and he directly reported double the price. But then the lazy voice also sounded. For 100,000. The hall began to commotion, and the expression of the fool on his face had solidified. With a bid of 400,000, I am afraid that even one of the domains, Tianzong and Tianzong, will not have this inside. You know, it is a Black Mountain spar, and its mass production is so terrible that the circulation is very few in all heavens. But the next moment, a more crazy offer began. Jian Wushuang's voice was indifferent, and he doubled the price, 800,000. 100, 600,000. The lazy voice became a bit of a bite, bursting out such a string of numbers. The hall was dead, and then completely disturbed, and all looked up at the third floor in disbelief. The look of the fool in their eyes all disappeared, replaced by shock. Jian Wushuang's brows were slightly frowned, and then a string of light figures completely silenced the hall. 3 million. All Yinxian and Dingxiu swallowed their throats together, unable to organize their language. The fairy responsible for hosting, after hearing such a series of unrealistic figures, all felt the vainness of footsteps. The value of the 3 million Montenegrin crystals is immeasurable, because no one you have done has seen so many Montenegrin crystals. Holding the heartbeat that jumped out of his throat, the fairy subconsciously changed from the original one-handed support to two-handed embracing, fearing that he would bruise the jade head if he missed it. Adult of the bidding, this item is a special item in this field. You can only use the Montenegro crystal to bid. Jian Wushuang is still calm. I know, it is 3 million Montenegrin crystals. Gutter. All Yinxian were horrified. And this time, there was no more bidding next door, but a loud and corrupt voice came. His mother, I want to see if you have the ability to take out so many black crystals, if I don't strip you alive skin. Jian was two-faced fierce coldness, as well as Chen Qing's face, all changed. At the next moment, a powerful kick kicked all the enchanting enchantments in the middle, and the guy was about to break the wall. Fuck. Lao Tzu now peels your skin alive. Chen Qing drank angrily, straightening up his sleeves and preparing to meet him. Chen Qing, don't get into trouble, Jian Wushuang said. The auction house has just risen, and it is not appropriate to move here. Chen Qing heard the words and gave up the plan to rush past, just glared at the junction. Only after kicking 2 or 3 feet, it seems that he has exhausted his anger, and there will be no more noise there. It's really noisy, if not here. I want to crush the guy with one finger. Di Qing shook his head with dissatisfaction. Subsequently, Jian Wushuang looked at Xiang Chuanxiu. The spring and autumn festival grasped the enlightenment, and directly carried a light ring with glowing light, and drifted forward to the fairy. Master Chun? There are only a lot of Montenegro crystals in it. You can just look at it. Chuanxiu put Neji in her hands, and then walked away without hesitation. With a skeptical attitude, she put a ray of consciousness into the vigilance. When she converged, She was completely shocked. Chuanxio didn't lie to her. The Montenegrin crystals in the Nahuan are not enough to be measured by numbers, but by calculation. This unpretentious jade head finally settled at the sky-high price of 3 million whole Montenegro crystals, which is almost predictably the highest price in this auction. It is impossible for the following treasures to exceed this price. This inexplicable sky-high price auction directly made Wangu Wushuang Auction House, an auction house based on the heavens, deeply imprinted in the mind of each coming Yinxian or Dianxiu. The price of 3 million Montenegro crystals. If you get 50% of the commission, you only need to pay 5 million crystals to get this jade head back. Chen Qing, who had a concept for the crystal of Montenegro, had a painful face, but a few people in Jianwushuang looked indifferent. After all, the Montenegrin crystals in the Neji are too much and almost impossible to consume. After the sky-high auction, the subsequent treasures were auctioned in turn. I don't know if it is affected by hyper-emotional emotions. The next treasure is no exception, and the prices are all taken to an outrageous level. It is an ordinary Zapindan pill, which has been called the price of 3 billion Tianjing. Although the mass production of Tianjing is extremely rich, but using billions at a time can still make one side Tianzong hurt. A total of 61 treasure lots. With the passage of time, the last piece, Zapindan Maru, named Feng Tianjui, was auctioned at the price of 7 billion Tianjing, and the auction feast lasted nearly 5 days. Hundreds of billions of Tianjing have been accumulated together, high enough to suffocate Yinxian. The first auction of Van Gogh Wushuang Auction House ended successfully. Tianzong, who was able to return with his treasure, was only a very small part. With this grand occasion, standing on the top floor, looking at the Yinxian who were leaving below, the corners of his mouth slowly raised an arc. To them, Tianjing is nothing but rubbish, and it is almost useless. However, all the treasures can be exchanged with Tianjing for the entire auction. This is just a good temptation to open up the export monument. The beginning of the next auction is the real treasure. Chapter 4852. Such an auction feast is like a gluttony warming up before the big mouth opens. There are more than 2,000 dependent pills, but now only a few 200 or 300 are consumed. There are 100 of them in Jianwu's hands. There are more than 1,000 remaining in the hands of spring and autumn, even if only a small part is needed. How many Tianzong's best-of-breed treasures can be exchanged for? At that time, the treasures accumulated by the Vanguard Warriors auction house will be the true Vanguard Warriors. After one bit of Yinxian or Dingxiu left in turn, the sword with both hands standing on the top floor looked at this scene calmly without double colors. The Tianzong Yinxian who photographed the most treasures, I am afraid that whether they can bring the treasures back is an unknown number. As the auction ended, the distinguished guest on the third floor flew out and deliberately came to Jianwushuang. 11 Tao Yinxian. The diffusive power emitted is extremely impressive. For a time, the two sides confronted. Jianwushuang was obviously interested in him, and he didn't even want to speak. The young man in extravagant clothes, with an arrogant look, looked up and down at Jianwushuang, then stared. "Isn't it you who bid with me just now?" "It's me." Jianwushuang glanced at him calmly. "What's the matter?" As soon as he twitched his mouth, he put his hands on the jade belt around his waist and said, "Give me the head of the jade, and I will pay 60,000 for the price." "Your mother is okay." Chen Qing sighed angrily and took a step forward, with a height-tight body that was extremely oppressive, as high as Shenfeng. "Even if you are the crown prince of a mortal domain, here I have to converge." The young man looked cold and looked at Chen Qing without fear. "You deserve to talk to me like this? Who do you think you are? You know that even Gongzi Yin wouldn't dare to talk to me like that." Just as Chen Qing was about to break up and slay the killer, a lightly contemptuous voice resounded throughout the giant hall. "Oh, is it?" The young man was startled and turned slowly. I saw a little emperor who changed into a plain suit, carrying his hands and slowly stepping into the air, followed by several purple-robed Yinxian behind him. Xianyun is circulating. It seems that all are surrendering. Although his face was extremely beautiful, It did not affect the heroic momentum of Ingwu at all. It was the temperament of the master who didn't even show it deliberately, so he captured the extreme. The pupils shrunk and a cold sweat emerged from the young man's temples. The little emperor just stood with his hands on his shoulders and even just showed a warm gaze, so that the surrounding space seemed to stagnate. After calming down from the initial panic, the young man bowed to salute. Xian Yuzhang, Zhang Shun have seen the little emperor. Did you just say that I dare not talk to you like this? Xiao Dijuan asked with his hands on his back. Zhang Shenwen said that he hadn't spoken yet, and a Yin Xian who looked like a strategist behind him hurriedly said, My son has no intention of this, but he doesn't choose what he says. Without saying a word, the thin purple robe behind the little emperor fell directly under his palm, smashing his fairy body with the fairy source. Killing Yin Yin with a breath, the thin purple robe returned. For you. Little emperor looked at him. Zhang Shun returned to God, and his attitude became panic. When I returned to the little emperor, I had no intention of that. I really only said nothing, and forgive sins. Because your attitude is good, Xinyu will not be in trouble, let's go. Xiao Dijuan said quietly. Zhang Shun nodded again and hurriedly left. Then, Xiaotijan came to Jian Wushuang and said with a smile, Brother Jian, I'm sorry to be late. I was not able to watch this auction event with you. It's okay. I watched while I was doing nothing, and I will not accompany you. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and then left. Chun Qing then scratched his head and said, Don't think about it, little emperor. Sword brothers are definitely in a bad mood now. After all, they were bitten by that dog thing, and they have no good mood. The little emperor nodded. Because that chapter shone in the fairyland? Chun Qing nodded, and then roughly said what happened before. After listening, the little emperor's face was slightly cold. What a good second ancestor. His fairyland is really more and more amazing now. My partner, besides Zhang Shun, how many children are there besides Zhang Shen? The thin purple robe whispered, His Royal Highness, only Zhang Shen is the only son. Since this is the case, Jian Wushuang, who left Xiaotijan, walked in front of the presiding fairy, and under her guidance, went to Piandian to take the jade head. When I saw that jade head again, even across a crystal cover, Jian Wushuang once again felt the strange feeling. I don't know what kind of jade head is made of jade. Although it is exquisite, it seems that it has gone through the devastation of countless years and has become scarred. But even with scars, the perseverance and ease of light in the eyes are still very touching, making the viewers feel willing to bow down. Jian Wushuang didn't know who exactly carved this jade head, but what is certain is that this person must be a hegemon in a certain era. He looked closely, and seemed to be able to feel something general from the eyes of Yusho. Even he didn't realize that, unconsciously, a seven-star galaxy in his eyebrows began to flow slowly. One pair of eyes is full of vitality, and the other one emits perseverance, as if gazing at each other through time and space. Why do I have a very familiar feeling? Withdrawing his gaze, Jian Wushuang carefully took away the jade head and placed it in the bowl of the yang bottle, before breathing out. Immediately, he carried away Qing Qing, Zhao Ting, and Wei Liujia, and left the Wangu Wushuang auction house. Chuanxiu and Cui Jing stayed here because they wanted to sort out all the Tianjing obtained by the auction house today. Everything seemed to pass smoothly. Damn waste. Dare to kill my left arm and right arm in front of this seat. Is this looking at me and seeing the entire fairy field as nothing? Between the fairy clouds, there are 10 streamer-like figures flying upwards, and the first figure is impressively that of the fairyland. At this moment, he is grumpy and very angry. The sun is now cautious. Now it is still the domain of the little emperor. A middle-aged Yin Xian behind him touched the virtual sweat on his head and reminded in a low voice. It's in his jurisdiction. This is clearly the jurisdiction of the whole fairyland. Zhang Xian gritted his teeth. I never imagined that the master of this side of the realm would actually become a son of Yinzi. Really let this son him not upset. Chapter 48-53 He took another bite. If he knew at the beginning that his son Yin was going to buy this side of the heaven, I wouldn't sell it to him if I broke it. Speaking of which, Zhang Shun seemed to have thought of something again, glancing back at the 9 remaining Yinxian behind him. Don't say anything about the heavenly domain sold to Gongxian. If that person knows it, our entire universe will be overwhelming. Go back and discuss with my father to see if we can bring this heaven back. The middle-aged Yin Xian heard the words and reminded him anxiously, the son is not allowed. We can't afford it, this little emperor. We can't afford it too. As long as he is still a little emperor, we can't talk to him confrontation. There was a flash of anger in Zhang Shun's eyes, and he slapped him directly, vigorously and slaps. His mother, are you the son of a mortal realm, or am I? When can you refute my idea? Middle-aged Yinxian held her cheeks and kept promises. Zhang Shan just stopped, and he fell into contemplation again. I said that Chun Qing had gone to his father to buy Tianyu. Where did so many Zipindan Maru come from? In this way, I have to inform His Highness the Second and let him decide early. He stared, and he had made a decision in his heart. At this moment, a light voice sounded like morning bells and drums without warning. Who do you want to notify? Zhang Shan's eyes suddenly fell, and he operated his Buddhist strength almost instantaneously. Subsequently, several figures appeared in front of him. The leader is the little emperor. His pupils shrunk to the point of a needle in an instant, and his sweat was far more than he had just shed. Now the little emperor appears, apparently listening to all the words he said before. But Zhang Shan was still struggling with his final struggle. No, no one was notified. You must have heard it wrong. Little emperor smiled slightly. The expression in his eyes was unclear. How could I have heard it wrong? Your second highness in your mouth. Should the prince correct it? Zhang Shan stood for a while and waved his hands again and again. No, no, it's not. Our fairyland is very far away from the grandson of the young son. How can we get to know the young son? I am also very curious. It is clear that your fairyland is closest to my 6-day realm, but why would you want to be connected with the distant Domitian? Why should you scramble to be the dog that his son corrected? Little Emperor slowly moving forward, said softly. Zhang Shan was forced to retreat step by step. Cold sweat continued to shed. Little Emperor, these are definitely misunderstandings. My fairyland has never had any contact with Domitian, and there are no half-letters. The little emperor heard the words and asked 3 times in a row, You said, should I believe you or should I not believe you, and how should I believe you? Zhang Shun was very happy in his heart. Since he said so, there was still a turning point in the matter. Little emperor, you can rest assured that my fairyland is all up and down. I only want to follow you. When I go back this time, I will definitely mobilize my father and align with Lutian realm forever. That's a good word, but how can I be sure that what you said is true? What if you still go your own way after you go back? The little emperor shrugged. So, for the sake of insurance, you still stay here. Don't go back, that's it. As his words fell, Su Qing Chun Qinggao behind him smiled slowly and stepped forward. When Zhang Shan's heart sank, his hand accumulated a vigorous effort. Follow me to kill. He suddenly sipped, and the beam of majestic force glanced directly towards the little emperor. However, a tangled real sword directly broke his offensive. In Chen Qing's eyes, the murderousness emerged, and he held up the real sword and began a swift beheading. At the same time, the 4 Zipeo Yinxian also set off and went around Zhang Shan. The 9 Yinxian brought by him even had time to resist, and under Chen Qing's rush, the formations were dispersed, and then they were defeated one by one. These Yinxian only came to the position of Yinxian soon, and the fairy roots were only stable. How could it be Chen Qing's opponent who was about to enter Dianxian? However, under several rushes, there were only 2 Yinxian left under Zhang Shan. One sword shattered one of the immortal sources of Yinxian, and Chen Qinggao smiled and came to him like a killing god. Zhang Shan was already ashamed, but he never thought of it. These brought him almost all of the immortal level of the elders in the fairy field. They could not get out of 10 rounds under the little emperor. He is already retired, and the last middle-aged Yin Xian beside him, whose body is shaking like sifting chaff, has lost even the most basic thinking ability. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zhang Shun threw himself directly in the clouds. Little Emperor, please let me go. As long as I can go back, the entire fairy field will definitely be cast into your seat. The little emperor came to him slowly, with a soft sword in his hand. Tongue sticks out. Zhang Shun, who was begging for mercy, did so subconsciously. Then he felt a cold in his mouth, and then blood spewed out, and he even cut off half of his tongue. Some words should be said, some words can't be spoken. You humiliate me and don't let you die, so I only need half your tongue to mention you. Zhang Shen repeatedly bowed, murmured in his mouth. But you provoke people who are not supposed to provoke, which is enough to be fatal. The little emperor said, with a soft wave in his hand. A good head was cut off, even with broken sinew. The eyes that had turned gray were full of puzzles. Zhang Shen didn't know who he was causing. Throwing Zhang Shan's head to Qin Qing on the side with a sword, Xiao Dijuan said, "Bring this head to Brother Jian to make him happier." Oh, I must explain to him that Zhang Shen's head was cut by my own hands. Chun Qing nodded with a smile. I understand the little emperor. You want the Bo Jian brothers to embrace. Little talk. Xia Adajan withdrew his soft sword and said softly, Brother Jian and I are brothers. Bullying him is bullying me. Zhang Shan is not sorry. If it is the next Zhang Shan, I will kill him. Chen Qing nodded and said, Right, little emperor. This chapter Shen is the only son of the sect master of the celestial realm. You just killed him in this way. I am afraid that there will be someone to send him to question. Everywhere is a running dog fairyland. I think destroying them is just between hands. The reason why they keep them still is my moving heart. If they dare to send someone to inquire about Zhang Shun's news later, it also happens to be a good cause. I will kill all Tianzong in a mortal realm at that time, so as to deter all the guys who want to follow the sun to correct, let them understand who is the master. Chapter 48-54. He looked at the fairy cloud in the distance again. Dai Tian, who is corrected by the sun, is now in chaos. It seems that it is time for me to move. Immortal Yunyao, although Jin Wushuang had put the jade head in his pocket, he was still thinking about where the strange feeling came from after he looked at the jade head before. Did we know each other for a long time? Jin Wushuang quickly shook his head again to deny that he has practiced so far, but he hasn't even reached the tens of millions of years. The old friends he knows are now in the divine universe. This Dianhuan is brand new and unknown to him. Only Xin Yi and Lao Zun will be here. During this period of time in Dasiyu, Jin Wushuang has been completely determined that Xin Yi and Lao Zun must be in Dayanhuan and only here. Because Dayanhuan is too vast, and its tolerance is so unimaginable. The inextricable links they left before all point to the only ultimate, Dayanhuan. Convergence of mind, the four figures steadily shuttled above the clouds. Just then, a figure attracted Jin Wushuang's attention. It was a figure wearing a large black robe, moving forward at a constant speed. Jin Wushuang just glanced back, and then returned his gaze. After all, there are not many Yinxian shuttles in the ordinary sky, but they are all in a hurry. But soon, after experiencing a constant flying distance, he found something was wrong. The figure in the robe has been hanging not far away, neither close nor far away, strangely incomparable. Then, Jin Wushuang suddenly thought of something. On the way to the auction house auction, a mysterious person presented a jade first auction. Due to time constraints, no one cared about the appearance of the mysterious man who presented the jade head. Could it be that the mysterious person is the black robe in front? Jin Wushuang groaned, suddenly having a strong intuition. It should be him. As Jin Wushuang thought, his figure also burst up and flew away. Strange to say, he thought together and reached behind the black robe in a flash. He wanted to reach out and touch, but was shocked that he couldn't touch his coat. Where is the small crumb? Dare to touch my prestige. A deep fry was like the thunder of 9 days, resounding in Jin Wushuang's ears. However, Jin Wushuang was not afraid. With a swing of his arm, he threw out hundreds of vigorous strengths and practiced, blocking the way of the black robe. Then, the black robe really stopped, facing back to the sword Wushuang, and his voice was deep. Small detritus, why should you stop me? I really don't want to stop you, but I just want to prove one thing, Jian Wushuang said loudly. Is the jade head in the ancient Wushuang auction house yours? The black robe continued to say in a deep voice, how is it? Is not it? The younger generation of crumbs should not delay the journey of this seat. In this case, Jian Wushuang shrugged, and then burst without any signs. Then I will try your weight first. A little light circulated from his fingertips. A little mountain and river, both out. From the clouds, the sky covered the sky, blocking his way, and at the same time, there were countless meteor-like sky fires, which fell down. Another turbulent Tianhe swept up and swallowed the black robe. This is the fairy style of Jian Wushuang. As long as you can call all mountains and rivers in the field you want, and after the great battle, the fairy style has changed a lot, and you can call out any the power of what you think is doubled. Jian Wushuang stood on the spot, watching the world changes in the field, calm and incomparable. He didn't seem to worry about the safety of the black robe. After a while, Yunshu took a rain break, and a terrible suction like a whale sucked all the world's changes. And that suction vortex was made out of the black robe. The younger generation, the little skill of carving insects. The black robe shape easily merged all the changes into a projectile size, and then shot at Jian Wushuang. His eyes narrowed, and he immediately resolved. Only this time, Jian Wushuang intuitively felt that the black robe was not easy. And the black robe did not seem to be irritated by him, and did not take the next step. The crumbs are small. Since you got the jade head, you are destined to me. I will mention you a few today. Some things are far beyond your understanding. This is the level you shouldn't touch. It's too late to return it, so as not to regret it later and be unable to return to the sky. Jian Wushuang heard and said nothing, but stared at the black robe with no features. What are you? And what do these words mean? What do you mean by all means that you already know? Some things should not be handled by you. But you have already entered the game and caused everything to fall into the unknown. The black robe figure said here, and he will not continue to talk about it. Jian Wushuang, who heard these words, was already stunned, and then hurriedly said, Who are you and who sent me to tell me? Xin Yi or Lao Zun? Xin Yi or Lao Zun? Exclamation point. The black robe was silent. Scrap, young man, I don't know what you mean. What I have done now has no meaning. You can listen or not. We were originally in the same water, and it doesn't make any sense to say more. Don't delay this day. Our seat, he said, and turned to leave. Jian Wushuang returned to God and said loudly, Can you tell me where you are going? The black robe stopped at the same place, turned his back to him, and left the last sentence. I lived in Yang from the east. Then, he disappeared. The whole figure was like a plume of smoke, scattered in the fairy cloud and disappeared. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself, I passed Shangyang from the east capital. Dongdu, Shangyang, these are the names of Tianyu. Or do they have other meanings? What are you foolish about? Have you been shattering your thoughts here? Di Qing's voice was like a big hand, pulling him back to reality. That's wrong. Why am I still here? We haven't left yet? He was shocked, and he stepped back half a step, looking fixedly at the front. I saw it in the front. The jade head was still quietly placed in the crystal cover, and the jade eyes showed perseverance and free light. It is still in the partial hall of the auction house. The names of Qingqing, Spring and Autumn, Cuijing, Zhaoting and Wei Liujia all stood behind Jian Wushuang, all looking at him with doubtful eyes. Haven't I ever left? What happened just before that? Chapter 48-55. Everything is unbelievable, dreamlike, but true to the extreme, so that Jian Wushuang can't believe which side is the reality. It turns out that I really haven't left. Looking at the real scene in front of him, he realized in a trance that when he was talking with the black robe in the cloud, there were not a few people around him. Is it the eyes of this jade head that dragged me into that illusion? Jian Wushuang pondered, reaching for the front, and the crystal cover sinking and disappearing. The tip of the finger came with a gentle touch, and at the same time it conveyed a dead silence without the breath of life. I lived in Yang from the east. He murmured softly, just 6 words, as clear as it was engraved in his mind. Who would be the black robe in the illusion, and why would he say that to him? Is it Xian Yi, or is it sent by the old deity to warn? Jian Wushuang has no intention to move, the more so, the closer he feels to the truth. When you come to Daanhuan, you must be right. Everything will be learned here. He stretched out his hand and retrieved the jade head without any spiritual breath, and carefully put it in the bowl of the bottle. He was relieved. In just a few years, he was unconsciously caught in 2 ridiculous dreams, which made him more cautious. The first time was in the midst of a big day, and was dragged into a strange fantasy world inexplicably. The second time just happened. Both scenes are extremely real, as if they are foreshadowing something. Everything seems to be irrelevant, but it is like a prison cage, covered by layers. After doing all of this, Jian Wushuang, with the names of Qing Qing, Zhao Ting, and Wei Liujia, left the Van Gogh Wushuang auction house. Chuanxiu and Cui Jing stayed to check the auction house's income. The celestial domain in which the ancient auction house Wushuang was located originally had a name called Jijing, which belonged to the jurisdiction of a celestial ancestor that encompassed 7 celestial domains. This Tianzong is called immortal territory, and in the eyes of the vast expanse of the Grand Division, although it is not a top force, it is also a hegemony. In the Feast of the Heavenly Court, there was a Fujia Yinxian holding a dust, and then died in the hands of Jian Wushuang and the Little Emperor. It was a distinguished elder in that fairy field. It is even more rumored that Zhang Tian, the master of his fairyland, is likely to break through to Dianxian in several years. In this way, the forces of immortal territory developed in a gentle upward trend, and even had a lot of friction with the 6 emperor realms of the Little Emperor. After returning from the auction house to the little solitary sky in the 6-day realm, Jian Wushuang hurriedly took the jade head taken out of the bowl and placed it on the desktop to check it, trying to find some clues. Subsequently, Chen Qing also returned to Shaogudian, his face full of joy, carrying a bulging bag in his hand. "Brother Sword, look at what I brought you back." He grinned and placed the bag in his hand on the case in front of Jian Wufang. "This is..." Jian Wushuang looked at him. Chen Qing smiled secretly, and then opened the bag, revealing a disheveled hair. His eyes no longer have any shiny head. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows, already recognizing this head, the guy who hit him in the previous Van Gogh Wushuang auction house. "You killed?" "It wasn't me who killed it. It was Zaire Otogen who beheaded him personally." Chen Qing scratched his head. "Zaire Otogen said that to insult you is to insult him, so he cut off his head and sent it to the Sword Brothers to indemnify him." Jian Wushuang secretly sighed, and he understood that although this kid was flying, he was not enough to kill. But the Little Emperor took this opportunity to send him directly after the killing, in fact, to pay for the crime not long ago. This kid died unjustly. Finally, after glancing at his dead head, Jian Wushuang waved it to Chen Qing's hands. "Got it. Find a mountain forest to bury him." Chen Qing nodded, then turned and flew out of the hall. Di Qing then sat down, watching him playfully, and said, "It looks like the Little Emperor is treating you well." "It's a normal relationship," Jian Wushuang said softly. Di Qing no longer said much, looking for a place to sleep easily when he looked up. The battle between Demi Tian and Chang Fu caused him to lose another life, both in terms of strength and state, and before it was fully restored, Di Qing would be in a state of weakness. And he had 9 real lives, and now there are only 7 left. Although Di Qing didn't show it, Jian Wushuang still felt his loneliness and disappointment. Time is passing slowly. A few decades later, a messenger suddenly came to the Little Emperor's heavenly palace. The messenger wore a green robe and depicted a fairy with gold wire on his chest. The situation was quite extraordinary. He came to the Tiangong and met the Little Emperor. His face was neither humble nor overbearing. His Royal Highness, Zhang Shun, the son of Heavenly Sect of Immortal Territory, was invited to the Wangu Wushuang auction house half a month ago. It has been half a month now. I don't know if His Royal Highness the Little Emperor can tell where Zhang Shan is. I will go back and have an account with the suzerain. Lying lazily on the bed, Xiao Dijuan glanced at him sideways and then waved his palm. "Hurry, a little son of Tianzong. How do I know where he is? The Qingpao messenger looked calm and said, His Royal Highness surely knows that no one knows that the ancient auction house was established by His Royal Highness. Zhang Shun's jurisdiction disappeared, and there must be a connection. Xiaotajin heard the words, slowly sat up from the Hua bed, his eyes gradually cold. Even if the auction house is now planned into my jurisdiction, do you think I will remember the names of some cats and dogs? The face of the Qingpao messenger changed slightly, and there was a touch of humiliation in the eyes of Yu Kanshu www. Ukanshu. Calm, crossing. Are you threatening me? The little emperor stood up, surging with extreme strength, and the indescribable coercion made the emperor of the green robe directly kneel in the temple with a thump. The humiliation in his eyes was even worse, but he didn't dare to show it. No. It's just that sect master Aiko is eager. If Zhangxin can't be seen again, I'm afraid something will be done. Do something? Do you want to be a dog for Demitian? Or do you want to stand against this seat? The little emperor came to him slowly, and the sneer in his eyes was even worse. Do you think a small fairy domain Tianzong can put pressure on this seat? Why don't you tell me that he was the one who killed himself, and his head was cut off? Why do you immortal Tianzong? The green-robed messenger shuddered, his face suddenly pale, and he couldn't dare to raise his head to look at the little emperor. Chapter 48-56. He couldn't believe that the son of immortal territory had been killed, but the initiator was still so indifferent that he didn't take immortal territory at all. His Royal Highness, aren't you afraid that the entire immortal realm Tianzong will fight you with blood? The green-robed messenger said tremblingly, with a painful expression in his eyes. The little emperor smiled. Xiao said that you are a fairy in Tianxian. That is, there are 10 more. Why am I afraid? Okay, since you are not afraid then. Without finishing his sentence, he was clamped by the thin purple robe in the dark, and then directly smashed Xianyuan. Like the same hand holding fly ash, the emperor of the green robe fell. It's really noisy. The little emperor slowly turned around and lay down on the bed again. He propped his head in one hand. His other hand lurched into his arms and took out a pill that glowed with colorful rainbow. It took a long time to say, Ma'am, how do you have this pill, Jin Wushuang? The thin purple robe stepped forward slowly. His Royal Highness, everyone has their own secrets. Don't ask until he tells you. Got it. You have to call Wushuang and discuss the countermeasures together. Although I don't take it in the eyes of the celestial Emperor Tianzong, it is inevitable to want a battle. I want to minimize the loss. The thin purple robe promised, and then turned away. Looking at the mysterious Danmaru in his hand, Xiaotajin fell silent. Wushuang, when can I see through your mind? As the foggy night approached, Jin Wushuang stepped into the air, and his shoulders were soaked by drops of mist and rain. Brother Jin, you were here? The little emperor seemed to have been waiting for a long time, and he walked to him with a large black feather cloak, and at the same time, he was going to put it on. Jin Wushuang prevented his behavior, but took Dalu and put it in his hands. He went straight to the theme. The kid you beheaded is the son of Tianzong from a fairyland? Yes, Xiaotajin nodded. The power of Tianzong in the fairyland is pretty good in the eyes of the big division. After several years of development, Yanxian and Yinding are very many. He said that he had told Jin Wushuang the connection between the ins and outs of the matter and Dami Tian. In the end, he looked at Jin Wushuang. If this is not completely defeated this time, I'm afraid Zhang Tian will lead the entire fairy field and throw it to the grandson of the sun. Jin Wushuang didn't open his mouth. It seemed to be thinking about something. If this war starts, we must make plans to completely destroy the celestial realm Tianzong? Yes, once the war starts, it means declaring war on me, and I cannot and will not tolerate it. Xiao Dijuan said, gently putting his palm on his arm. Brother Jian, help me once. Okay. Jin Wushuang responded. Killing Zhang Shun is the critical point of the outbreak of war. No matter what the little emperor thought, it was for him. The little emperor heard the words and smiled, arching his hands. Thank you, Jian Xiang. When? Slowly, maybe half a year. and soon will be several months. We have to make preparations early. He said, my seat is Yin Xian, being intercepted again and again. Wasted. So, I want to temporarily invite Brother Jian to take the position of deity Angwen and crush them all into scum. Jian Wushuang listened, just wanted to reject this title, and was blocked by Zaya Otogen. Brother Jian, please take up the post of deity Angwen. It is only temporary. It is responsible for the control of 60 Yin Xian, not the position of deity Angwen. This battle is over. You can step down at any time. Well, I will be there then. Jian Wushuang nodded. If there is nothing, I will go. Brother Jian, what happened to me the other day is wrong, and I am going to indemnify you today. The little emperor said, suddenly pulled out a soft sword around his waist, and then slashed to the left arm. The sword did not fall, and was blocked by the sword Wushuang. If you have the strength, you will respond more in the following crisis. It is inevitable that the sword will be injured. If you stick to this again, you will have no demeanor. After he finished speaking, he turned and left Tiangong. Looking at the back of Jian Wushuang's departure, Shao Emperor's eyes flashed an unknown meaning. For a while, he looked down at the wrist of his right hand and had a rather strange feeling, like a kind of induction. Several months passed, but the six-day realm of peace was also caught in some kind of turmoil, and the dynamism in the void was a little agitated. Nearly half a year later, dozens of powerful bodies like streamers flew from the void. Then in front of the void in the six-sky realm, the dozens of figures began to use the force of force to quickly outline a ripple in the void. That's constructing a fairy array that can be sent on a large scale. Standing above the dome of the heavenly palace in Degushan, the little emperor stood with his hands on his back, and behind him stood nearly 60 imposing immortals, and the top army that covered the sky like black mist. These are his details. Please deity Angwen come. He condensed. Your Highness, Jin Tianguan is here. The thin purple robe whispered. Heaven and earth are still, and the five bodies are breaking through the fairy cloud and reaching. All Yin Xian and Ding Xiu's eyes were attracted. As the leader of Jian Wushuang, dressed in a black shirt ranger, Mei Yujian is full of perseverance and indifference. Behind him, Chen Qing, Chuanxiu, Cui Jing, and Wei Liujia stood side by side, all of which had the tendency of Yuanju Yue. This is deity Angwen who was decided by the little emperor a few days ago? It looks too immature, right? No. Our entire six-day realm, haven't we ever established the position of deity Angwen, and Zaya Otogen has never set a precedent. Regardless of what he does, then the battlefield will be clear, and if he can become a big official, how could he be a mediocre? Hearing the whispering in his ear, Jian Wushuang did not care, and quickly went to the little emperor. I've seen Jiantian Guan. Nearly 60 Yin Xian, and countless top repairs at the same time loudly, sounded Zhou Xiao. Faced with such a situation, Jian Wushuang is at ease, and he has seen it seriously. Little Emperor smiled, then stretched out his palm and pointed forward. Brother Jian, look at it. Looking through the eyes, I saw that in front of the void portal of the sixth heaven realm, one side of the celestial array was outlined and condensed. As soon as this fairy array comes out, it must be the battle of the power of heaven. With the completion of the cohesion of the fairy array, a total of more than 30 Yin Xian who hit the front station, at the same time release the Yin force, urge the fairy array. The beam of light leads to the sky as if a dusty sky gate was opened. With the rise of countless Wamangs, the army of top repairs like black clouds came out of the fairy array, and the intention of killing was almost solid. The little emperor shouted loudly, from now on, all Yin Xian here must obey Jianti Angwen's order. If there is a violation, die on this battlefield. Promise. All Yin Xian promised, and the atmosphere of the void was solemn. Chapter 48-57. This super fairyland Tianzong, which spans several heavens and has accumulated for many years, has a very terrible background. It can be seen by the courage to fight the son of the emperor. With the cloud-like top repair and the continuous appearance of dozens of Yin Xian, it can be expected that this will be an endless situation. Then there will be Brother Luo Jian. Fight with me. Xiao Dijuan whispered. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. His eyes looked forward. With countless top repairs and Yin Xian stepping out of the fairy array, the void has become a battlefield. When the fairy array was about to close, there was a straddle mount riding a Tianma, holding a towering figure of a golden gun. With his appearance, the indescribable trend is rising. That is the master of the celestial realm, Zhang Tian. Long ago, it was the peak of Yinxian. Xiao Dijuan said softly. Jian Wushuang nodded, and then he no longer hesitated. His feet walked in the air, like a star, running forward. Afterwards, Chen Qing and others carried all Yinxian together and rushed outside the portal of the sixth heaven realm. One step into the void, the violent gang wind ripped to the ground. The majestic figure sitting on top of Tianju also stepped into the air. Without saying a word, the arm holding the golden gun flicked a full circle, like a bow and arrow, and suddenly threw the golden gun. The golden gun trembles, coming out of the air, and the goal is directed at the unparalleled sword, 1,000,000 miles. Jian Wushuang's gaze was fixed, and his breath was steep. Then he raised his right hand and pointed out with a finger. Fairy style, a little mountain and river. It seems that there is a power beyond the reach of the supreme god peak, combined with the fierce surging power of the giant water, and the blue color and the black color coexist, surging at Jian Wushuang's fingertips, turning into a party. The two collided, and an unparalleled martyrdom broke out. At this moment, both Yin Xian and Ding Xiu subconsciously covered their eyes with their arms. The golden gun was violent and unstoppable like a dragon, but after touching that layer of enchantment, it could no longer move forward. Despite the martyrdom, everything is within the controllable range of Jian Wushuang. As Guanghua dispersed, the golden spear finally fell into his hands. Zhang Tian, the main body of the immortal Tianzong, looked at this scene with dignified eyes. He underestimated his enemies and thought to come up and kill a lot of Yinxian, increasing his morale, but he never expected that Yinxian could catch his blow, and it seemed a little bit. No injuries were received. You know, his shot is enough to penetrate a common heaven. Even if Yinxian in the same realm can only avoid the sharp edge, Yinxian has never dared to face it. But now, not only did his blow not work, but he was caught. This Yinxian who can stand at the forefront is absolutely extraordinary. Looking at the spear still trembling in his hand, Jian Wushuang said loudly, "If you only have this strength, go back." Zhang Tian's face sank, and the painful murderous opportunity appeared in his eyes. Go back? Who will return my son Zhongshan's life? Even today, even if I'm struggling to die, I will let my son taste the price, and as a result of Yongzi Yin, you stubborn rat, come out to see this seat, and pay for my son's life. With a loud explosion, Gongzi Yan's figure followed, and stood side by side with Jian Wushuang. He looked at Zhang Tian with a smile. Only stupid people will do stupid things. I have beaten you secretly how many times? You should be clear, but never mind it. The reason why your son Zhongshan will have today is not only inseparable from his own blame, but also inseparable from your actions. Zhang Tianwen said with pain, but even then, you shouldn't kill him. Fujia was in the death of heaven, and I endured it, but the result of Zhang Shan's death must be up and down in my fairyland, and you never die. Little Emperor slowly raised the corner of his mouth. Well then, I have been waiting for a long time this day. I want to see how the guys who are eager to correct the dogs for the sons, how hard they bite. Zhang Tian was very angry and smiled. No, today, even if I die, I will take your son to be buried, he said, suddenly withdrawing the real sword hanging from his waist. All the orders from the immortal realm, all the forces to kill the Master Xian, one will not stay. Void concussion, battle begins. Almost at the same time, Jian Wushuang said loudly, all Yinxian scattered into 6 columns, follow me. More than 60 Yinxian diverged into 6 columns. Jian Wushuang leads the ranks, the young emperor's son Yin leads the ranks, Qin Qing, Chuanxiu, Cui Jing, and Wei Liujia each lead a rank. Sword Wushuang is like a real sword without a pair of swords, carrying the trend of crossing the ages, and ruthlessly entered the front of the battle. With both palms pushed horizontally, the unmatched Yin Yin made nearly 20 Yin Xian all retreat a few steps. Afterwards, Chen Qingshan's sword approached, and a sword smashed a fairy's source, and at the same time, relying on the divine peak's figure, he ran into it without fear. Chuanqiu held a black light dagger, and he was blessed with an 8-armed puppet, which was also extremely fast. Cui Jing has always been fierce and aggressive. Even in the original Sand Devil Cave, he can be alone in the realm of ancestry. Now that he has been promoted to the position of Yin Xian, the ferocity does not diminish the original, but it is in addition to Chen Qing, the most destructive existence. As for Wei Liujia, the realm strength can only be recovered. Naturally, there is no benefit in this battle. If it is not for the help of the sword Wushuang from time to time, I am afraid that I will drink on the spot. In fact, at the beginning, Qin Qing and Spring and Autumn came together. Jian Wushuang did not agree to come down, but could not help but grind hard, and finally let them come. Due to the loss of his real life, I Ching's strength was far from being restored. He was placed in dormancy in Ziyagushan by Jian Wushuang. Zhao Ting's uncontrollable factors were too great, so she did not let her come. Therefore, Jian Wushuang brought them 4. The battle that has surpassed 100 Yinxian is extremely tragic. After the various moves came out, a fairy corpse with a broken fairy source fell. Jian Wushuang's destructive power is too strong. He just reached out a little and died with a Yin Xian. Under Dian Xian, he is invincible. With the immortal blessings of a little mountain and river, no Yin Xian can take a few rounds with Jian Wushuang. He is far more powerful than when attending the Feast of Heaven. He was moving forward firmly. Behind him was the little emperor, accompanied by Qin Qing and others, full of unstoppable momentum. 5 fingers close together, directly killing a Yin Xian who was standing in front of him. Jian Wushuang's eyes met with the majestic figure sitting on Tianjiu. If you don't want to die, just go back. His voice passed into Zhen Tian's ear through Zhen Tian's fight. Chapter 48-58. Zhang Tian, who was sitting on Tianjiu, shuddered slightly. He looked at the ranger young man who was walking towards him, and inexplicably felt an indescribable pressure. Jian Wushuang holds an invisible sword in his right hand, and a golden gun with a long length in his left hand. Even the Yinxian who are in chaos and slaying, either intentionally or unintentionally, moved away from this of killing, leaving a way out. But soon, Zhang Tian's eyes were filled with resentment and madness. My son Zhang Xin died in such an unknown way. Can't my father's revenge even be reported? Hugh said that his son is a child the emperor, even the emperor. I have to get a fair one today. This justice, you can't get it back. Take the remaining forces and return to rest and recuperate. Jian Wushuang said lightly, Zhang Shun's death, you deserve it. A good sin deserves it. Under the sky, who dares to condemn my son? He shouted in exasperation and slammed into the face of him. The big palm covered by Yanli smashed down. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he stabbed directly in front of the gun. The two fought, stirring up layers of golden awns. A shot pierced the cover of the sky and covered the palm of the sky. His castration continued. His whole body seemed to be integrated with the long gun in his hand. With an imposing momentum, stabbed to Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian was shocked in his heart, and the majestic figure sitting on Tianma's back was almost subconsciously leaning back. The spear reached, and Tianjiu hissed upwards. It was just a shot. The sharp point of the gun pierced through Tianma's thick neck, and finally the whole one did not enter. After trembling the tip of the gun from Zhang Tian's throat, he stopped completely. Tianju's last low hissing sound pushed Jinshan down into the void like a jade pillar. Zhang Tian's eyes were distressed. Fei left from Tianju's back, grasping the spear covered with red blood with one hand, and used a return carbine. Jian Wushuang resisted at the right time, and the violent roar resounded. Zhang Tian's powerful gun made Jian Wushuang feel the pain in the tiger's mouth. Don't be the accomplice of Gongzi Yin anymore. Read that you are not the one who killed my son, and leave now. He held a spear and fought against Wushuang in front of him. The whole body could not bear the strength and shattered. One sword releases 3,000 sword intentions. The majestic and powerful sword style rises violently, and with an irresistible momentum, Zhang Tian is forced to retreat. Then the sword stood without a sword, his eyes calm and deep. Everyone who is on the battlefield has nothing but two possibilities. One is death and the other is victory. Which one do you think I will choose? Zhang Tianhe looked directly at him, not only looked dignified. He saw a lot in his eyes, perseverance, calmness, as if there was a feeling that everything was clear to the chest. This feeling is as if they are determined to eat. Who is this son? On this battlefield, even the Prince Yin, who is a prince, will listen to him. He had a hunch that if he continued to fight like this, the fairyland would eventually be fragmented. But Zhang Tian was not reconciled. The death of his son Zhang Shun was like a thorn stabbed into his heart. There was only one son under his seat. Now that he is dead, how could he shake hands with the enemy who killed the child? He has made up his mind secretly, even if he fights to break the fairy field. He will also eat a piece of meat from the sun. No matter what kind of you are, today you will inevitably die here. Zhang Tian shouted angrily, holding a high gun in his hand. My celestial realm Tianzong, why fear this battle? Even if it all fell, there is also a lot of fire, and it goes back and forth. The high-pitched voice is like the sky thunder, which is injected into the heart of Yin Xian and Ding Xiao in each fairy field, and the most rapid counterattack has erupted suddenly. Even if the ancestor-level top repairs go to the top again, for Yin Xian who already has Xianyuan Xianjin, they can't cause effective damage. So they made a move, nearly 100 people, formed a system of rushing to a group of Yin Xian, and then spontaneously broke the source and broke out a tragic martyrdom. For a time, the original disadvantage was relieved instantly. The void is completely shaken and broken. Thousands of people have broken the source of repair, and they have already detached their cognition. Even though Yin Xian can still survive this martyrdom, but after being disturbed by the mind, it is extremely easy to be killed by Yin Xian in the fairy field. The Yin Xian from the Sixth Heaven Realm, as well as the ancestors, began to suffer casualties. Nearly 10 Yin Xian in the periphery all died out in an instant, and even the formation has been faintly washed down. Wushuang, the situation is urgent. Xiaotajin passed on, anxiously. Jin Wushuang's eyes flicked, and a 7-star system circulated quietly between the eyebrows, and then his arms rose suddenly. As his palms lifted up, countless rugged mountains rose from the void without any signs. 1, 10, 100. Each of the Shanshans scattered the original ferocious fairy field Yin Xian, or the top repair, and blocked it out, so that the Yin Xian camp in the Sixth Heaven Realm was breathed. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tian couldn't help but feel shocked. If the young immortal in front of him does not get rid of it, it will inevitably have a major impact on the entire fairyland. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, directly pointed the gun forward, and launched the most violent offensive towards Jian Wushuang. Handless invisible sword, Jian Wushuang walked slowly, facing Zhang Tian, who was even taller than Chen Qing. Like a giant, he had no fear. Wushuang Kendo, Zingahuji Anjian. The first form, star. When this revealing and shining pattern lights up, it shows that Jian Wushuang has begun to take it seriously. This sword is the cornerstone of the entire unparalleled swordsmanship, and its majesty is its original meaning. Zhang Tian, who had originally come from the gun, saw this scene and hurriedly turned the offense into a defense, and responded with all his strength. Hundreds of pillars tore the void, headed by Zhang Tian, exploded in the camp of immortal territory, and then teared open a hole. Full-hearted rush. Chen Qing roared with his real sword high. UU read books www.ukanshu. Calm and then moved forward. Holding a soft sword, Xiao Dijuan kept harvesting Yang Xianyuan who dared to approach. Chuanxiu and Cui Jing are shoulder to shoulder, and they are blessed with 8-armed puppets, which is also expanding Shanghai. Only Wei Lujia, who looked like a downright scholar, was quite struggling during the battle. He was surrounded by dangers several times, but he still clenched his teeth and walked towards the sword in front. The advantage of Xinyu is no longer, and it is forced to retreat at a speed that is visible to the naked eye. Several pieces of armor on Zhang Tian's body have been damaged after a sword and sword of Xinghe Lake, and Jian Wushuang did not pause at all. He held an invisible sword and swept up into the void, entangled with him. Swords of unparalleled sword are magnificent, wide open and wide. One sword is better than one sword. Every sword he cut was like a sword embryo, full of sparks and great momentum. Chapter 48-59. Under such an offensive, Zhang Tian could only be defended, even unable to counterattack. He could only lift his spear flat, blocking the sword-to-sword cut. His heart suffocated. In just 10 breaths, Jian Wushuang slashed more than 36,000 times, causing Zhang Tianping's palm to raise his spear to be dripped with shocking blood. He said quietly, "Release the fairy style, otherwise in your current situation, I am afraid that self-preservation is extremely difficult." Zhang Tian's eyes fluctuated, and the breath of his body suddenly changed from the previous calmness to a sharp edge. Thousands of Qi Jinhuameng burst out of his hand with a golden gun, with great majesty and pressure. Jian Wushuang was forced to retreat, and his eyes were dignified. "I don't know how many years have passed since I realized the fairy style, but I still shoot 3,000 times a day, in order that all possible things will happen today. In a word, blood and hatred are in the body. No matter who is blocking, there is only one end." Zhang Tian seemed to merge with the spear in his hand, almost swallowing the void of the pillar. At this moment, the order of the avenues flowing in the void began to collapse. "My fairy style is called a bitter wheel. You are not the first Yinxian you saw, and you will never be the last. At the same time, I also have a hunch that if you end up under my fairy style will be melted, and I will enter the realm of Dian Fairy." Jian Wushuang's eyebrows were slightly raised, and the invisible sword was tilted in his hand. "It's useless to say more, come on." The red golden stanchion rose up into the sky, dispelling the violent wind in the void. Zhang Tian was dancing wildly behind his back. The golden gun was clear in his hand, and a golden wheel over 1,000,000 feet high emerged from his back and distributed there is a strong and untouchable breath. "All Yinxian and Dingxiu, back away!" Jian Wushuang shouted loudly. The Yinxian who were still fighting each other did not hesitate and immediately retreated. At this moment, Chen Qing's eyes were dignified, and he could feel that Zhang Tian's blow might not even allow him to respond. "Jian Wushuang, is it okay?" All Yinxian and Dingxiu looked at this scene solemnly. This way of determining the outcome, no matter who wins or loses, it is very important. Bitter wheel, cover the sky. With Zhang Tian's binge drinking, the light wheel with a height of over 1,000,000 feet behind him sank and fell, and the void collapsed, and all the top repairs and even Yinxian were shocked to see this scene. This side light wheel is really too vast. Almost at the moment of coming, it covers 1,000,000 miles of void. Even if it is Yinxian under this immortal style, I am afraid that all will be extinct. Jian Wushuang stood in situ, looking at the light wheel facing down, his eyes calm. Buzz! The hum of Hong Zongdalu resounded in the void, and the red golden huamong swallowed everything almost instantly. The pupil of the little emperor who had receded far away suddenly shrank, and the subconscious would fly forward. Chun Qing grabbed him. "Little emperor, calm down. Brother Jian will not fall like this. Even if it is impossible to fall like this, but he is too risky to do so." Xiao Dijuan took a deep breath, then stared forward. 1,000,000 feet of suffering wheel halo completely swallowed and covered the sword Wushuang, while Zhang Tian's arm shuddered and threw his spear into the void. In a flash, 100,000 spears were differentiated, each of them buzzing bursts. "Go with!" he shouted. 100,000 lances smashed the void and stabbed from all directions to the center of Kulun. In the opinion of all top repairs, the ending has become a foregone conclusion. Including Zhang Tian, the master of immortal territory, all smiled at this moment. But this smile didn't show up completely, so it froze. At the next moment, The real shadow of 100,000 lances suddenly stopped on the bitter wheel, even harder to score a half. Immediately afterwards, a real image of over 1 million feet appeared. It was a real image of long hair floating, and the eyes were full of superb power. A seven-pointed galaxy in the eyebrows was slowly flowing, and the perseverance was magnificent again. That's the true shadow of Jian Wushuang, the true shadow of me. Every breathing and breathing seems to be a reincarnation in the universe, and his appearance is like the concrete embodiment of the rules and order of heaven and earth, which makes Yin Xian feel the oppression. Then, the magnificent real shadow slowly stretched out his palm, lightly brushing the understatement, and 100,000 lances suspended in the void were all destroyed. And the bitter wheel that restrained Jian Wushuang's true shadow could not bear the pressure, so as to make up for the cracks. With a dazzling to ultimate light bursting, the painful wheel is broken. All Yin Xian and Ding Xiu covered their eyes at this moment. When Huameng dissipated, everything was bleak. The huge real shadow looked down, and there was no joy or sorrow in the eyes that exuded divine power. In his palm, a red gold spear like a toothpick had broken into two halves. All the surviving Yin Xian and Ding Xiu who survived in immortal territory subconsciously stepped back, and all faced like ashes. Zhang Tian's complexion changed again and again, which was originally impossible for a lifetime, and his proud cheeks also had no blood color. Then he suddenly vomited a large mouth of thick blood. The natal gold gun was destroyed, almost related to his fairy source, and was directly hit by unimaginable damage. The true shadow without me slowly dissipated, and the sword walked down into the air. At this moment, all Yin Xian and Ding Xiu in the sixth heaven realm were in full swing. The little emperor raised his soft sword in his hand, and his voice spread throughout the void. Jian Wushuang looked at Zhang Tian, who was so desperate, and threw a spear that had been broken into two in front of him. You guys have lost. Zhang Tian stared at him, staring blankly, without speaking. At this time, a middle-aged Yin Xian next to him suddenly took a step and stared. No, I didn't lose. Xianyu has been formed since the emperor established the Desiyu has a deep background, superior heavenly path, and lower fuse, and has not been destroyed after several disasters. Even if it is lost today, it will surely be able to never get rid of it. Looking at the middle-aged Yin Xian who was still in a hurry, and Jian Wushuang could not help but look at it a bit. After saying that, the middle-aged Yin Xian helped Zhang Tian and said softly, Sect Master, after the rest of the old brothers broke up for you, you immediately go back to the fairyland and ask the emperor for help. Life is still there, and everything has a picture. Zhang Tian looked at him, and before he spoke, he was pushed directly by his luck, and it was in the fairy array in the void, and disappeared. After doing all this, the middle-aged Yin Xian was also quite indifferent, withdrawing the real sword from the waist, and facing the sword without fear. What's your name? I'm going to die immediately, even if I tell you, Song Xian. Yes, I will remember you. Jian Wushuang nodded. An invisible sword quietly condensed in his hand. Chapter 48-60. The head of the Yin Xian named Song Xian was finally cut off by Jian Wushuang, and even the Xianyuan was broken. This is like the final beginning, marking the vengeance of the celestial domain Tianzong, which ultimately failed completely. A total of 72 immortals came from the immortal realm, none of them survived, and all of them died. With the destruction of the immortal cultivators, all the top repairmen from the immortal domain also fled, rushing to flee into the teleporting immortal formation. The shattered void was covered with broken corpses and dripping blood. Standing in front of the immortal formation, Jian Wushuang stopped moving forward. Xiao Dijuan, who was stained with blood, came to his side, his chest undulating. Chen Qing, Chun Xiu, Cui Jing, Wei Liujia and others also arrived, all in a panic. Xiao Dijuan looked at Jian Wushuang who was standing still, and he had already realized something in his heart. After a while, he whispered, Brother Jian, it was not my intention to step down on the immortal domain, But after Zhang Tian returns, he will inevitably cast his clan to the young man for correction. By then, I am afraid that the Six-Day Realm will be the same as the fate of northern Tianxianzhu. The beginning of this battle means that there is absolutely no possibility of a good end. After a long while, Jin Wushuang said, "Let's go." The teleporting immortal array built by the celestial domain Tianzong can transmit tens of thousands of top repairs at a time and is extremely stable. When the remaining Xinyu top repairers fled back to the Xinyu embarrassedly, they didn't know that a complete destruction was also quietly coming. As the first Yinxian from the Six-Day Realm set foot in the fairyland, the cold-blooded killing began. Blood and fire erupted in the fairyland that spanned nearly 10 super-universes. Countless creatures were directly crushed into powder under the hands of the immortals. The continental plate was destroyed, mountains and rivers were cut across. The dark clouds were in the sky, and the rain came suddenly. There are nearly 10 super-universes, including nearly 100 continental plates, and each seat surface is a world. And under the influence of this war, everything is shattering. Chun Qing held a true sword in his hand and completely destroyed a heaven with his own power. But Chuanxiu, Cui Jing, and Wei Liujia did not make a move, but stood quietly behind Jian Wushuang. The entire Xinyu Tianzong was destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sitting on a towering sacred mountain in the clouds, there is a quiet hall, which is the most mysterious place in the entire celestial sect of the immortal territory and the dojo of the entire sect. But right now, it is already chaotic. Sect Master, hurry up, let's leave and go to the Second Highness. Leave the Green Hills, don't worry about no firewood. Instead of coexisting and dying in this same fairyland, it is better to leave as soon as possible and make plans. In some dim halls, more than a dozen elders Yinxian looked anxious and worried, talking about the figure lying halfway in the hall. That figure is exactly Zhang Tian, who fled back to the fairyland. At this moment, he seemed to be old to another state, with his eyelids drooping. After a long time, he said in a hoarse voice, "You all go first. I will be there later." All the elders stopped talking and looked at Zhang Tian alike and a little uncertain. "Let's all go. It's too late if you don't go. The sect master will go ahead and stand up for you." When the dim hall returned to silence, Zhang Tiankai slowly raised his eyelids and then looked outside the hall. There were 6 body shapes condensed and then slowly stepped into the hall. Jian Wushuang and Xiao Dijuan walked in front side by side and finally stood in front of him. A sneer flashed in his eyes. "I really didn't expect that the son of the dignified emperor would kill a party of the immortal territory, heavenly sect to such a situation. It is indeed a must. All of this is just your own fault. You have to think about what happened on this day when you fight me. But is the price reasonable? It's too heavy. You shouldn't destroy my entire fairyland." Zhang Tian said desperately, "I am destroying the Xianyuan now and changing the fairyland to save it. How about?" Xia Adijin slowly squatted down, staring at him, saying every word, "You must die. As for Xinyu, I will make it a non-threatening existence." Zhang Tian's figure trembled, and then closed his eyes as if admitting his fate. "Young Master Yin, you remember what I said? One day, you will inevitably follow my mistakes." Jian Wushuang slowly turned around and walked outside the hall, not watching this scene again. Zhang Tian, the lord of a generation of celestial sect, understands the source of immortality by himself, and his body is gone. Xiaodijin straightened up, then turned around, looking at Jian Wushuang who was leaving. A complex color flashed deep in his eyes. Under the dispatch of nearly 40 evangelists and countless ancestor-level Dingxiu, the celestial sect of the immortal territory, which encompasses nearly 10 celestial regions, has become a dead place and no longer constitutes any threat. Walking in the scorched earth, Jian Wushuang didn't say a word. Just when they were about to leave, they suddenly ran out of a ruined wall and a half-large figure. She shivered, but she still stood firmly in front of Jian Wushuang. "Is it? Did you ruin this place? Did you kill my dad?" Chun Qinggang wanted to wave his hand to disperse this gray-headed little girl, but was stopped by Jian Wushuang. Then he bent over slightly, looked at the little girl who tried to keep the tears in his eyes from falling, and asked, "What is your name?" The little girl took a half step back, sniffed hard, and said, I won't tell you. I will be killed as soon as I tell you. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, and then said, Then you have to remember clearly. My name is Jian Wushuang. If you want to avenge all this today, just find me. After he finished speaking, Chun Qing took a few people and left the fairyland that had become scorched earth. Standing among the ruined walls, the little girl looked at Jian Wushuang's back without blinking, as if to imprint all his characteristics into her mind. Jian Wushuang, I took it down. I will kill you myself in the future. After the immortal formation of Unicom's six-day realm was destroyed, this battle also came to an end. More than 60 people who participated in the battle under the Emperor Sovereign only lost nearly 20 places. This is a big victory. Compared with the Celestial Sect, the loss is almost negligible. And this big victory was almost so quick with Jian Wushuang's own power. According to Xiao Daijin's previous plan, the 100 Yinxian he sat down will almost be destroyed, and he will not be able to crush the Celestial Domain Tianzong. But everything, since Jian Wushuang joined the battle, has changed drastically. He almost wiped out a place of great trouble with the smallest loss, which is undoubtedly worse for young Master Jiao who is far away. In the palace, above the eaves, Xiao Dijuan sat on the glazed tiles, his eyes wondering where he was looking. Behind him, a thin purple robe appeared soon. My big companion, this time the result is very good, but I am a little worried. Chapter 48:61. The thin purple robe said, Are you worried Jian Wushuang will grow up to the day when he will even be terrified? Xiaodaijin nodded, Yes, and I feel that that day will come soon. His Royal Highness, there is no need to worry. Although I have met him only a few times so far, you must know that we have been together for decades. His temperament and character, I can't guess it, but I can see that he is a tyrant, and he is very indifferent to the search for the Emperor's luck. He seems to have a certain purpose, like a hurried passerby, let anyone I can't guess him. At this point, the thin purple robe slowly pulled down his hood, revealing a gully face. He is an existence capable of reversing any situation, and his presence will only benefit His Royal Highness. I understand, Xiaodaijin nodded slightly, but I have a feeling that he is very mysterious, as if he didn't know where he came from. If you know his origins and weaknesses, that would be great. Nothing. His Royal Highness, this is not the time to calculate this. Since he has promised to help you win the throne, you must do as much as possible during this time. The thin purple robe leaned slightly. Now that the 5 emperors have fallen from the ink, and the second emperor has been more than half destroyed, the situation has changed. I think the other emperors will do something next. They? There was a sneer at the corner of Xiao Daijin's mouth. It's just a mob. One more thing. What's the matter? Emperor Zhen Wuyang sent envoys some time ago to invite the rest of the emperors to go to the heavenly court to the birthday banquet. Birthday banquet? Didn't the emperor never miss his birthday? Why is it just over this year? Maybe it's because of the death of the 5 emperors. How long is there? 3 years later. Then get ready to go to heaven again. From the broken fairyland Tianzong, back to Ziyushan, Jian Wushuang sat down in the middle of the square in front of the palace. He faintly touched the second fairy style. There are 7 types of fairy style guidance from Shizhu. The first type is called a little mountain and river. As for the second form, I realized it not long ago in the immortal style of Zhang Tian. The true shadow, which is more than 1 million feet high, is very unique from the treasure that Jian Wushuang condenses when he releases the sword and tint of Xinghe Lake. When Jian Wushuang released the true shadow, the immortal body was ethereal and turned into nothing, but his spiritual consciousness was still clear and coexisted with the true shadow. Moreover, under the blessing of the true shadow state, any of his skills has reached a level of detachment. Therefore, after Jian Wushuang rehearsed the second immortal style tens of thousands of times in the divine consciousness, he called the second immortal style the true shadow of no self. Now that he holds 2 immortal styles in his hand, his strength is even more unfathomable, and he even has the idea of fighting against a higher level Dian immortal. However, the Dayan immortal in the entire Daisai domain has become one of the few after that battle. I am afraid that only Dayan immortal can be found under the true Wuyang seat. After consolidating ancestral skills, Kendo, and immortal style, Jin Wushuang re-enlightened sitting. Now that Demission has been destroyed more than half, it is no different from climbing to the sky to find Yinling again, and the piece of sky-shaped bone armor in her hand. I am afraid that I will not see it again for a long time. At present, the sword does not hold two pieces of bone armor with the sky pattern in both hands, but he cannot decipher the ciphertext above. He planned to travel around Wanyu shortly after this, preparing to find a powerful person who could decipher the ciphertext on the bone armor of the Tianzi pattern. And shortly after he sat down, the whole Shaogudian and the main hall trembled. Although it was extremely subtle, everyone was aware of it. Lying on the top of the eaves, Chen Qing was asleep, turned over and jumped down. Several people in spring and autumn rushed out from the hall. What happened? Cui Jing tightened his belt, his face solemn. Damn it, maybe something happened again in the next 3 days? Chun Qing scratched his head. What can happen in the next 3 days? Could it be that the collapse can't be done? Chun Xiu frowned, and he had no good feelings for the next 3 days, and even wished to destroy it directly. Chun Qing did not hear the displeasure in his words, and explained. The situation that will occur in the next 3 days is much more serious than the collapse. Every time, many prisoners will die, which is very difficult. Jin Wushuang slowly opened his eyes, then looked at Chen Qing and asked, "What will happen?" When Chen Qing heard this, he did not hide his words, "Black Qi." The black Qi that can swallow the power. The deeper the black mountain spar is mined, the black Qi will be unearthed. This kind of black energy can swallow the power. Even if Yinxian is infected with this kind of black energy, he can only sit and wait to die. It is terrifying. But fortunately, not much black energy has been dug up. As long as it is sealed in time, there is nothing to do. However, this situation has never happened before, and I don't know what has happened in the past few years. Everything has become more and more unstable. Jin Wushuang didn't think too much, and was ready to continue to sit and meditate. But then, several streamer-like figures entered Shaogudian and came directly in front of him. The leader was Xiao Dijuan. His expression slightly changed. "Brother Jian, there are some situations in the next 3 days. I want to invite you to find out." Chun Qing was also anxious. Is the situation happening again in the next 3 days? Didn't I remember that it calmed down a few days ago? Zaya Adijin shook his head. This time, I am afraid it is the most dangerous one. Then let's go together. Chun Qing said, before flying out first. Jin Wushuang nodded. Then go take a look. Zaya Adijin nodded, and then led the way. At this time, Chun Xiu also came behind Jin Wushuang and whispered, I will go too. This time, you don't want to go, just keep Xianyuan more stable. Jin Wushuang patted him on the shoulder, then walked away. Soaring out of Xiaogushan, under the guidance of Zaya Adijin, he began to rush down for 3 days. The 6-day realm that Zaya Adijin is in charge of, the entire next 3 days are all Haishan's realm, and countless prisoners are responsible for the continuous mining of Haishan spar. When he first entered Dayanhuan, Jin Wushuang was trapped, and was somehow a prisoner for a long time, so he was extremely repelled for the next 3 days. This time, what happened was the first horizon of the next 3 days. From the mouth of the little emperor, I learned that the first heaven at this moment has undergone tremendous changes, and almost all the prisoners and supervisors responsible for mining the spar have been swallowed by the black energy gushing from the abyss, turning the entire first heaven domain into a dead domain with no survivors. Chapter 48-62. Chen Qing's complexion was extremely serious, and he naturally knew the seriousness of this. The black energy that broke out in the Black Mountain several times before was solved by him. Each time the black energy was extremely small, the most one time. It only swallowed the prisoners and supervisors in the entire Black Mountain. But this time, the eruption of black energy actually swallowed all the creatures in the entire heaven. This shows the severity of the situation. With this in mind, He reminded Jian Wushuangdo, Brother Sword, those black qi is extremely easy to contaminate the power. Once it is contaminated, it is difficult to remove, so when you get to the place, try not to use the power if you can. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, looking forward through the void, the heaven plane that faintly reveals dark luck. Stepping into the first heaven of the next 3 days, an indescribable breath of death rushed toward his face. Looking around, there are many mountains and mountains, like the undulating black mountain that stretches to the invisible end. The black air, like a dark cloud, swallowed every inch of the space, hazy and chaotic to the extreme. The 4 body shapes all converged and walked forward step by step. Both Xiao Dijuan and Qin Qing showed an unbearable expression, as if they were overwhelmed by some unknown force. But Jian Wushuang's face was indifferent, as if he hadn't been affected in any way. Walking in the soaring sky, the breath of death is lingering. The bones of prisoners everywhere are all lying on the ground, and they all turn into black dust when the wind blows, which is extremely strange. Little monarch, it seems that this first heavenly realm is indeed completely destroyed. Chen Qingning looked forward and said, in this way, it would be extremely troublesome to find the source. The little emperor who was walking in the front did not speak. He also felt the trouble. This was the first time he encountered this situation. Since he took over the Black Mountain realm in the next 3 days, there hasn't been any bad sign since he took over at a young age, and it has continued to this day. But in the last few Chinese years, black energy began to appear in the Montenegrin realm, and the scope of each appearance was not large, at most spreading to a Montenegro. But today, the black energy that didn't know where it started swallowed a whole heaven, and none of the creatures here survived. At this time, Jian Wushuang, who had not spoken, said, I think, just along the direction of the prisoners' bodies on the ground, you should be able to find the source. Xiaodigen looked at the prisoner's corpse lying on the ground, like a looming road, stretching far away. It's not advisable to stay here for a long time. Let's make a quick fight, he said, before taking the lead. Because he couldn't use his power, he moved slowly. And the more you move forward, shocking scenes appear one after another. The corpses of the dead prisoners are piled up like a mountain, almost spreading far away. Moreover, the death of these prisoners was very strange. All the clothes on their bodies disappeared, and the exposed bodies became dry bones densely covered with black threads. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. What exactly is the so-called black energy that would have such an impact on living beings? You must know that the prisoners trapped in the Black Mountain are at least half ancestral top repairers. Even if the chain between their necks trapped them, they did not make any resistance moves, which is too weird. Could it be that this black energy has a restraining effect on Yanli? He slowly stretched out his palm, stroking the black energy flowing in the void. The black qi is cold, with a kind of palpitating aura. It seems that it does not seem to belong to the product of this heaven. Retracting their hearts, they kept passing through a mountain of corpses piled up by prisoners' bones. When stepping past the tallest corpse mountain, a black abyss like a deep prison appeared in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Endless black air spit out from the vast and endless abyss. Even if it is Yanxian, standing in front of this abyss has a very small feeling. The black mountains that had already collapsed were leaning into the abyss, and the abyss was still expanding and stretching, and the prisoners' corpses also fell into it. When is there such an abyss in this first heaven? Chen Qing asked in shock. Xiao Dijuan frowned. It seems that all the black energy is gushing from the depths of this collapsed underground. What shall we do next? Chen Qing asked again. I am afraid that there are only a few of us in such a deep abyss, and it is impossible to reseal it. In the end, Xiao Dijuan shook his head disappointedly. It can only be so. Let's go back now. The weirdness of the first heaven territory in these 3 days was destroyed, so that he did not dare to check it out again. After making a decision, they are ready to leave. But as he turned around, there was a palpitating heart that made Jian Wushuang subconsciously turn his head back. The black energy that was originally thick in the air quietly turned into a vortex and began to rotate slowly. Run! He suddenly shouted, reminding, but everything was already too late. Almost at the same time that Jian Wushuang's voice fell, The vortex condensed by the black energy turned crazy. The towering black mountains suddenly broke apart and were sucked into them by the crazy vortex. And Jian Wushuang and others were swallowed by that unimaginable suction for the first time. The dark clouds were connected to the ground, and the entire deadly first heaven seemed to fall under the black abyss prison. Being caught in the vortex, Jian Wushuang only felt a whirl of heaven and earth, and he was extremely passive because he could not run his energy. The condition of the little emperor, the thin purple robe, and Chen Qing were also not much better. They were almost swallowed and disappeared without a trace. Suffocating the dizziness, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes in the vortex. Looking around, there is endless darkness. Ukanshu. Calm, this surging vortex kept falling, and the entire black abyss seemed to never end, without knowing where it led. I don't know how long it took. When a hard and cold touch came from under him, everything seemed to return to silence. The vortex slowly dissipated, leaving only the silent sound around. Oh, his grandma's, Lao Tzu's waist. Chen Qing's painful curses resounded under the abyss. The unspeakable reverberation resembled a trembling nine-day booby thunder, blasting in the abyss. Quiet. Xiaodigen's voice immediately sounded. Standing in this black source, Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with golden light. Although there was an unknown, extremely dark world in front of him, he could still clearly see every inch of the ground and every inch of space. Under this abyss, it is completely composed of strange and irregular rocks that are completely dark and cold. Chapter 48:63. And what is strange is that on these irregular and weird rocks, there are still unknown weeds with tall legs, which are endless. It is as if this was the tip of an iceberg of a world, a buried world. Although it was extremely dark under this abyss, the little emperors quickly noticed their existence and began to move closer to Jian Wushuang. God, where is this place? Are all the black mountains on the ground suspended? Chen Qing looked at the scene in front of him, somewhat shocked. It seems that this place used to be a world on the earth. I don't know why, it was buried in the heart of the earth. Xiaodigen said analytically. Jian Wushuang didn't speak. He squatted down and touched a weed slightly with his hand, instantly turning it into a fluffy ash. Chen Qing said again, weirdness is a bit weird, but fortunately, there is no threat. As long as we don't release Yanli, we can always leave here. At this time, the thin purple robe, who had not spoken, said, the road when I came here is gone. Everyone looked up subconsciously, and sure enough, there was a strange stone dome above their heads, not an upward exit. Little Emperor then looked at Jian Wushuang. Brother Jian, do you have any opinion? Go ahead. Jian Wushuang looked forward and said in a deep voice, a group of 4 people, walking under this abyss. The ancient, desolate silence, weird to the extreme. Jian Wushuang walked in the forefront, his eyes becoming more solemn. He felt the throbbing in his heart inexplicably, as if something was about to happen. The weird rocks underfoot are undulating and messy. Because he was walking in the forefront, he soon understood why the throbbing in his heart had started. I saw that in front of the hazy black air, one side collapsed in the center of 100 miles of rock, kneeling down, a strange figure. Even Jian Wushuang couldn't see the figure clearly. As a result, the first heaven in the next 3 days became the source of the dead zone, and the infinite black energy that covered the sky and the sun surged from the front. Xiaodigen and the others also saw the kneeling figure for the first time. Their complexions were extremely solemn. In such an underground world that has not been sealed since when, seeing this scene, I am afraid that no one will take it lightly. That guy, isn't it the source of the disaster for the entire first domain? Chen Qing whispered. Xiaodigen narrowed his eyes and said, if it is true, then we can take this opportunity to seal it off. Don't move rashly. I'm afraid that figure will never be as calm as it is now. Jian Wushuang reminded. How could it be a dead existence that can provoke such a majestic and weird black spirit? The next moment, seemingly to confirm Jian Wushuang's thoughts, A nuanced sound of bone cracks resounded under this abyss. With the sound of this sound, the figure that was kneeling on the rocky ground suddenly trembled. Jian Wushuang's eyes condensed, and he hurriedly made Xiao Dijuan and the others retreat. No way, can this come alive too? Chen Qing was a little dumbfounded, watching this scene in disbelief. With the continuous resounding of bone cracks, the figure who was buried under the abyss, how many years of endless years, actually stood up slowly. It was a figure covered with hideous wounds, and the armor made of unknown material was completely damaged, revealing a body that had long been depleted of flesh and blood. Two black lights shot out from the visor on his head. Facing such a dead creature, even Jian Wushuang felt his heart palpitations, because he found that the Yanli in his body shuddered in an incredible way when facing this dead creature. This is too weird. Could it be that this silent, dead creature was also an emperor during his lifetime, was beheaded by Zhen Wuyang and buried here? But Jian Wushuang quickly rejected this idea. He had already been in close contact with the four emperors, and he naturally knew the unique luck of the emperor. But at the moment, this creature does not have the emperor's luck, and there is not even a trace of the fluctuation of the power. All around him, only the horrible black energy was surging. He seemed to have awakened from Wang's deep sleep, and the two black lights immediately locked Jian Wushuang several people. Then, the dead creature slowly raised an arm, and the broken palm squeezed hard. Suddenly, the void suddenly collapsed, and the indescribable force squeezed in all directions. Except for Jian Wushuang, Xiao Dijuan, the thin purple robe, Chen Qing and the three snorted at the same time, as if they had been severely injured, and the corners of their mouths overflowed with a ray of blood. Damn it, it really gives me energy. Chen Qing's aura was languid, but he didn't dare to release his strength to resist, because that black energy's restraint on Yanli almost reached the point of incomprehension. As long as there is a trace of Yanli released, it will definitely be hit hard by retrieving the original wish. The prisoners and supervisors who have died are the best examples. In such a situation, only Jian Wushuang could turn the tide. The inability to apply Yanli is an unthinkable thing for Yanxian, because even the simplest urging of Xianyuan will consume Yanli. But Jian Wushuang was affected by this, and it was much smaller. Except for the two ancestral arts, and the Xian-style one-point mountain and river requires derivation, his Wushuang Kendo, Xingahu High Sword Intent, and the second celestial style of selfless true shadow, all do not need to be derived. Therefore, he immediately used the true shadow of the selflessness to bless himself to deal with the next situation. After only one blow hit Xiaodigin and the others, the dead creature took a step towards them. The extremely thick black qi was continuously absorbed by him, and then he repaired the hideous and terrifying wounds on his body. Jian Wushuang's heart moved. He cut directly with a sword. Xingha Lake Heijianyi, the first release. The incomparable sword intent rose, swept across, illuminating the entire abyss for a moment, and then slashed towards the figure of the dead creature. The next moment, a scene that no one had expected appeared. The vast sword intent slashed in front of it, and it actually destroyed the body of the dead creature into two parts. Everything was too easy, as simple as Jian Wushuang didn't react, and his figure was scattered on the rocks. Just, that's it? Chen Qing's eyes were a little dull. Is he vulnerable? Or Brother Sword? You are too strong. Jian Wushuang slowly shook his head. He could feel that it was not that he was too strong, but that the dead creature was too vulnerable. He seems to be too old, as if through endless years, making himself extremely weak. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.